Pokémon, the Shiny Pokémon Attractor. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201. The two of them were beaten by Ditto and lost their fighting ability. Xiaoxi's expression became not very good when she saw that her Miltank was beaten by Ditto and lost its fighting ability. After all, it was a bit embarrassing for her as a gym leader to let the challenger win 3 games in a row. She didn't expect that her Miltank's rolling trick would be cracked in an instant. Wutong looked relaxed, as if he had known that Xiaoxi would do this. However, Xiaoxi immediately recovered her mood, walked in front of Wutong, and took out a yellow diamond badge and handed it to Wutong. This is the standard badge representing the Manjin Gym. You are a very powerful Pokémon trainer. Now it is yours. Xiaoxi said. Thank you, Xiaoxi. Wutong said politely. Xiaozhi, who was watching the battle, seemed to have discovered the weakness of Miltank. His eyes became brighter and brighter. If Xiaoxia had not just fought and her Pokémon had not recovered, Xiaozhi would have planned to challenge her. Wutong walked up to Xiaozhi and his group. His goal had been achieved. There was no need to stay in Manjin City, so it was time to say goodbye to Xiaozhi and his group. Xiaozhi, I have finished all my work and I'm ready to continue my journey. Wutong said to Xiaozhi. Hey, don't you want to watch me challenge the gym? Xiaozhi asked. No need, you will win, right? We will definitely meet at the Silver Conference. Wutong shook his head and replied. That's right. I will defeat you at the Silver Conference. Xiaozhi said with full momentum. I'm looking forward to it. After Wutong replied, he said goodbye to the others and left. After leaving Mumu Ranch, Wutong began to think about the next city to go to. Now he has completed most of the journey and has obtained 4 badges, but his new team still has a lot of room for growth. Wutong felt that he might be a little too hurried, and he began to think about whether to rest for a few days and reorganize the training plan for the Pokémon. Rotom, is there any interesting place nearby? Wutong asked Rotom on the mobile phone. Searching for Lotto. Rotom on the mobile phone flew to the question and replied. Soon, Rotom on the mobile phone searched for nearby cities and large buildings. There are 2 interesting places nearby, suitable for rest and training. One is the Natural Park, where a bug catching competition will be held in the near future, and the other is the Battle Square, where many Pokémon trainers will go to fight and rest. Lotto. Rotom on the mobile phone said. Natural Park and Battle Square? I'm not interested in the bug catching competition, so let's go to the Battle Square. I also need to enrich Xiaoho and the others' combat experience. Wutong chose. After hearing Rotom on the mobile phone mention the Natural Park and the bug catching competition, Wutong knew what the plot was over there. Wutong no longer needs bug type Pokémon. After all, he has 2 bug type Pokémon in his main force. In addition, if he goes to the bug catching conference, he will definitely meet Nana. Wutong feels that he has given that child too much chicken soup, so it is better to let her digest it. Otherwise, if he gives Nana too much chicken soup and makes a female version of a little idiot, it seems quite exciting. After Wutong determined the destination, he prepared to go to the Battle Square under the leadership of Rotom on the mobile phone. On the way, Wutong released the Pokémon of the second team, allowing Xiaohu, Xiaogi and Demon to fight freely on the road. Xiaobai lay on Wutong's shoulder to watch the battle, and Ditto was Wutong's key training target. In the battle with Xiaoxian, it seemed that Ditto was very impressive. But in that battle, Ditto did not play the advantages that it should have. It just became a Pokémon with attributes that restrained the opponent. According to Wutong's idea, Ditto's fighting direction should be to flexibly transform into various Pokémon to be able to deal with various opponents. When it grows up to the point where it can transform into a legendary beast to fight, it will have a killer move that can decide the outcome. But now Ditto can't even transform into a legendary beast to fight. Even if it is Mewtwo's suggestion, it can't be done without trying to use the power of the legendary beast and become a shortened version with only the racial value of the legendary beast. Moreover, Ditto's transformation switching is not smooth, and now it needs to transform back to its original form before transforming again. And every time Wutong commands the transformation, Ditto needs a half-second thinking delay. It doesn't matter in the current battle, but in the future, when the intensity is higher, is a fatal flaw in the battle. Wutong is trying to let Ditto know what to transform into faster, and the superpowers just obtained in the green grassland with the help of the unknown totem are a good choice. Superpowers can strengthen the abilities of Pokémon, and connect Pokémon with the trainer's consciousness, so that they can be commanded without speaking, making the efficiency of command transmission higher. So now Wutong is training tacit understanding with Ditto. Wutong is trying to instantly transmit the transformation target to Ditto's brain. Let Ditto get used to instant transformation, so that Ditto's combat advantages can be effectively exerted. However, Wutong found that the mental power consumed by connecting with the consciousness of Pokémon is much higher than expected. If he relies on consciousness to command the battle throughout the whole process, Wutong feels that he may not last more than 2 minutes. Damn, my battle time is not as long as Ultraman. What kind of monster is Nancy? Wutong said unhappily. So in order to prolong the battle time, Wutong can only find another way, and the battle command is still mainly based on language. Only when you want Ditto to transform, you can use will transmission, which can greatly prolong the battle time. And this way you can hide your superpowers, and in certain specific situations, you can completely trick your opponent. But this way of fighting is more of a test of the tacit understanding between Wutong and Ditto. Now Wutong and Ditto are training hard. So while training, they came to the battle square. It is called a square, but it covers a very large area. In the center of the square is a Pokémon Center, which is also the only building in the battle square. There are many battlefields in the entire battle square, evenly distributed in various places in the battle square, and there are green belts and statues dotted between the battlefields. There are no specific rules in the battle square, and all battlefields are free. It is completely a platform for Pokémon trainers to communicate and fight. Here you can challenge the Pokémon trainers you like anytime and anywhere, and most of the Pokémon trainers here will not refuse the challenges of others. It can be said that this is the battle paradise for Pokémon trainers. After putting away all his Pokémon, Wutong first went to the Pokémon Center to recover his Pokémon. After all, even if there were breaks in the middle, Wutong's Pokémon were still physically and mentally exhausted after training all the way. While waiting for his Pokémon to recover, Wutong looked around boredly. This Pokémon Center was the largest Pokémon Center he had ever seen. And there was not only one Miss Joy here, which was probably to ensure that the Pokémon of the trainers here could get treatment as soon as possible. The second floor of the Pokémon Center was a supermarket and a restaurant, and the third floor was a hotel, so that trainers who wanted to stay in the battle square for a few more days would have no worries. On the way to the Pokémon Center, Wutong also saw many Pokémon trainers fighting on both sides of the road. Everyone was very energetic and enjoyed the battle wholeheartedly. Wutong thought this was a really good place. What a good place, let's stay here for a few more days. So who should we choose as the first opponent? Wutong said as he began to look for his first target. After getting his Pokémon back, Wutong walked out of the Pokémon Center, put on sunglasses and smiled brightly. Experience packs, your nightmare is coming. Xiaozhi, who was lying on Wutong's shoulder, seemed to feel Wutong's mood and shouted excitedly. Walking to the battle square, Wutong looked for the lone Pokémon trainer. That girl over there seems to be a good match. Wutong quickly found the target and said, "Kana." Xiaozhi waved his little paw in response. Wutong walked directly to the hot girl with big golden waves, a navel-bearing camisole on the upper body, and super short jeans on the lower body without hesitation. "Hello, do you want to have a Pokémon battle with me?" Wutong said with a bright smile. "It's a cute little brother, yes, I just want to play with him," the mature big sister said, and gave Wutong a wink. Wutong raised his eyebrows. "Are you playing seriously?" The two came to an unoccupied battlefield. There was no referee, and the rules were all decided by the Pokémon trainers. "Let's just play a regular 3v3 match. You can freely change Pokémon. If one side's Pokémon loses all its combat capabilities first, it will be considered a failure," Wutong said. "No problem, go ahead, Zanwulang." The mature and mature the elder sister sent out her first Pokémon directly. It seems that she regarded Wutong as a newcomer and took the initiative to let him go. Flatty duck, please. Wutong also saw the thoughts of the mature elder sister in front of him, but he didn't care. Anyway, he had to train the second team. Gap. The faraway duck stood in front of Wutong with a super long onion. Little brother, your faraway duck looks very different, but my war dancer is very powerful. You have to be careful. War dancer, gather your energy. The mature elder sister commanded. Capo. War dancer clenched his hands to his waist, then took a deep breath and began to concentrate highly. Flatty duck, sword dance. Wutong was not in a hurry to attack, but let faraway duck start to add buffs first. Gap. Faraway duck lifted the onion with one wing and made a green onion. 4 small energy swords appeared beside faraway duck and began to rotate. Faraway duck's attack power increased significantly. Zanwulang, high speed rotation. The mature big sister had a strong desire to attack and directly commanded Zanwulang to start the attack. Capo. Zanwulang rolled forward, landed on the horn on his head, pushed the ground with both hands, and began to rotate at high speed, rushing towards the onion duck like a spinning top. Onion duck, defend a wave, see through. Wutong saw that the opponent's desire to attack was so fierce and planned to defend first. Gap, let go, I understand. Onion duck rushed towards Zanwulang carrying the onion. At the moment of colliding with Zanwulang, onion duck jumped high, and then the onion stabbed down, directly stabbing the center of Zanwulang's rotation. Zanwulang's high-speed movement was instantly interrupted. It is worthy of being his own duck. The use of see-through is always so magical, Wutong thought in his heart. Onion duck, dance wildly. Wutong immediately let onion duck pursue the victory. Gap. Onion duck held the onion with its 2 wings, and the black and red light covered the onion. Then onion duck began to wave the onion wildly and beat Zanwulang. Zanwulang, double return. The mature elder sister did not panic when her Zanwulang was attacked and commanded Zanwulang to start counter-attack. Capo. A rainbow light appeared on Zanwulang's body and he endured the attack of onion duck. When onion duck's attack slowed down, Zanwulang began to counter-attack and the rainbow light condensed on his feet and he kicked onion duck with a roundhouse kick. Gap. Onion duck blocked the onion in front of him, resisting Zanwulang's counter-attack, but the powerful force of double return still kicked onion duck away. Onion duck, a flash of lightning, sneak attack the vital point. Wutong commanded. Gap. Onion duck regained its balance, and white light appeared on its body, holding the onion upside down, and rushing towards Zanwulang. The onion duck did not directly collide with Zanwulang, but passed by Zanwulang, and chopped Zanwulang's abdomen with the onion. After arriving behind Zanwulang, the black mist wrapped around the onion, and the onion duck twisted its body, and stabbed Zanwulang's anus with a backhanded onion. Zanwulang's face quickly turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then he rushed out with a scream. In fact, this cannot be blamed on the onion duck. Normally, the onion duck's backhanded onion should have hit the back of the head. But everyone knows Zanwulang's habits. It likes to stand upside down. Zanwulang. Seeing her Zanwulang being hurt so much, the mature big sister couldn't help but exclaimed. Onion duck, keep going, slash continuously. Wutong didn't care about Zanwulang's state at all, and continued to let the onion duck attack. Gap. The onion duck instantly turned into a swordsman, and the onion kept slashing at Zanwulang like a knife. Zanwulang, who was attacked continuously, couldn't stand it after all, and lost his ability to fight. In fact, Zanwulang's physical strength is not outstanding, but the skill attributes of Farfetch'd are all the attributes of Zanwulang's resistance, so he has been able to hold on for so long. Seeing Zanwulang's eyes turn into circles, Farfetch'd put Farfetch'd back on his shoulders and looked at the mature big sister provocatively. Oh, that guy looks very strong. Infinape, let's challenge him in a while. A boy wearing a half yellow and half black baseball cap said to Infinape beside him. Baka. Infinape responded with a roar, and a fierce fire burst out from its back. Chapter 202. The old man was very angry. Seeing that her war dancer had lost his ability to fight, the mature sister knew that she was wrong. The little brother in front of her was not a rookie trainer at all. It seems that I was wrong. Come back, war dancer. Please, Gala Gala. The mature sister sent out her second Pokémon. Gala. Waving the bone stick, Gala Gala, whose head had been fused with the bone helmet, appeared in front of the mature sister. Wutong looked at the onion duck, which was in good condition, and was not going to change the Pokémon. Onion duck, sword dance. Wutong was not polite and directly began to command Onion duck to ab status. Onion duck entered the sword dance state again, and the attack was improved again. Gera, glare, bone boomerang. The mature sister commanded. PS. After reading this, no one should ask why the ground type can't cause damage to the flying type, so why use ground type skills? It's tiring to explain every time. Gera. Gera glared at the onion duck with a fierce look. Gah. Onion duck was not afraid at all. It was a duck full of courage. Although it was not afraid, onion duck's defense was still reduced a little, and Gera immediately threw the bone stick in its hand. Onion duck, lightning. Wutong commanded. Gah. Onion duck heard the command, and brought a white light, to avoid the flying bone boomerang, and rushed towards Gera. Gera, headbutt. The mature sister shouted. Gera. Although Gera had no bones in his hand, he still hit Onion duck with his head without fear. Onion duck's onion chopped towards Gula Gala, but Gula Gala blocked it with its head. At this time, the bone boomerang spun back, and hit Onion duck's back. Onion duck, substitute. Wutong shouted hurriedly. Onion duck's body twisted, and a new onion duck separated to block the attack of the bone boomerang. Onion duck immediately distanced itself from Gala Gala, and the substitute onion duck who blocked the knife was twisted and deformed by the bone boomerang. Onion duck had no intention of wasting it, and used its spare wings, to grab the substitute onion duck. The substitute onion duck's body twisted and stretched into a duck knife. Onion duck. Two sword style appears. Continuous slash. Wutong commanded when the time was right. Onion duck moved forward again, swinging the two swords alternately, and hitting Gala Gala. Because of the effect of continuous slash, Onion duck's slashes were heavier than the other, and Gala Gala was directly chopped, and lost its combat ability. Gap, the onion duck called out, and then gasped heavily. After 2 consecutive battles, coupled with the double return of War Dancer and the stamina consuming stand, Onion duck's stamina was running low. However, it looked like Onion duck didn't want to go back to rest, and wanted to continue fighting. Gap, how can you make your meat better without breaking the limit? Onion duck called out, pointing the onion in his hand at the mature big sister. Wutong had a blank expression on his face. This child was hopeless. Little brother, your onion duck is really strong. It's so strong that I can't believe it's an onion duck. But it's too embarrassing to be killed 3 by 1, so don't blame me. Go, Haunter. The mature big sister said, after taking back the Gala. Here Haunter with a smirk appeared in front of the mature big sister. Haunter, hypnosis. The mature big sister commanded directly. Haunter's eyes glowed, and invisible waves enveloped Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd felt sleepy instantly, then staggered to the ground and fell asleep. Switch to your next Pokémon. Your Farfetch'd can't fight. The mature sister said to Wutong. Wutong's face was complicated after hearing the mature sister's words. Dream talk. Wutong said. Quack quack. Farfetch'd with its eyes closed suddenly stood up, bringing a white light and hitting Haunter. Because Farfetch'd's courageous characteristics, even a flash of ordinary lightning can cause damage to Haunter, and Haunter was directly knocked out. What? Dream talk. The mature sister looked unbelievable. I'm a professional in anti-hypnosis. Farfetch'd, continue to dream. Wutong commanded. Gap. The onion duck was asleep, so it didn't hold the onion in its hands. With its wings free, the onion duck flew straight to the sky. Then it flew up, and then an orange-yellow light appeared on its body, and it swooped down from the air towards Haunter. Haunter, who had not yet recovered, was hit head-on by Farfetch'd's Divine Bird Slam, and lost his ability to fight. Sorry, I won this battle. Wutong said. Really, I didn't expect you to be so strong, little brother. The mature sister took back Haunter and said helplessly. After talking to the mature sister for a few words, Wutong's mobile phone number was taken away. The mature sister said that she would have a chance to fight him in the future. Just as Wutong continued to look for the next opponent, a boy stopped Wutong. I saw your battle just now. Do you want to have a Pokémon battle with me? Said the boy who wore a yellow and black baseball cap backwards. Seeing the appearance of this boy, Wutong raised his eyebrows. The guy in front of him looked a little familiar. This outfit was a bit like the protagonist of Gold and Silver, Ajin. My name is Wutong, from Tokiwa City in the Kanto region. Wutong said. My name is Kenta, from Wakaba Town. Kenta replied. After hearing this name, Wutong was more and more sure that he knew this person, but why was the influence so weak? It's okay if the rules are 1v1, right? Wutong simply stopped thinking about it. There was no reason to refuse a battle that came to his door. 1v1, no problem. But you must send out your strongest Pokémon. Kenta agreed immediately. Swampert, go. Wutong thought for a moment and sent out Swampert. Since he was someone he had influence over, it should be okay to send out the main force, right? A Pokémon I haven't seen before. My trump card is it. Go. Infernape. Kenta threw out the Pokéball and shouted. Baka. As soon as Infernape appeared, a raging flame burst out from its back, and it looked at the opposite Swampert with a fighting spirit. Swampert, compete with it in strength. Ram. Wutong looked at the opposite Infernape and decided to test it first. As for why he didn't use water skills, that's because if the opponent is just to show off, then there will be no fun, right? Infernape. Flame Wheel. Kenta was not willing to be outdone and ordered Infernape to go head on. Lag. Swampert kicked the ground with all four limbs and crashed into Infernape. Baka. Infernape rolled with flames all over his body and crashed into Swampert. Swampert and Infernape collided, and sparks flew instantly, but Swampert was definitely stronger in terms of strength. Infernape was directly knocked back but soon stabilized his body, and Swampert also took 2 steps back. Not bad. Swampert, water flow break. Seeing that Infernape was not at a great disadvantage in the head-on collision, Wutong knew that this was a good opponent. Swampert heard the command, clenched his fists, and the water flow wrapped around his fists and forearms to form the shape of armor. Then Swampert rushed towards Infernape, and now it was time for melee. Infernape. Spray fire. Kenta shouted. Baka. Flames blazed from the back of Infernape, and a thick column of fire sprayed towards Swampert. Kenta and Infernape had no intention of dodging, and only wanted to win head-on. Swampert waved his arms to block Infernape's fire while approaching Infernape. Facing the approaching Swampert, Infernape continued to increase its firepower. What a fighting style, but it's not shameful to dodge in battle. Swampert, water stream break, arm hammer. Wutong commanded when he saw that Swampert was almost at the distance. No matter how you dodge or escape, you can't defeat the opponent. We've been rushing over all the time. Infernape, solar beam. Kenta clenched his fists and shouted. Rag. A faint white light shone from the water armor on Swampert's arms and hit Infernape. Baka. A white ball of light appeared in the mouth of Infernape, and today's weather happened to be a sunny day with plenty of sunshine. The white ball of light immediately burst into a white beam of light and shot towards Swampert. The sunlight beam covered Swampert's whole body, and Swampert's fist also hit Infernape's face. As the light of the sunlight beam faded, Infernape shook and fell to the ground. Swampert also dropped his arms, and there were charred marks on his body. He stood there gasping for breath. Thank you for your hard work, Swampert. Wutong said and took back Swampert. I lost. You are a very strong opponent. Thank you for your hard work, Infernape. Seeing Infernape losing its ability to fight, Kenta accepted his defeat. Your Infernape is also very powerful. This is a great battle. Wutong said in a commercial mutual praise mode. The status of the 2 ace cards became very bad, so they returned to the Pokémon Center together to recover their respective health of the ace. After this battle, Wutong became more and more certain that Kenta was definitely someone he knew, but he didn't have a deep impression of him and didn't leave enough memory. While waiting, the two began to chat. Although Kenta, as an excellent Pokémon trainer, had a different style from Wutong, they still got along well. After the two retrieved their Pokémon, they started their battle journey again. The two swept the entire battle square like a demon king. It must be said that it is worthy of being a battle square. The Pokémon trainers here are generally of high quality. After all, if they don't like Pokémon battles, or are too weak, they won't come here. During this process, Kenta was surprised to find that Wutong actually brought more than 6 Pokémon. After all, Wutong wanted to train his second team, but occasionally when he encountered 1 or 2 excellent opponents, Wutong would also let Swampert and the others come out to move around. After all, the feeling of fighting cannot be forgotten. Soon, all the Pokémon trainers in the southeast area of the entire battle square were beaten by the two, and Wutong and Kenta became the target of discussion among the trainers in the battle square after dinner. Don't think they are slow. You should know that the entire battle square is very large, and there are many Pokémon trainers who come here to practice battle. It is already very good that the two can dominate a quarter of the area in less than a day. After there were no trainers who could challenge in the entire southeast area, Wutong and Kenta began to discuss whether it would be better to rest today or go to other areas to continue fighting. Are you to the sunglasses devil and the hot-tempered reckless man in the southeast area? Come and fight with me. A young man walked up to Wutong and Kenta and said, "Sunglasses devil?" Wutong said with a question mark on his face. Hot-tempered reckless man. Kenta also looked very surprised. Wutong was a little speechless. What kind of weird nicknames are these? Why is he a devil? But it should be better than a reckless man. Wutong and Kenta looked at each other. You come and I come? Kenta asked. Let me do it. Since you call me a devil, I have to do something that only devils do. Wutong said with a nuclear good smile. Then I will be the referee. Kenta took the initiative to say, it's getting late, so let's do 1v1. It's better to send out your strongest Pokémon. Wutong said. As expected of the sunglasses devil, you are very confident, but anyone who says so will lose immediately. Go, flying leg man. The boy said confidently. Crow leader, come out and exercise. Wutong didn't care and released his Pokémon. Originally, Wutong thought it would be best to use the Dream Demon, which would definitely leave a deep impression on this child. But the Dream Demon doesn't like fighting after all, so it's better to let the Crow leader come out to disgust people. Crow leader, quality combo. Wutong commanded. Gap. The Crow leader yelled, bluffing, provoking, flattering, and making trouble one after another. Feature Lang's eyes turned blood red in an instant, and the only thing in his mind was to press the pink-haired crow in front of him to the ground and beat him up. Feature Lang, calm down. 2 consecutive kicks. The boy hurriedly commanded. Feature Lang heard the command and kicked out on the spot, and the spring-like leg instantly kicked towards the Crow leader. Lift off. Wutong said calmly. The Crow leader immediately flew high into the sky to avoid Feature Lang's attack. Self-suggestion, punishment. Wutong continued to command. Gap. The Crow leader's double attack increased significantly, and then his wings flashed, and several feathers emitting dark purple light shot towards Feature Lang. Feature Lang was knocked to the ground by the feathers. The last blow, the divine bird hits. Wutong commanded. Gap. The crow head was already high enough at this time, and an orange-yellow light appeared on his body and he dived and hit Feature Lang. Feature Lang, who was still in a state of rage and confusion, didn't know how to dodge, and was hit directly by the crow head. With the superposition of various effects, the explosive damage of the crowhead's divine bird attack directly hit Feature Lang and made him lose his combat ability. Feature Lang lost his combat ability, and the winner is Wutong. Seeing Feature Lang lost his combat ability, Kenta immediately announced the result. I lost. You are so awesome. I'm Shinji from Kashado City, Silver Rock Island. Let's exchange contact information. I will challenge you again next time. The boy who called himself Shinji said. No problem, huh? You are also called Shinji. Wutong just agreed and found something wrong, looking at him in confusion. Towards the young man. P.S. This Shinji is not made up by Benkue himself, but appears in the movie. He appears much earlier than Shinji in Sinnoh, but this movie is not based on Xiaozhi as the protagonist, but a character created, based on the image of the protagonist of Jin'in, Ajin. That is, a movie with Kenta as the protagonist. It is a not so famous movie, and some readers may not know it at all, so I will explain it here. However, the 3 protagonists who appear in this movie are also related to the main story. They are characters in the same time and space and timeline, so Benkue also counted this movie into the plot. However, this movie will not be too long. After all, the original video is only a little over an hour long, and there is not much plot to write. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203. After saying goodbye to Shinji from the Johto region, Wutong and Kenta handed the Pokémon to Miss Joy for recovery. The two hungry people came to the restaurant on the second floor for dinner. By the way, Wutong, you seemed surprised when you heard that person called Shinji just now. Who is Shinji? A very famous trainer? Kenta asked Wutong curiously while eating. Oh, Shinji is not a celebrity, just an ordinary friend of mine. Let me tell you, that guy has a bad face and a sharp tongue, but he is actually a dead tsundere. He can't express his feelings at all. He is obviously a good person, but always looks like a villain. Wutong instantly turned into a gossiper and started to say bad things about Shinji. Oh, is that so? What else? A calm questioning voice came. And Wutong continued to speak before he could react. Kenta, who was opposite him, looked at Wutong's back with horror. At this time, Wutong finally found that something seemed wrong. Obviously, Kenta was sitting opposite him. Why did the question just now come from behind? And Wutong felt as if there was an invisible pressure coming from behind him. Wutong's forehead instantly oozed cold sweat and turned his head stiffly. I saw a familiar dark purple hair and cold eyes. It was Wutong's ordinary friend comrade Shinji. Hey, my best friend, long time no see. Wutong raised his hand stiffly and said hello. Please ask, what should I do if I'm caught saying bad things about my best friend behind his back? Waiting online, urgent. Yes, long time no see, best friend. Shinji said, but he didn't know if it was Wutong's illusion. He felt that the pronunciation of the word best friend was particularly heavy. Why are you here? Wutong asked, trying to change the subject. I was just about to go to Manjin City. Lacey asked me to go to Manjin City to see the origin of Moo Moo Milk, and there is a gym there. Who is this? Shinji sat down next to Wutong and replied. He is Kenta, a very powerful Pokémon trainer. Moo Moo Milk is really good. I just bought a batch, so I'll give you a box. Wutong said after introducing. I'm Kenta from Wakaba Town. Hello. Obviously Kenta was also frightened by Shinji's expression just now, and said politely. I'm Shinji, from the Sinnoh region. How much did you buy? Shinji asked when he saw Wutong take out a box of Moo Moo Milk from somewhere. Not much, just 3 digits. Wutong said indifferently. Shinji sighed as if he was used to it, then flipped through his backpack and took out a long curly thing that looked like a tentacle. This thing is for you, you should be able to use it. Shinji handed the curly tentacle to Wutong and said, what is this? Wutong asked after taking the curved tentacle. After getting it in hand, it was not as smooth as imagined, but more like some hair. The curly hair on the top of the head of the Frog King. That Frog King is very strong. Shinji replied calmly. Huh? The curly hair on the top of the head of the Frog King? Wutong looked strange. What was going on? Was Shinji going to the monster hunter route? How could he still kill monsters and collect materials? However, Wutong also knew why Shinji gave it to him. After all, Shinji had seen Ditto and knew Ditto's special abilities. It should have been obtained by chance and left for Wutong. For Pokémon like Frog, the status is based on the length and curliness of the curly hair on the top of the head. The longer the curly hair on the top of the head, the more beautiful the curly hair, the higher the status. According to Shinji, the owner of this curly hair is very strong, which means that it should not be easy for Shinji to get this curly hair. Then I will accept it. In this way, my rainy day team is half completed. Wutong said without hesitation. With the ability of Frog to transform, Ditto can instantly become one of the cores of Wutong's rainy day team. With Swampert and Squirtle, which has not yet grown up, the rainy day team is already half completed. Just as Wutong and others were talking, a brown-gray helicopter with an armark landed on a mountain near the battle square. As the plane landed, the mountain wall shook and then split apart, revealing a landing pad. After the helicopter landed on the landing pad, it was taken into the mountain. In the secret base of the rocket team inside the mountain, a Rayman with a mushroom head and round glasses, who looked like a villain, was waiting with two men. As the helipad slowly descended, two people walked out of the helicopter. One of them had golden hair and the other silver hair, and they both had a Shamet-like hairstyle. They could play the roles of Jinjio and Yunjio in Journey to the West without Macup. Are you two responsible for this? The mushroom-headed man asked calmly with his hands behind his back. I'm Bashu from the Special Operations Department, and this is Puzen. The silver-haired man said. Where is the equipment prepared by Dr. Sinnoh for us? Asked Puzen, the blonde man. It's ready, and we can start right away. Dr. Sinnoh said. After that, Dr. Sinnoh took the two to the laboratory. Standing in front of the isolation window, looking at a strange device with purple crystal as the main core in the center of the empty research room. Is that it? Bashu asked with his hands folded in front of him. The updated version of the crystal area system. We call it the crystal system for short. Then, please see how powerful it is. Let's start. Dr. Sinnoh said. As soon as Dr. Sinnoh finished speaking, the researchers in front of the computer behind him immediately started working. Switch the standby power supply to the main power supply. Release the crystal system safety lock. Start charging. Crystal system protection is turned on. After a series of operations, the crystal system device began to operate, and the lavender protective shield wrapped around the device. Okay, prepare to launch artificial lightning. Dr. Sinnoh continued to command. After Dr. Sinnoh finished speaking, many cylinders extended from the wall near the crystal system device. Artificial lightning is ready. Fire. Dr. Sinnoh said. A strong current was generated and shot in all directions of the laboratory. However, when the current flew to half, it seemed to be guided by something, and all turned a corner and shot towards the crystal system device. Countless strong currents converged on the crystal system device, but the crystal system device was intact, and the lavender energy shield became larger and larger as the current flowed in. A burst of strong light dissipated, and the current in the laboratory disappeared. The crystal system device was not damaged at all, and the energy shield expanded more than 10 times. Seeing the situation in front of him, Puzen was surprised. The crystal system can absorb all electrical attacks within a certain range and turn them into its own energy. Dr. Sinnoh explained calmly. As Dr. Sinnoh's voice fell, the ground in the lavender energy shield changed again, and a circle of steel cylinders stretched out, and strong lightning hit the energy shield from the inside. However, the lavender energy shield not only had no reaction, but also bounced the current back. The crystal system will bounce back the electrical attacks in the area, and at the same time, amplify the energy to create a crystal area, completely destroying the targets in the crystal area. Dr. Sinnoh continued. So that's it, Puzen said with his hands on his waist and an evil smile on his face. No matter what kind of Pokémon it is, it will be vulnerable in front of this crystal system. Bashu said calmly. Very good. The next step is our work. Puzen said after moving his body. Returning to the Pokémon Center, the group of people who had finished lunch came to the lounge on the first floor of the Pokémon Center. In the lounge, there are not only places for trainers to rest, but also pools, sandy areas and other places suitable for Pokémon to relax. Wutong and Kenta have already taken their Pokémon back. Kenta directly called out Infernape in the lounge and started brushing its fur. Wutong looked at the size of the rest area and decided not to release all his Pokémon, so Wutong only released Xiaobe and the three little ones to let them play. After all, Wutong's other Pokémon are already mentally mature, only Xiaobe and the three little ones are still young. The three little ones were playing with each other, and Xiaobe was lying in Wutong's arms watching the three little ones play. White Charmander? Your luck is still as good as ever, Shinji said after seeing the Charmander in Wutong's arms. Kana? Xiaobe felt someone was looking at him. When he looked up and saw Shinji's gloomy face, he was so scared that he leaned into Wutong's arms. It's okay. He's not a bad guy, he just looks a little fierce. My dear friend, you have to smile. If you keep doing this, it will scare the children. Wutong rubbed Xiaobe's head and said to Shinji. After seeing Xiaobe's reaction and hearing Wutong's words, Shinji couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Sure enough, this guy was as annoying as ever. Come out, Ibrahimovic. Shinji didn't bother to pay attention to Wutong. After thinking for a moment, he called out a Pokémon. Booey, a Pokémon that looked very young and like a little fox appeared at Shinji's feet. The newly released Eevee cried out in a baby voice and then fell on Shinji. Shinji skillfully caught Eevee and held him in his arms, but Shinji's expression remained cold throughout the whole process. Huh. Eevee. Could this be hatched from the Pokémon egg that Professor Sora gave you? It looks very clingy to you. Wutong said in surprise, looking at the Eevee in Shinji's arms. Judging from the shape of the white edge on Eevee's tail, this should be a female Eevee. Although Shinji has always had a cold expression, judging from his skillful actions of catching Eevee and holding it in his arms, he should have been trained well by Eevee. A cold-faced dad is also quite attractive, isn't it? Yes, it was hatched from the egg of Professor Soraji, but this Eevee. Shinji frowned and looked at the Eevee in his arms with a tangled look. What do you mean? Wutong asked curiously when he saw Shinji's expression. This Eevee is a little too clingy. Although it is very obedient, it seems that it is not afraid of me. This is not conducive to training, Shinji said, and it seems that he is very conscious of his scary expression. You are thinking too early now. Your Eevee should have been born not long ago, right? Young Pokémon cannot be trained with high intensity. At most, let it do some simple physical exercises. And training can't just rely on your cold face, right? Wutong said helplessly. But he is more curious about how this Eevee is obedient and how it is not afraid of Shinji. How about this? You show it to me. I'm a Pokémon breeder after all. Let's see what the situation is. Wutong continued. Really? But your expression tells me that you just want to watch the show. Shinji looked at Wutong and said, illusion. It's all an illusion. Okay, let's start. Wutong quickly denied. Ibrahimovic, get ready for training. 30 sets of repeated horizontal jumps. Binkui has never practiced this. It should be one set of jumps on each side, right? Shinji still gave in and said to the Ibrahimovic in his arms. Buai Ibrahimovic screamed and jumped to the ground and then started to jump repeatedly and horizontally flexibly. 30 sets of repeated horizontal jumps are not many and they were done quickly. After doing the repeated horizontal jumps, Ibrahimovic immediately threw himself into Shinji's arms again. Shinji caught Ibrahimovic very skillfully. Then Ibrahimovic kept rubbing against Shinji's arms and then turned over to expose his belly and asked Shinji to touch it. No, be honest, Shinji said coldly when he saw Ibrahimovic's appearance. Hearing what Shinji said, Ibrahimovic looked at Shinji with a tearful expression and his little paws touched Shinji's chest from time to time. Shinji looked at Ibrahimovic with a cold face, but soon Shinji turned his head away and began to rub Ibrahimovic's belly with one hand. Ibrahimovic immediately cried happily and rubbed his head against Shinji, but Shinji just rubbed it perfunctorily twice and stopped. It seems that he is still not used to doing this kind of thing. Ibrahimovic didn't mind and climbed directly onto Shinji's shoulder and licked Shinji's cheek, then lay on Shinji's shoulder and pressed his head against Shinji's. What kind of beauty is this? The peerless Taji. This is too coquettish, and Shinji, it's obvious that you can't control yourself. Wutong couldn't help but say. After hearing what Wutong said, Shinji couldn't refute it for a while, and the cold face he had been maintaining was a little bit unsustainable. Kenta and Infinite were watching the show. They didn't expect that Shinji, who had always been aloof, would have such a side. They all had expressions of eating melon. At this time, the sound of someone making a video call saved Shinji. The familiar voice instantly attracted Kenta. Seeing Kenta's appearance, Wutong asked, "What's wrong? Did you meet someone you know? It should be. I'll go and take a look." Kenta ran over after saying that. Wutong looked over curiously and saw a girl with blue hair and a strange hairstyle using a video call. "Ah, I remember it," Wutong said as he tapped his palms when he saw the girl. At this time, Wutong finally remembered why he felt impressed by Kenta, because he was the protagonist of the movie version, Reikao, The Legend of Thunder. However, this movie version did not have Xiaozhi, and it was also very unpopular, so Wutong only watched it once and never watched it again, so he didn't have a deep impression. Shinji on the side was relieved to see Wutong divert his attention. Then he hugged Ibrahimovic from his shoulders again. Chapter 204. The story is about the past, but the present is not the same. the protagonist of the movie version of Thunder God, Legend of Thunder is designed based on the characters in Gold and Silver, but I don't know why. Obviously, Kenta, who is based on Jin, and Marina, who is based on Chris, both appear as protagonists and have active performances. However, Jin, who is the second male lead, can only show up in the op, and a narcissistic boy Junichi with a strange hairstyle appears, and he also claims to be Marina's boyfriend. The point is that in the performance of the plot, Kenta obviously likes Marina, and Marina seems to be interested in Kenta. Junichi is a pure narcissistic dog-licking performance, which makes people have to doubt the mental state of the director and the script when making this movie. Maybe Junichi's only role is to prove that the time and space of this movie is the same as Xiaoxi and others. After all, Junichi was Xiaoxi's opponent in the Silver Conference. P.S. Here I would like to mention that Marina also appeared in the subsequent main plot in the movie. At that time, Marina was already a top coordination trainer, but Kenta seemed to show up as a spectator watching the game between Adu and Kaluni during the journey. Just when Wutong kept complaining in his heart, Kenta had finished chatting with Marina. Kenta waved at Wutong and Shinji, as if calling them over. Wutong took back the three little ones and let Xiaobai lie on his shoulders and walked over. Shinji did not take back Eevee either, but put Eevee on his shoulders and followed. Is this your new friend, Kenta? Hello, my name is Marina, and my goal is to become a star trainer, and Mr. Adu's love. Marina took the initiative to greet Wutong and Shinji. Oh, what an interesting goal. I'm Wutong from Viridian City. My goal is to become the best Pokémon trainer in the universe. This is my best friend, Shinji from Sinnoh. His goal is to become the second best Pokémon trainer in the universe. Wutong responded. Hey, it seems that you have a strong competitor, Wutong thought secretly in his heart. At this time, the girl who was sitting on the strange power with flowers on her head sneezed. The latter words are redundant. Shinji said coldly. You look really serious. If you are not in a hurry, let's drink something together, Marina said without fear of Shinji's gloomy face. The four of them found an empty seat, and everyone drank their favorite drinks. Marina's dream monster and Kenta's infant were eating food. Xiaobai in Wutong's arms was drinking milk from a bottle. Wutong looked at the Eevee on Shinji's shoulder and handed him a bottle of moo moo milk. Shinji didn't refuse and took the moo moo milk and gave it to Eevee to solve it himself. The four of them started chatting, although Marina was the one who was talking. Kenta didn't know what to say to the girl he liked. Shinji was too lazy to talk to someone he didn't know well, and Wutong was trying to recall the plot of this movie. Wutong remembered that it was Team Rocket who was making trouble again, and the goal was to capture a cow. The people sent by Team Rocket were all new and unknown characters, and Sakaki didn't show up at all, and there wasn't even a video call. However, the device used by Team Rocket was still very good. If Xiaoming studied it, he might get some interesting results. I say, Kenta definitely likes Marina, right? Looking at the state of the two people in front of him, Wutong leaned close to Shinji's ear and whispered, "Don't mind your own business." Shinji took a sip of tea, glanced at Wutong, and replied in a low voice, "Don't worry, I'm a show watcher." Wutong said indifferently, "Really, Kenta, I'm the only one talking all the time." Marina put down the drink in her hand and said to Kenta unhappily, "No, no." Kenta blushed and said after hearing Marina's words, "Absolutely. Could it be? Are you nervous?" Marina said with a magical expression. "Of course not." Kenta immediately turned his head to the side and retorted, "TSK TSK TSK, is this a hot-tempered and reckless man?" Wutong teased. What are you talking about?" Kenta said, whose mind was seen through. The fire beast, who was eating, also stood up and looked at Kenta. Several people looked at the fire beast curiously, not knowing what was wrong with it. Hehehehe, the fire beast stared at Kenta and then showed the same expression, strange expression. Asterisk. Infinape, what's that expression on your face? Kenta said indignantly. "You're really nervous." "So cute," Marina teased. Shinji on the side shook his head helplessly and continued to sip tea. Young people nowadays. Kenta immediately blushed and refuted. The two chatted and decided to have a battle. Sure enough, in this world, Pokémon battles are the best way to communicate. Wutong took the initiative to offer to be the referee, based on the principle of watching a show, so why waste it, and then pulled Shinji to follow. Find an empty battlefield. Marina and Kenta stand on both sides. Then the rule is 2v2 singles, and the one side loses if both Pokémon cannot fight. Wutong proposed the battle rules. No problem, Kenta said confidently with the Pokéball in his hand. Then, let's start. Marina also said that there was no problem. The Pokémon battle between Kenta and Marina begins now, Wutong said as the referee. Now comes the super cute Pokémon star trainer, Marina. Ready, go. Marina took out the Pokéball and said while posing. Seeing Marina's action, Kenta was startled, and then his face turned red again. Puzzle. The Pokéball opened, and a Jigglypuff appeared on the field. The spinning Jigglypuff is on the stage. Is it decided? Marina and Jigglypuff made a 1800-degree rotation in sync and posed. PS. Ice Cube counted 0.5 times the speed. 5 circles. Very rigorous. Looking at Marina's performance, Shinji had a cold expression. He had no interest in this fancy performance. Wutong watched with relish. As expected of the future top coordination trainer, he was really good at playing awkwardly. What is that? Are you playing? Kenta asked incomprehensibly. You really don't understand. It's very important to make it look like a real competition, Marina said with her hands on her waist after hearing Kenta's words. Okay, then, let's fight it out seriously. Marina, go. Beedrill. Kenta obviously didn't understand yet. Kenta threw the Pokéball and a Beedrill appeared in front of him. The battle between the two began, but Kenta was the protagonist after all, although he was the protagonist of an unpopular movie version, so his combat power was guaranteed. He commanded Beedrill to suppress Jigglypuff. There's no need to watch this kind of battle. That girl named Marina made too many unnecessary movements, Shinji said to Wutong. Indeed, but Marina should be preparing to be a coordination trainer. You should know that, after all, the gorgeous competition in the Sinnoh region is still very famous, and coordination trainers have just started in the Kanto and Johto regions, so Kenta looks like he doesn't know. Wutong said. If we look at it from the perspective of a coordinated trainer, Marina should be considered very talented. After all, she can perform such an embarrassing performance without any scruples, Shinji said with his usual sharp tongue. It will be hard to find a girlfriend if you talk like this, my dear friend, although I also feel embarrassed. Wutong shrugged and replied. On the battlefield, Marina took back the Jigglypuff who had lost his ability to fight. I'm going to send out my strongest Pokémon. Marina took out a Pokéball and said. Wait a minute. Stop dancing, he said immediately when he saw Marina was going to change Pokémon. Why? Marina asked in confusion. I'm embarrassed to see it, Kenta said embarrassedly. Wutong, who was standing aside, shook his head after hearing what Kenta said. He was really young, and Shinji closed his eyes helplessly. Then I'll dance a different dance, Marina said, still full of energy. Marina sent out her second Pokémon, the Johto region's water-type starter, Crocodile. The ever-young Crocodile is here. Familiar formula, familiar taste, but with different movements. Marina and Crocodile performed a dance that was like a transformation. Alije. Crocodile called out in a very cooperative manner. Thank you, Beedrill, come back. It's my captain, go, Infernape. Although Beedrill was in good condition, Kenta still chose to change Pokémon. Backer. Infernape obviously recognized that the person on the other side was his playmate at the Sora Institute. At this time, a very obvious black cloud appeared in the sky, gradually covering the area where Wutong and the others were. This weather is not right. Wutong looked at the clouds covering the area, said the dark clouds. It looks like it's going to rain heavily. Shinji also looked up in the direction of the dark clouds and said, it doesn't matter, the battle can be over in just one round. Crocodile, water gun. Marina waved her hand and commanded. Alije. Blue Crocodile opened its mouth and shot out a stream of water. Go. Fire Beast. Kenta commanded. Backer. Fire Beast rushed directly towards Blue Crocodile with a water gun. Just as Fire Beast rushed to Blue Crocodile and prepared to attack, accompanied by a huge thunder, a thick lightning fell from the sky and struck not far from the battle square, stunning everyone present. Something happened. Wutong and Shinji looked at each other, and without saying anything, they ran directly to the place where the lightning fell. Everyone, are you alright? Kenta watched Wutong and Shinji run towards the direction where the lightning fell, and he came to Marina himself. The thunder just now scared Marina, who was sitting on the ground with a lingering fear. The thunder just now was too terrible. Marina complained. Thunder and lightning rolled above the dark clouds, and thunder spread all around. What on earth is that? Kenta couldn't help, but said as he looked at the dark clouds in the sky. What on earth is this kind of electricity? Marina also said in confusion. Wutong and Shinji ran to the place where the lightning fell. Let's go and see it, Kenta said after making sure Marina was fine. Well, let's catch up with them. Marina agreed, and the two immediately chased after them. At this time, the thunder and lightning rolled more violently in the dark clouds in the sky, and another lightning fell. This time the lightning was more amazing than the previous one, and it was faintly emitting red light. In a small ravine somewhere, the crystal system device was placed in the center of an open space. Not far away, next to the rocket team's robot, Bashu and Puzen were observing the operation of the crystal system. There are many electric Pokémon approaching, Puzen said, looking at the radar screen in front of him. What about that guy's reaction? Bashu asked. I haven't seen an electric reaction as strong as that guy. Is that guy really here? Puzen replied. That guy doesn't have a fixed activity location. According to the existing data, there is an 80% probability that he is hiding nearby, Bashu said. While the two were talking, a group of electric Pokémon gathered near the crystal system device from various locations in the forest. We at least know that the crystal system can attract electric Pokémon, so let's catch them quickly, Puzen said as he looked at more and more electric Pokémon. After that, Puzen drove the robot towards the electric Pokémon. The robot stretched out two mechanical arms to grab those electric Pokémon. Faced with a sudden attack, the electric Pokémon began to counterattack and all began to release lightning. However, these lightning bolts only flew a few centimeters and turned around and were attracted to the crystal system device. The electric Pokémon all looked confused. After the crystal system device absorbed a lot of electricity, the lavender energy shield expanded, and more powerful lightning was rebounded. A move of using the other's method to exchange for the other's body made the electric Pokémon present lose their combat ability. Ha, vulnerable, Puzen said arrogantly. It's Team Rocket. These bastards are making trouble again. Wutong came to the nearby cliff and looked at what was happening below and said, there is a problem with that device. I don't know if it will react to attacks of other attributes. Shinji frowned and said, after all, they are people who have experienced the explosion of Lugia. This small situation in front of them will not make the two retreat at all. We can't just leave it alone, but it may be troublesome to take care of it directly. Sure enough, we still have to disguise ourselves, Wutong said with a knock on his palm. Wait a minute, you don't want to? Shinji said with resistance, as if he had thought of something. Leave it to me with confidence. This kind of thing is actually quite exciting, after you get used to it. Wutong raised his thumb and said with white teeth. Without giving Shinji a chance to resist, Wutong forcibly grabbed Shinji's shoulders and took him to a hidden corner. Below, Puzen was still wantonly catching electric Pokémon. Ha 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 ha, this is great, just pretend, Puzen said with a wild laugh. Puzen, the game is over, get ready to catch that guy, Bashu said in a disappointing tone. I know, you are really serious, Bashu, Puzen said indifferently. In the direction of the battle square, Kenta and Marina, who had chased after them, also arrived. Because there was thunder and lightning all the time, Marina, who was a little afraid of thunder, slowed down the two's arrival. They actually use this method to capture Pokémon, Marina said angrily. These guys. Kenta also seemed very angry. That's it. Just as the two were about to rush up to stop them, a loud voice appeared. Who is it? Puzen shouted. Since you asked sincerely, the same voice continued. However, halfway through, it was interrupted by an equally loud snap. Two figures appeared out of nowhere and jumped in front of Puzen and Bashu. One of them had a cold face, and the other had a helpless look on his face, and was still touching the back of his head with one hand. Obviously, the sound just now was made by these two people. Chapter 205. After saying goodbye to Shinji from the Johto region, Wutong and Kenta handed the Pokémon to Miss Joy for recovery. The two hungry people came to the restaurant on the second floor for dinner. By the way, Wutong, you seemed surprised when you heard that person called Shinji just now. Who is Shinji? A very famous trainer? Kenta asked Wutong curiously while eating. Oh, Shinji is not a celebrity, just an ordinary friend of mine. Let me tell you, that guy has a bad face and a sharp tongue, but he is actually a dead tsundere. He can't express his feelings at all. He is obviously a good person, but always looks like a villain. Wutong instantly turned into a gossiper and started to say bad things about Shinji. Oh, is that so? What else? A calm questioning voice came. And Wutong continued to speak before he could react. Kenta, who was opposite him, looked at Wutong's back with horror. At this time, Wutong finally found that something seemed wrong. Obviously, Kenta was sitting opposite him. Why did the question just now come from behind? And Wutong felt as if there was an invisible pressure coming from behind him. Wutong's forehead instantly oozed cold sweat and turned his head stiffly. I saw a familiar dark purple hair and cold eyes. It was Wutong's ordinary friend comrade Shinji. Hey, my best friend, long time no see. Wutong raised his hand stiffly and said hello. Please ask, what should I do if I'm caught saying bad things about my best friend behind his back? Waiting online, urgent. Yes, long time no see, best friend. Shinji said, but he didn't know if it was Wutong's illusion. He felt that the pronunciation of the word best friend was particularly heavy. Why are you here? Wutong asked, trying to change the subject. I was just about to go to Manjin City. Lacey asked me to go to Manjin City to see the origin of Moo Moo Milk, and there is a gym there. Who is this? Shinji sat down next to Wutong and replied. He is Kenta, a very powerful Pokémon trainer. Moo Moo Milk is really good. I just bought a batch, so I'll give you a box. Wutong said after introducing. I'm Kenta from Wakaba Town. Hello. Obviously Kenta was also frightened by Shinji's expression just now, and said politely. I'm Shinji, from the Sinnoh region. How much did you buy? Shinji asked when he saw Wutong take out a box of Moo Moo Milk from somewhere. Not much, just 3 digits. Wutong said indifferently. Shinji sighed as if he was used to it, then flipped through his backpack and took out a long curly thing that looked like a tentacle. This thing is for you, you should be able to use it. Shinji handed the curly tentacle to Wutong and said. What is this? Wutong asked after taking the curved tentacle. After getting it in hand, it was not as smooth as imagined, but more like some hair. The curly hair on the top of the head of the Frog King. That Frog King is very strong. Shinji replied calmly. Huh? The curly hair on the top of the head of the Frog King? Wutong looked strange. What was going on? Was Shinji going to the monster hunter route? How could he still kill monsters and collect materials? However, Wutong also knew why Shinji gave it to him. After all, Shinji had seen Ditto and knew Ditto's special abilities. It should have been obtained by chance and left for Wutong. For Pokémon like Frog, the status is based on the length and curliness of the curly hair on the top of the head. The longer the curly hair on the top of the head, the more beautiful the curly hair, the higher the status. According to Shinji, the owner of this curly hair is very strong, which means that it should not be easy for Shinji to get this curly hair. Then I will accept it. In this way, my rainy day team is half completed. Wutong said without hesitation. With the ability of Frog to transform, Ditto can instantly become one of the cores of Wutong's rainy day team. With Swampert and Squirtle, which has not yet grown up, the rainy day team is already half completed. Just as Wutong and others were talking, a brown-grey helicopter with an armark landed on a mountain near the battle square. As the plane landed, the mountain wall shook and then split apart, revealing a landing pad. After the helicopter landed on the landing pad, it was taken into the mountain. In the secret base of the rocket team inside the mountain, a Rayman with a mushroom head and round glasses, who looked like a villain, was waiting with 2 men. As the helipad slowly descended, 2 people walked out of the helicopter. One of them had golden hair and the other silver hair, and they both had a Shamet-like hairstyle. They could play the roles of Jinjio and Yunjio in Journey to the West without Makup. Are you two responsible for this? The mushroom-headed man asked calmly with his hands behind his back. I'm Bashu from the Special Operations Department, and this is Puzen. The silver-haired man said. Where is the equipment prepared by Dr. Sinnoh for us? Asked Puzen, the blonde man. It's ready, and we can start right away. Dr. Sinnoh said. After that, Dr. Sinnoh took the two to the laboratory. Standing in front of the isolation window, looking at a strange device with purple crystal as the main core in the center of the empty research room. Is that it? Bashu asked with his hands folded in front of him. The updated version of the crystal area system. We call it the crystal system for short. Then, please see how powerful it is. Let's start. Dr. Sinnoh said. As soon as Dr. Sinnoh finished speaking, the researchers in front of the computer behind him immediately started working. Switch the standby power supply to the main power supply. Release the crystal system safety lock. Start charging. Crystal system protection is turned on. After a series of operations, the crystal system device began to operate, and the lavender protective shield wrapped around the device. Okay, prepare to launch artificial lightning. Dr. Sinnoh continued to command. After Dr. Sinnoh finished speaking, many cylinders extended from the wall near the crystal system device. Artificial lightning is ready. Fire. Dr. Sinnoh said. A strong current was generated and shot in all directions of the laboratory. However, when the current flew to half, it seemed to be guided by something, and all turned a corner and shot towards the crystal system device. Countless strong currents converged on the crystal system device, but the crystal system device was intact, and the lavender energy shield became larger and larger as the current flowed in. A burst of strong light dissipated, and the current in the laboratory disappeared. The crystal system device was not damaged at all, and the energy shield expanded more than 10 times. Seeing the situation in front of him, Puzen was surprised. The crystal system can absorb all electrical attacks within a certain range and turn them into its own energy. Dr. Sinnoh explained calmly. As Dr. Sinnoh's voice fell, the ground in the lavender energy shield changed again, and a circle of steel cylinders stretched out, and strong lightning hit the energy shield from the inside. However, the lavender energy shield not only had no reaction, but also bounced the current back. The crystal system will bounce back the electrical attacks in the area, and at the same time, amplify the energy to create a crystal area, completely destroying the targets in the crystal area. Dr. Sinnoh continued. So that's it, Puzen said with his hands on his waist and an evil smile on his face. No matter what kind of Pokémon it is, it will be vulnerable in front of this crystal system. Bashu said calmly. Very good, the next step is our work. Puzen said after moving his body. Returning to the Pokémon Center, the group of people who had finished lunch came to the lounge on the first floor of the Pokémon Center. In the lounge, there are not only places for trainers to rest, but also pools, sandy areas and other places suitable for Pokémon to relax. Wutong and Kenta have already taken their Pokémon back. Kenta directly called out Infernape in the lounge and started brushing its fur. Wutong looked at the size of the rest area and decided not to release all his Pokémon, so Wutong only released Xiaoxia and the three little ones to let them play. After all, Wutong's other Pokémon are already mentally mature, only Xiaoxia and the three little ones are still young. The three little ones were playing with each other, and Xiaoxia was lying in Wutong's arms watching the three little ones play. White Charmander? Your luck is still as good as ever, Shinji said after seeing the Charmander in Wutong's arms. Kana? Xiaoxia felt someone was looking at him. When he looked up and saw Shinji's gloomy face, he was so scared that he leaned into Wutong's arms. It's okay. He's not a bad guy, he just looks a little fierce. My dear friend, you have to smile. If you keep doing this, it will scare the children. Wutong rubbed Xiaoxia's head and said to Shinji. After seeing Xiaoxia's reaction and hearing Wutong's words, Shinji couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Sure enough, this guy was as annoying as ever. Come out, Ibrahimovic. Shinji didn't bother to pay attention to Wutong. After thinking for a moment, he called out a Pokémon. Booey, a Pokémon that looked very young and like a little fox appeared at Shinji's feet. The newly released Eevee cried out in a baby voice and then fell on Shinji. Shinji skillfully caught Eevee and held him in his arms, but Shinji's expression remained cold throughout the whole process. Eevee. Could this be hatched from the Pokémon egg that Professor Sora gave you? It looks very clingy to you. Wutong said in surprise, looking at the Eevee in Shinji's arms. Judging from the shape of the white edge on Eevee's tail, this should be a female Eevee. Although Shinji has always had a cold expression, judging from his skillful actions of catching Eevee and holding it in his arms, he should have been trained well by Eevee. A cold-faced dad is also quite attractive, isn't it? Yes, it was hatched from the egg of Professor Soraji, but this Eevee. Shinji frowned and looked at the Eevee in his arms with a tangled look. What do you mean? Wutong asked curiously when he saw Shinji's expression. This Eevee is a little too clingy. Although it is very obedient, it seems that it is not afraid of me. This is not conducive to training, Shinji said, and it seems that he is very conscious of his scary expression. You are thinking too early now. Your Eevee should have been born not long ago, right? Young Pokémon cannot be trained with high intensity. At most, let it do some simple physical exercises. And training can't just rely on your cold face, right? Wutong said helplessly. But he is more curious about how this Eevee is obedient and how it is not afraid of Shinji. How about this? You show it to me. I'm a Pokémon breeder after all. Let's see what the situation is. Wutong continued. Really? But your expression tells me that you just want to watch the show. Shinji looked at Wutong and said, illusion. It's all an illusion. Okay, let's start. Wutong quickly denied. Ibrahimovic, get ready for training. 30 sets of repeated horizontal jumps. Binkui has never practiced this. It should be one set of jumps on each side, right? Shinji still gave in and said to the Ibrahimovic in his arms. Buai Ibrahimovic screamed and jumped to the ground and then started to jump repeatedly and horizontally flexibly. 30 sets of repeated horizontal jumps are not many, and they were done quickly. After doing the repeated horizontal jumps, Ibrahimovic immediately threw himself into Shinji's arms again. Shinji caught Ibrahimovic very skillfully. Then Ibrahimovic kept rubbing against Shinji's arms, and then turned over to expose his belly, and asked Shinji to touch it. No, be honest, Shinji said coldly when he saw Ibrahimovic's appearance. Hearing what Shinji said, Ibrahimovic looked at Shinji with a tearful expression, and his little paws touched Shinji's chest from time to time. Shinji looked at Ibrahimovic with a cold face, but soon Shinji turned his head away and began to rub Ibrahimovic's belly with one hand. Ibrahimovic immediately cried happily and rubbed his head against Shinji, but Shinji just rubbed it perfunctorily twice and stopped. It seems that he is still not used to doing this kind of thing. Ibrahimovic didn't mind and climbed directly onto Shinji's shoulder and licked Shinji's cheek, then lay on Shinji's shoulder and pressed his head against Shinji's. What kind of beauty is this? The peerless Taji. This is too coquettish, and Shinji, it's obvious that you can't control yourself. Wutong couldn't help but say. After hearing what Wutong said, Shinji couldn't refute it for a while, and the cold face he had been maintaining was a little bit unsustainable. Kenta and Infinite were watching the show. They didn't expect that Shinji, who had always been aloof, would have such a side. They all had expressions of eating melon. At this time, the sound of someone making a video call saved Shinji. The familiar voice instantly attracted Kenta. Seeing Kenta's appearance, Wutong asked, "What's wrong? Did you meet someone you know? It should be. I'll go and take a look." Kenta ran over after saying that. Wutong looked over curiously and saw a girl with blue hair and a strange hairstyle using a video call. "Ah, I remember it," Wutong said as he tapped his palms when he saw the girl. At this time, Wutong finally remembered why he felt impressed by Kenta, because he was the protagonist of the movie version, Reikao, The Legend of Thunder. However, this movie version did not have Xiaozhi, and it was also very unpopular, so Wutong only watched it once and never watched it again, so he didn't have a deep impression. Shinji on the side was relieved to see Wutong divert his attention. Then he hugged Ibrahimovic from his shoulders again. Chapter 206. The enemy was in a state of panic, but the enemy was still alive. Inside the energy shield, Nidoking's attack did not work. The crystal system device could not only passively absorb lightning and rebound it, but also actively consume the stored electricity to attack. Nidoking's jet of flame was directly blocked by the lightning emitted by the crystal system device. Help is coming, but when will the support arrive? Ditto, transform into a wind speed dog and spray flames. Wutong commanded. Ditto's body squirmed and turned into a yellow-haired wind speed dog, which was quite similar to Lei Gong when standing together. Ditto, who turned into a wind speed dog, sprayed a thick column of fire from his mouth and shot it at the crystal system device. Although the crystal system can release powerful lightning, the electricity it stores is not unlimited. Of course, the premise is that there is no stupid teammate to replenish its energy. Ditto's jet flames were also blocked by the crystal system's lightning, and then lightning bolt hit the crystal system. Wutong looked at the thunder god who kept releasing lightning speechlessly. He wanted to join the rocket team and beat the stupid teammate to the ground. It's useless to keep doing this. We have to make thunder god stop. Shinji frowned and whispered. At this time, Pashu's mud and armored bird also rushed in and began to attack Wutong and Shinji. Wutong's crystal onyx and Shinji's windy dog were fighting them together. Outside the energy shield, Kenta was commanding Infinite to fight against Bashu's Steelix. After Ditto turned into Windy Dog, the task of protecting Wutong and Shinji fell on Nidoking. Even if Nidoking is a ground type, he will be injured if he is constantly attacked by lightning at the level of Reikau's full strength attack. After all, no immunity is absolute. If there is, it's just that the power has not exceeded the limit of tolerance. Everyone knows, just like the power of electric current is enough to penetrate rubber, immunity also has a limit. It's impossible that Mewtwo can't break Daluba's defense with a mental attack. After all, this is reality, not a game. So now we need to make that idiot Reikau stop pitting his teammates and be honest. Continue to attack that device. I'll try to stop Reikau, Wutong said. Shinji nodded and commanded his Pokémon to continue attacking the crystal system device. Okay, Big Cat, be honest, Wutong said with blue light in his eyes, connected to Reikau's will. As for why he didn't use the power of Evergreen, of course he was afraid of being discovered. You know, the power of Evergreen is only once every 10 years, and there are only a handful of people who have the power of Evergreen. But superpowers are different. As long as you have practiced, you dare to say that you have superpowers. After connecting with Lei Gong's will, Wutong felt a burst of irritability. I'm not a big cat. Wait, is it you? Lei Gong's voice appeared in Wutong's mind. Communicating with thoughts is a very magical thing. Unless it is a one-sided message, there is no way to disguise gender, at least with Wutong's ability. As for Nazi, she should not do such boring things. Lei Gong's words made Wutong confused. What do you mean by me? What's going on? You know me. Although I don't know what you mean, I'm not a bad person. I don't intend to hurt you, so don't discharge anymore. Wutong decided to solve the business first and said, when did you have the operation? And the effect is so good. However, Lei Gong's reply made Wutong's eyes twitch. Is this the style of the Phoenix Guard? In this way, I understand why Sukyun will become a water dog later. I'm fine, young master. I'm just disguising myself. No, that's not the point. You stupid cat, listen to me and stop discharging electricity. Wutong's angry voice reached Li Gong's mind. Li Gong shook his head, obviously shocked by Wutong's irritable voice. Okay, since it's you, I'll believe it once. Li Gong's voice came again, and sure enough, it didn't discharge electricity again. Did it stop? What did you say to it? Seeing that Li Gong stopped discharging electricity, Shinji asked Wutong. Don't ask, this big cat has a problem with his brain. Wutong said helplessly. Li Gong, do you have any skills that don't carry electricity? If you break that device, we will be free. Wutong said to Li Gong. I'm Li Gong. Actions are naturally accompanied by thunder and lightning. Li Gong replied. Speak nicely. Wutong said speechlessly. No. Li Gong replied with a strong sense of righteousness. Wutong covered his face, and it was outrageous. What's wrong with this thunder god? Then you can use your claws to scratch, and teeth to destroy the device. Wutong said helplessly. I don't know why. After hearing you say this, I don't want to do it. The irritable voice of Thunder God appeared in Wutong's mind. Fuck. Wutong couldn't help but say the national quintessence. Could his special physique even affect this? He didn't let it use skills. Or was this Thunder God too rebellious? Forget it. Forget it. You be honest. I will find a way to rescue us, and you can deal with those two bad guys after we get out. Wutong said helplessly. without Thunder God to replenish power, just exhaust the power of the crystal system device. Master, I'm here to support. At this time, a shout came. Then a strange man with a small flower on his head ran over aggressively with a blonde handsome guy riding on his neck. There's no one left in the Pokémon investigator, right? Why is this guy here again? Xiaozhi Wutong said speechlessly when he saw him riding a strange force. Damn it. Why are there more and more people? Pusen said irritably. The operation failed. Retreat on time. We must also find a way to take away the crystal system. Bashu said. Pusen manipulated the tail of the robot to spray out a puff of smoke to block everyone's sight. Want to run? Ditto. Big word explosion. Wutong said with blue light flashing in his eyes. Ditto immediately transformed into platypus, and 2 fireballs shot out from the barrel arm, turning into a big word and hitting the crystal system device. Shinji's Nidoking and Windy Dog also cooperated, and 2 thick fire pillars shot out. The power of the crystal system device was not enough after all. The lavender energy shield disappeared, and the flames burned the crystal system device. Pusen and Bashu, who wanted to take away the crystal system device, had to give up and fled the scene before the smoke dissipated. The freed Lei Gong roared, obviously not wanting to let go of Jinjiao and Yunjiao, and chased after them directly. Master, I'm late. Xiaozhi ran to Wutong and said. It's not too late, and don't call me that. Wutong said speechlessly. Xiaozhi's eyes moved to Shinji, looked him up and down, and then tapped his palms. It's the same kind. Xiaozhi said with certainty. Shinji looked at Xiaozhi with a cold face, not knowing why. Chapter 207. After the battle, the two were caught. The Rockets Goldhorn and Silverhorn ran away, and Lei Gong chased them because of anger. Wutong could only pray that Lei Gong would not give them up in vain. And what Lei Gong said before also made Wutong fall into thinking. Lei Gong knew him, and he knew him, before he changed his clothes. That was not right. But now Lei Gong went directly to revenge, and did not give Wutong a chance to ask carefully. My name is Xiaotong, and I'm a Pokémon trainee investigator. Thank you for your help. Wutong decided not to think about it for the time being, and walked up to Kenta and Marina and said, You're welcome, but did you see 2 boys about my age? One is wearing sunglasses and the other has a stinky face. Kenta asked, You mean Wutong and Shinji? They are also my friends. I asked them to go to another place to intercept Team Rocket. You should go back to the Pokémon Center and wait for them. It's too dangerous to walk around now. Wutong told a white lie. So that's the case, but who were those people just now? Kenta asked without thinking much. They are guys from Team Rocket. Team Rocket is an organization that specializes in doing bad things. Those 2 people just now should only be middle level in Team Rocket. The high level Team Rocket cadres are all strong. So don't act rashly when you meet Team Rocket in the future. Wutong persuaded seriously. Okay, I know. In that case, we will leave first. Please tell Wutong and Shinji that I will wait for them at the Pokémon Center. Marina, let's go. Kenta was about to ask Marina to leave. When he turned around, he found that Marina was circling around Xiaozhi non-stop, with a curious look on her face. Miss, please don't study me. Xiaozhi said troubled. He's so handsome, but he's actually a girl. Marina said in disbelief. Okay, don't cause trouble to others. Let's go. Sorry, we are leaving first. Kenta pulled Marina away helplessly. After Kenta and Marina left, the scene fell into silence for a while. After a while, Shinji and Xiaozhi all looked at Wutong and waited for Wutong to break the deadlock. Okay, let's find a place where no one is. Wutong said helplessly when he saw the 2 of them. Hearing Wutong's voice, Shinji frowned, because Wutong didn't use a false voice, but spoke with his original voice. The 3 of them cleaned up the scene. Wutong looked at the broken crystal system device. Blue light appeared in his eyes, and his mental power spread into his shadow, and connected to the Dream Demon. After having superpowers, it was more convenient for Wutong to contact the Dream Demon and the shadow. Before, he had to knock on the shadow like knocking on the door, or just shout. If the Dream Demon falls asleep, the reaction will be much slower, and if it is in a deep sleep, there may be no reaction. Now Wutong is directly connected to the Dream Demon's spirit, and there is no situation where the Dream Demon cannot receive it. I just don't know why. Every time the dream demon spreads its mental power directly into the shadow, it will get angry. After receiving Wutong's call, the dream demon showed its head from the shadow. It is obviously a ghost, but now its cheeks are bulging, and it looks like it is not in a very good mood. Dream demon, my backpack is in the Pokémon Center. Please help me put these parts away, Wutong said to the dream demon. The angry dream demon saw Wutong, and then looked at Sissy beside him, and then his mood immediately recovered. He used telekinesis to control the wreckage parts of the crystal system device to fly into the shadow. Some people may wonder why the dream demon was not allowed to swallow the crystal system device directly during the battle just now. It can only be said that there is no bug. Not to mention that the range of the shadow is limited, and the things that are full of energy and attacking cannot be brought into the shadow. Otherwise, the ghost type Pokémon are really invincible. You can be as strong as you want. I will just put a shadow to swallow you. There is also no way to put Pokéballs, space backpacks and other items with built-in space into the shadow. It can only be said that it may be the restriction of the world rules on ghost type Pokémon. After the crystal system device was put away, Wutong and the other two walked into the forest and found a secluded place with no one. Let me introduce you first. This is Xiaozhi, my colleague and Pokémon trainee investigator. As you can see, it is a genuine girl. Wutong pointed at Xiaozhi and said, "Hello, I'm Xiaozhi who aspires to be someone who can stand beside Mr. Adu with dignity. Now I'm learning from the master how to become more lovely." Xiaozhi said, "Asshole, I don't remember ever accepting you as my apprentice. And don't learn some weird things. No, don't learn from me." Wutong complained crazily. "Really, the master is still so shy." Xiaozhi said, "You guy, be careful that I will introduce girls to Adu for blind dates, asshole," Wutong said with a fatal blow. "Master, I was wrong." Xiaozhi admitted his mistake on the spot. Shinji on the side frowned and watched the fuss of the two, but he still showed a surprised expression when he knew that Xiaozhi was a girl. Then he saw Wutong looking at himself. Then although this child doesn't seem to be very smart, she is very sensitive to gender, so she already knows that you are a boy, Wutong said. After hearing what Wutong said, Shinji's face became even more gloomy, and his eyes began to scan around, as if he was looking for a more suitable place to bury something. "Don't have that expression. This kid is very tight-lipped. Xiaozhi, there should be a secret base of the rocket team nearby. You can apply for support and then destroy this base. I won't participate in this operation. Remember not to go alone." Wutong hurriedly asked Xiaozhi to leave. "Okay, but I will report the credit of the master together. But the master is really amazing. He can find the rocket team every time. I feel that the master should be officially enlisted soon," Xiaozhi said. "If possible, I don't want to." "Okay, let's go quickly. Remember not to say extra words." Wutong glared at Xiaozhi and said, Yes, I'm leaving. Next time you get into trouble, remember to contact me." Come out, strange power. Xiaozhi called out his strange strength and rode on it and left. Okay, don't look for a place, she's gone. Let's change our clothes and go back," Wutong said to Shinji. "Have you been running into Team Rocket recently?" Shinji suddenly asked. "It's okay, you can see them almost every 2 cities. These guys are quite active in the Johto area." Wutong thought for a while and said, "Remember to contact us next time you get in trouble," Shinji said, pulling off the wig on his head, and walked aside to change clothes. This guy, Wutong couldn't help but say when he saw Shinji walking aside. "Hey, you can't wipe off the Macup on your face with paper directly. You need to use Macup remover wipes," Wutong said to Shinji and walked over. After changing back to their original appearance, the two returned to the Pokémon Center in the battle square. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Kenta and Marina waiting for them. "You're back." Kenta ran over and asked with concern, "Are you not injured? Those guys look very fierce." Marina also said, "It's okay. Team Rocket didn't take the road we were guarding," Wutong replied. Kenta and Marina relaxed after hearing what Wutong said. The few of them talked again. Wutong and Kenta originally planned to train here for 2 more days. Marina felt that she hadn't seen Kenta for a long time and there was nothing to do, so she decided to stay for 2 more days. Shinji observed the environment of the battle square and felt that it was indeed suitable for training the combat ability of Pokémon, so he decided to stay for 2 more days. After a whole day of busyness, the 4 of them felt tired, so they went to rest early after having dinner together. The next day, Wutong, Shinji and Kenta discussed and decided to train in one area each, and the last person to dominate the area would treat dinner. This small competition was opposed by Marina. After all, she didn't stay in the battle square for fighting. At this time, the person who saves Marina appears. A narcissistic dog appears. It is Junichi, Xiaoxi's opponent in the Silver Conference. Seeing Junichi's sudden arrival, Kenta and Marina are very surprised. According to Junichi, everyone is here, so of course he can't not come. As for the specific reason, it is unknown. So Junichi challenged an area alone on behalf of Marina, and Marina went to watch Kenta fight. It can only be said that dogs have no house. The final result is self-evident. Wutong and Shinji both successfully dominated their respective areas. As the protagonist of the movie, Kenta, although his fighting style is mainly reckless, he also has good strength and successfully challenged an entire area. As for Junichi, well, let's not talk about it. After staying in the battle square for 3 days, Wutong basically took over the battle square that often appeared in the battle square. The Pokémon trainers in the fighting square were challenged. So Wutong felt it was time to leave, and the other people had the same idea, so after agreeing with Wutong and Shinji to meet again at the Silver Conference, Kenta and the other 2 left. Wutong and Shinji also separated here, because they were going in different directions, one heading to the next city and the other heading to Manjin City. After 4 days of continuous fighting, Wutong's second echelon, except for Xiaobai, had gained a lot of combat experience and understood Wutong's instructions more thoroughly. Ditto was also gradually getting used to the fighting method connected with Wutong's will, and was becoming more and more proficient in transformation, and the transformation speed became much faster and smoother. Although it is still impossible to transform in the transformed state, it can continue to transform at the moment of returning to its original state, which greatly reduces the gap between transformations. So the high intensity battles in the past few days were full of gains for Wutong, and Xiaobai, who lay on Wutong's shoulders every day to watch his brothers and sisters fight, also showed a high interest in the battle. This is also good news for Wutong. After all, if the Pokémon itself doesn't like fighting, even if it is willing to listen to commands and fight, the effect will not be very good. With Xiaobai's current state, Wutong estimates that he will be able to fight in about a week. Let Xiaobai lie on his shoulder and Wutong began to head to the next city. On the way to the next city, Wutong continued to let the mobile phone Rotom look for any interesting places nearby. There is an Alufu ruins near Route 36, where there are many Pokémon fossils. Mobile phone Rotom said after searching. Alufu ruins? Pokémon fossils. I remember that there seems to be an unknown totem in the depths of the ruins. Wutong muttered to himself after hearing what the mobile phone Rotom said. Looking at the 4 special unknown totem marks on the palm of his hand, Wutong decided to go to the Alufu ruins to take a look. Maybe there will be some new gains. Then let's go to the Alufu ruins. Rotom will navigate. Wutong said to the mobile phone Rotom. Route is being modified. Lotto Rotom responded immediately. Under the navigation of Rotom, Wutong began to head for the Alufu ruins. And the 4 unknown totems in Wutong's palm flashed a ray of light. Under the navigation of Rotom, Wutong successfully arrived at the Alufu ruins. Without any obstruction, Wutong walked directly into the small canyon, where the ruins were located. It is more like a man-made ravine than a small canyon. Next to the rock walls on both sides, many workers wearing safety helmets are carefully digging fossils of ancient Pokémon. Walking here leisurely, Wutong saw a winged fossil that had been half excavated, and a complete skeleton could be seen. This fossil looks a little familiar, Wutong said to himself, while looking at the fossil. Because it is the fossil of a pterosaur. A familiar voice came from behind Wutong. Drive Oak. Wutong was startled and looked back, and saw Dr. Oak standing behind him with his hands behind his back. Hey, Xianatong, long time no see. Dr. Oak greeted. Long time no see, Dr. Oak, why are you here? Wutong asked. That's because one of my students said there was an amazing discovery here, so I came to take a look. Dr. Oak said. Amazing discovery? Wutong began to recall the plot after hearing this. I remember that in the anime, there were no unknown totems in the Alufu ruins, but there were some living fossil Pokémon. I think this should be it. It's just right to meet you. Let's go and see what this amazing discovery is. Dr. Oak invited. Okay, Dr. Oak, I'm also curious about what it will be. Wutong did not refuse. After all, this is an opportunity to enter the Alufu ruins openly. Following Dr. Oak, Wutong came to the research institute inside and met a young researcher with a hedgehog head. Drive Oak, great, you're finally here. The hedgehog head said happily when he saw Dr. Oak. It's been a long time since we last met, Satake-san. Dr. Oak responded cheerfully. While the two were talking, Wutong looked around curiously and then he felt his palms getting warm. Taking a quick look, Wutong discovered that an unknown totem pattern in his palms flashed a blue light. Chapter 208. After a few words with Satake, Dr. Oak remembered Wutong behind him. Let me introduce you. This is Satake, who took my course at Yuhang University. Dr. Oak said to Wutong. Hello, my name is Wutong, and I'm a traveling Pokémon trainer. Wutong said. You said there was an amazing discovery. I met him by chance on the road and brought him here. Dr. Oak said. Please come over, Doctor. After hearing what Dr. Oak said, Satake showed a troubled look and pulled Dr. Oak to the side. Dr. Oak looked puzzled and didn't know what was wrong with Satake. Professor Oak, if this matter is published, it will cause a big uproar in the academic world. That's why I secretly consulted with the doctor. Satake said seriously. Don't be so polite. Letting young people expand their knowledge of Pokémon is also a necessary step to become a Pokémon master. Dr. Oak said with a spread hand. Please, I won't say anything outside. Wutong said cooperatively. Okay, since you are Dr. Oak's friend, I will make an exception. Satake said helplessly. Satake began to take Dr. Oak and Wutong to visit the institute. Satake specializes in the ancient history of Pokémon, right? Dr. Oak asked. Yes. How about it? Are there a lot of Pokémon fossils here? These are the skeletons of ancient Pokémon. Satake showed everyone the complete fossil skeletons of ancient Pokémon that were well preserved in the institute. Scythe helmet. Wutong said as he looked at the skeleton in front of him. That's right. Some people think that Pokémon started to appear 2 million years ago. After hearing Wutong's words, Satake immediately became excited and started to talk non-stop. Wutong could only pretend to be interested and listen. After Satake finally finished talking, he took Wutong and Professor Oak to a gate with a warning sign. Then I will lead you to the world 2 million years ago. Satake said and pushed open the gate. Looking out, there was an artificial ecosystem like a primitive jungle. After entering the artificial ecosystem, a small, slightly stiff fossil pterosaur flew over. A model of a fossil pterosaur? Wutong said after seeing it. You actually recognize the fossil pterosaur directly, and you knew it was a model? Are you also studying the ancient history of Pokémon? Satake asked in surprise after hearing Wutong's words. No, I'm just an ordinary Pokémon trainer. Wutong waved his hand and said. Well, this is the ancient Pokémon Park, an entertainment and academic space that recreates the living environment of ancient Pokémon. Satake didn't care and continued to introduce the current artificial ecosystem. It's not open to the public yet because the system needs a long time to adjust, Satake said, looking at the fossil pterosaur model flying overhead. Satake took the two people to visit and explain, all the way to a simulated coast. So what is the amazing discovery? Wutong asked. I also want to know what the amazing discovery you are talking about is. Professor Oak also said. Don't be too anxious, just stand here, and the big discovery will appear by itself. Satake said, keeping it a secret. As soon as Satake finished speaking, ripples appeared on the water in front of him, and several shadows appeared under the water. A spiny ammonite with 2 ammonites floated out of the water, and appeared in front of several people. Is this an ammonite and a spiny ammonite? Wutong said. You have a wealth of knowledge. Satake said, squatting in front of Ammon and Ammon, and interacting with the 3 Pokémon. Could it be that Ammon and Ammon? Professor Oak stopped talking halfway. Yes, Professor Oak, just as you guessed, they are alive. Satake said. So this is a great discovery? Wutong said, touching his chin. So that's the case. It's indeed a great discovery. Professor Oak said calmly, while looking at Ammon and Ammon. Why do you two seem not surprised at all? Satek asked puzzledly, while looking at Professor Oak and Wutong. Satek, you probably didn't watch this quartz conference, did you? Professor Oak asked. Yes, after all, Professor Oak, you know, I like studying the origin of Pokémon more than Pokémon battles. Satek replied. Drive Oak, didn't you circulate the information about Dasha Valley internally? Wutong asked in confusion. Dasha Valley is still in the stage of protection and development, and only researchers in the Kanto region know about it. In fact, we have also speculated that there should be ancient Pokémon sleeping in other regions. Dr. Oak replied. Looking at Dr. Oak and Wutong who were playing a puzzle, Satek asked in confusion. Drive Oak, what are you talking about? Dasha Valley, isn't that the fossil excavation site in the Kanto region? It's okay to tell him, Dr. Oak. Wutong asked Dr. Oak, looking at Satek's puzzled look. Since it has been discovered here, it doesn't matter to tell him. It's also good to have more people to study together. Dr. Oak replied. In that case, I'll contact Dr. Uchiki. Wutong nodded and said. Wutong took out the portable Pokémon transmission device that had not been used for a long time from his backpack, and then asked Rotom to contact Dr. Niki. Wutong, long time no see, what's the matter with you contacting me? Dr. Niki answered the call and asked. It's like this, I need a fossil pterosaur here, please help me to send the fossil pterosaur over. Dr. Niki. Wutong said. No problem, wait a moment, the fossil pterosaur is eating. Dr. Niki said and hung up the call. Fossil pterosaur. Satek on the side heard the conversation between Wutong and Dr. Niki and shouted in surprise. Without answering Satek's surprise, Wutong activated the portable Pokémon transmission device and it lit up, and a dark ball appeared in the ball cabin. Come out, fossil pterosaur. Wutong took out the dark ball and released the fossil pterosaur. Raw. Pink color, wingspan of more than 2 meters, length from head to tail close to 2 meters and 3 meters. The average height of the stone pterosaur shown in the illustration is 1.8 meters. As a top breeder, it should be okay to breed it better, right? The fossil pterosaur saw Wutong and happily came over and called to Wutong twice. Well, I missed you too, and Swampert should miss you too. Since you are back, travel with me for a while. Wutong said while stroking the head of the fossil pterosaur. Raw. The fossil pterosaur called happily, although he ate well and was well taken care of by Dr. Uchiki. But he had to be studied every now and then, and he had no chance to fight. As the top predator, the days without fighting made the fossil pterosaur very uncomfortable. The fossil pterosaur even felt that its teeth and claws had become a little blunt. This is fossil pterosaur. At this time, Satek was so surprised that he began to stutter. Wutong is the champion of this quartz conference. The battle between the fossil pterosaurs and the fossil pterosaurs in the finals was very exciting. Dr. Oak said cheerfully. More than one. Satek was even more surprised after hearing what Dr. Oak said. And didn't you find that Wutong's fossil pterosaur is a little different? Dr. Oak continued. Different? Wait a minute, the color of this fossil pterosaur, could it be a shining fossil pterosaur? Satek said after observing the fossil pterosaur again. Yes, my fossil pterosaur is shining, and its strength is very strong. Wutong patted the wings of the fossil pterosaur and said proudly. Roar. As if to prove the truth of Wutong's words, the fossil pterosaur let out a long roar. The spiny ammonites and ammonites were so scared when they heard the roar of the fossil pterosaur that they dug a hole on the spot and buried themselves. Oh, it turns out that the spiny ammonites and ammonites have this habit. Professor Oak said curiously, looking at the spiny ammonites and ammonites who were acting like ostriches. No, this should not be the point. Why does he have a shining fossil pterosaur? Satek asked. Hahaha, don't be anxious. Professor Oak briefly told Satek about the situation in Dasha Valley. It turned out to be like this. It turned out that the living ancient Pokémon had been discovered a long time ago. I thought this would be a big discovery that would shock the academic world. Satek said disappointedly. But how were these ammonites and spiny ammonites discovered? Wutong asked. In fact, this place was originally an ecological park that simulated the environment 2 million years ago, but one day they suddenly ran out of the water. Satake said. In the water? Where is the water source for this research institute? If it comes from those who suddenly appeared in the water are likely to have gotten lost or accidentally entered from the water source. Wutong said. Yes, you are right. I was so busy with the sudden appearance of the ancient Pokémon that I completely forgot about the water source. I will ask Miss Xiaoxia to protect the water source now. Satake said immediately after hearing Wutong's words. After Satake ran away, Professor Oak squatted in front of Ammonite and stretched out his hand to greet them. Ammonite tentatively stretched out their tentacles, and after finding that there was no danger, they used their tentacles to communicate with Professor Oak in a friendly manner. The reason why I started studying Pokémon was because I saw the fossils of Ammonite. The shells I saw in the museum had very beautiful spiral patterns. Professor Oak said as he looked at Ammonite in front of him. Grandma Kikuko, I didn't expect that you lost to Pokémon instead of a woman, and it was an ancient Pokémon with strange tentacles. Wutong thought secretly. Seeing them is like seeing old friends I miss. Professor Oak continued with a nostalgic look on his face. I understand. It turns out that Xiaozhi equals Ammonite. Wutong established a new equation by tapping his palm. Wutong, can you please lend us the fossil pterosaur? We just need to do a simple research and won't hurt it. Satake came back and appeared behind Wutong. When did you come back? Question mark. If the fossil pterosaur agrees, it's fine. Wutong was startled and said. Roar. Hearing Satake's request, the fossil pterosaur shouted in dissatisfaction and then hid its head behind Wutong as if it couldn't hear anything. Ha 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 ha, it doesn't look like it's willing. Drive Oak said after seeing the appearance of the fossil pterosaur. Wutong touched the head of the fossil pterosaur and thought about it. If you want to enter the Alufu ruins openly, you must have the permission of the researchers here. It is not impossible to sneak in, but it will be very troublesome if you are discovered. This is the rule to be followed while enjoying the benefits. You can't enjoy the benefits given by the Alliance while secretly breaking the rules and claiming to be righteous. So, you can make a deal. Let's do this. I really want to go to the inside of the Alufu ruins. Please give me a pass, Satake. I can lend you the fossil pterosaur before I come back, provided that you can't let the fossil pterosaur get hurt. Wutong said. Roar. Vertical bar. The fossil pterosaur was shocked. What about the promise to grow old together? Now you just abandon it like this. Do you believe that the giant swampert will hit you? Be good. It's okay. Aren't you used to it? Wutong touched the head of the fossil pterosaur and comforted it. Roar. The fossil pterosaur cried out in grievance. He thought he came back to fight, but he didn't expect to be studied in another place. How about this? I will let you play first in the next gym battle. Okay. Wutong began to negotiate with the fossil pterosaur. The fossil pterosaur nodded reluctantly after hearing the conditions given by Wutong. Want to explore inside the Alufu ruins? No problem. In fact, it has been explored very completely, and it is more about the mining of fossils. Just pay attention to safety. Satake thought for a while and said. In this case, the deal is established. If possible, I would like to explore the Alufu ruins now. Dr. Oak, is it okay? Wutong said. Of course, no problem. It just so happens that I also want to see the growth of the fossil pterosaur. Drive Oak said. Pterosaur please, I'll make your favorite ridged melon milk chicken when I come back. I just bought a lot of premium moo milk. Wutong said to comfort the pterosaur. Roar. The pterosaur shouted and nodded. Humph, men only know how to win over their stomachs with delicious food. After everything was arranged, Wutong got a pass from Satake and couldn't wait to go to the entrance of the Alufu ruins. Chapter 209. The old man was very busy, and the old man was very busy. The Alufu ruins are not far from the institute, just behind the institute. With the pass, Wutong successfully entered the Alufu ruins. In the Alufu ruins, there are many staff members excavating fossils just like outside. Everyone is busy with their own work and has no reaction to the new Wutong. After entering the Alufu ruins, Wutong felt the heat in his palms. He took a look and found that the 4 unknown totem marks in his palms had a blue light. Wutong tried to walk a few steps deeper and the light in his palms gradually faded. Wutong thought about it and walked in another direction and the light in his palms slowly became brighter. This is a tracking device installed in my palm, but where do you want to take me? Wutong said to himself. Wutong just moved forward according to the instructions of the unknown totem on his palm. Although the unknown totem on Wutong's palm was glowing, the light was not strong. Because of the fossil mining and the Alufu ruins, the lights were also sufficient, so people a little further away could not see the glow of Wutong's palm. However, if someone saw Wutong, they would think he was a fool who walked without looking at the road and kept looking at his palm. Following the guidance of the unknown totem on his palm, Wutong came to an uneven stone wall. There were no staff members nearby. Perhaps because of the large rocks here, the staff temporarily gave up mining this area. So compared with the busy fossil mining work in other places, this place seemed very desolate. There is no road, so is there a hidden door? Wutong said to himself while looking at the stone wall in front of him. After thinking for a while and looking around to make sure no one was looking here, Wutong reached for the stone wall with his right hand, which was slightly glowing and had the mark of an unknown totem. As expected, Wutong's hand reached into the rock wall without any hindrance, and Wutong rushed in without hesitation. After passing through the stone wall, Wutong entered a stone chamber. The 3 sides of the stone chamber were brick walls, each inlaid with an unknown yellow gem that emitted a warm yellow light and served as a light source. On the remaining wall, there were some irregular and strange lines. These lines were evenly divided into 9 squares, which seemed to be movable. It seems to be a puzzle. I remember that in the game, it seems that the types of unknown totems that appear will increase after the puzzle is completed. Wutong said while trying to move the puzzle. With both hands pressed on the puzzle, Wutong used all his strength, but could not move the puzzle at all. What's going on? Is it so strong? It's obviously movable, but I can't move it. Wutong said in disbelief. If he was a weak child, it would be fine, but he has been through all kinds of devilish training. How could this happen? Question mark? Is it because the way I move is wrong? Wutong thought while touching his chin. At this time, Wutong's palms felt hot again. Wutong looked at his palms and found that the 4 unknown totems in his palms blinked. Then the 4 unknown totems broke away from Wutong's palms. Although the unknown totems broke away, Wutong felt that there was still a vague connection between him and the 4 unknown totems. The unknown totems floated to the side of the puzzle stone wall. As if to demonstrate to Wutong, the big eyes of the 4 unknown totems showed blue light. In response to the unknown totems, the puzzle on the stone wall also emitted light and began to move. After demonstrating to Wutong, the 4 unknown totems returned to Wutong's palms. Am I playing a role-playing game? Why does it look like a demonstration? Wutong complained as he looked at the unknown totem in his palm that closed its eyes as if it was resting. However, despite his complaints, Wutong, who knew the correct way to move, returned to the stone wall and connected his mental power to one of the stone walls. Wutong tried to move the stone wall with his mental power. After the stone wall moved halfway, Wutong immediately stopped and gasped. The stone slab that had been moved halfway also returned to its original state by itself. Fuck, this is simply not a human thing to do. Why is it so heavy to move the stone slab with mental power? Wutong said unhappily. After his mental power was connected to the stone slab, it was like a drop in the ocean. Only by bursting out all his mental power could he barely move the stone slab. But moving the stone slab also requires it consumes mental energy, and Wutong could not hold on after moving half of the stone slab. Wutong, who had consumed too much mental energy, leaned against the stone wall and began to rest. After an unknown period of time, Wutong felt that he had recovered. I feel that the upper limit of mental energy seems to have increased a little, Wutong said with a little doubt. Looking at the puzzle on the stone wall again, Wutong tried again and still felt that it was a drop in the ocean. It seems that there is no chance to restore this puzzle for a while, but this puzzle seems to be able to exercise mental energy, Wutong said after knocking on the stone wall. After trying for a while in the stone room, Wutong decided to leave first. After all, there is no point in staying there if there is no way to solve the puzzle. Carefully slipping out of the stone room, Wutong left the Alufu ruins. When he came outside, Wutong found that the sky was dark and the stars in the night sky were twinkling. Seeing that it was so late, Wutong hurried back to the research institute. The researchers in the institute all showed regretful expressions when they saw Wutong coming back, as if they were wondering why Wutong came back so early. Roar. The fossil pterosaur roared sadly when he saw Wutong coming back. You still remember to come back? Sorry, something happened. I came back to pick you up. Wutong touched the head of the fossil pterosaur and comforted it. How is it? Is the Alufu ruins interesting? Dr. Oak asked Wutong. Very good. I saw some interesting things. If possible, I hope to continue to go to the Alufu ruins. Wutong said. No problem. Your pass is permanent. You can enter the Alufu ruins at any time in the future. But Satek looked at the fossil pterosaur and the meaning was very clear. I understand. So I'll say goodbye today. Dr. Oak, I'm leaving first. Wutong said to Dr. Oak after taking back the fossil pterosaur. Oh, be careful. Remember not to go to the dark forest at night. Professor Oak gave Wutong another strange advice. I will pay attention, Professor Oak. By then Wutong waved and left the Alufu Ruins Research Institute. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210. After leaving the Alufu Ruins Research Institute, Wutong continued to the city, where the next gym was located. The next nearest city with a gym is a city known for its historical traces. In this city, there are two very important buildings in the Johto area, the Bell Tower and the Scorched Tower. Lugia once lived on the top of the Scorched Tower, but at that time the Scorched Tower had not been scorched, and was still called the Bell Tower. According to historical records, 150 years ago, the Bell Tower located on the west side of Yuansu City was struck by lightning and caught fire. The fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally the fire was extinguished by heavy rain. At that time, the Bell Tower had collapsed, and Lugia no longer lived in the Bell Tower, but lived in the Whirlpool Island area. And because of the fire, 3 unknown Pokémon on the bottom floor of the Bell Tower were burned to death. There are rumors that they are 3 Pokémon that look like dogs, and some say they are EV. The Phoenix King descended from the sky to save them, and the Phoenix Guard appeared. After saving the Phoenix Guard, the Phoenix King also flew away from the Bell Tower because of disappointment with the humans here, and began to wander around looking for trainers with pure hearts. This may be the reason why the Phoenix King works as a cameraman everywhere. Walking in the forest, Wutong began to sort out the information about Yuansu City in his mind. Wait a minute, a trainer with a pure heart. Wutong felt as if he had discovered something. Ho-Oh wanders around in search of a Pokémon trainer with a pure heart, and as Ho-Oh's lackeys, as Ho-Oh's guards, Sukyun, Entei and Raikau have some connections with Wutong. At first, he felt that Sukyun was staring at him, and Raikau seemed to know him before. Could it be that he had entered the assessment of Ho-Oh, so he asked the Ho-Oh guards to observe him? Wutong felt that his guess might be close to the truth. But why did he find him? So I have a pure heart. It's worthy of me, Wutong said, knocking on his palm. At this time, Wutong realized that he had walked deep into the forest without realizing it. It was already night, and the forest was very dark because of the dense trees. Just now, he was thinking about things and walking without bumping into the book because he must have been protected by the God of Lost. Let's rest here, everyone. Come out. Wutong still remembered that he owed the fossil pterosaur a dish of ridged melon and milk chicken. Lagu. Swampert happily approached the pterosaur he hadn't seen for a long time. Roar, the pterosaur shouted coldly and then lay down near Wutong waiting for the ridged melon milk chicken. Onion Duck ran to Wutong very consciously and began to help in the kitchen. After all, as a qualified ingredient, it should also know some cooking skills to better cook itself. Other Pokémon were rolling around, adding a touch of joy to the dark and terrifying forest. Soon, Wutong finished dinner, and the main dish was the pterosaur's favorite ridged melon milk chicken. Wutong's eating speed has always been fast. Wutong, who has finished his meal, decided to stroll around, and the Pokémon who know their trainers very well obviously can't let Wutong stroll alone. Onion Duck, which also eats very fast, took the initiative to take on the task of guarding. There is a different feeling when wandering in the dark forest. After walking for a while, Wutong felt the sound of fighting ahead. Out of curiosity, Wutong walked over to check. After clearing the bushes that blocked his view, Wutong saw two Pokémon fighting. A Gali was fighting with Ulla, and behind Gali stood a figure who looked like Gali's trainer. Gali, the secret of the Genzo style. One word slash. Gali's trainer gave the order. The voice sounded a little old but full of energy. After hearing the command, Gali stretched his palm into a hand knife shape, and the white light covered his palm, and put it back at his waist with a knife closing action. Then Gali chopped the hand knife horizontally at an extremely fast speed. The hand knife left a horizontal white light mark in the air, and Ulla was directly chopped and flew out. It seems that I won. The old voice sounded again. Ulla, who was knocked away, got up after hearing the voice, and walked into the forest alone. What a wonderful battle. Wutong saw the end of the battle and walked out. Who? Gali's trainer heard Wutong's voice, and a sharp sound was heard, followed by a crisp click. No, it should be two sounds. Wutong, who was halfway there, was stunned. Why did he feel like he had seen it before? Little guy over there, come and help me, my waist is twisted. Gali's trainer sought help. Wutong immediately ran over. An old man in a grade AO uniform was half kneeling on the ground, holding his waist. Gali next to him was in the same posture. Wutong was full of doubts at this time. How did Gali, who was so old that he could sprain his waist by turning around, do the attack just now? Although Wutong thought so, he still carefully laid the old man down flat. After all, he couldn't move casually with a twisted waist, and it was very likely to cause secondary damage. Wutong began to treat the old man with his excellent professional knowledge. After all, many Pokémon are humanoid and have similarities in the spine skeleton. After carefully massaging the old man until he could move, Wutong treated Gali again. It was much easier to treat Gali. With massage and Tokiwa's power, Gali was in pain and happy. Soon Gali could move normally. Thank you, young man. I didn't expect to sprain my waist. The old man stood up and said, holding his waist. It's okay. After all, I'm partly responsible. Wutong said. After the two chatted for a while, Wutong learned that the old man in front of him was called Genzo, and he ran a dojo called Genzo Ryu nearby. Tonight, I was seen by Wutong when I came out for night training. I sprained my waist accidentally. Wutong was a little embarrassed that he scared the old man, so he decided to send him home. Let Genzo wait here for a while. Wutong went back to clean up the table and took back his Pokémon. Chapter 211. The two of them were very busy, and the two of them were very busy. Under the leadership of Genzo, Wutong helped Genzo arrive at the Genzo Ryu dojo. It was already midnight, and Wutong accepted Genzo's invitation without much hesitation. As for the onion duck, which had always been a bodyguard, Wutong certainly couldn't treat it badly, and directly gave it a full body spa package of the power of Changpan. That night, the duck kept calling. The next day, Wutong still got up early, and next to him was the onion duck, which was sleeping soundly with an onion in its arms. Onion duck, it's time to get up. Wutong stretched and said to the onion duck. Gap. The onion duck called out in a daze, and then climbed up. After looking at Wutong, the onion duck's eyes became resentful. Your eyes should be more normal. It's as if I did something to you last night. Wutong patted the onion duck's head speechlessly and said. After making the bed, Wutong opened the door with the onion duck and walked out. As soon as he went out, he saw a girl with pink hair and the same hairstyle as Kobalang. Hello, my name is Xiaoxia. Thank you for sending my grandfather back last night. I don't know how to repay you. Xiaoxia said politely. Kobalang beside Xiaoxia also called out in cooperation. You're polite. I'm very grateful for letting me stay overnight. Wutong waved his hand and said indifferently. The onion duck also returned to normal at this time, carrying a super long onion, and calling out coldly. The purpose of Xiaoxia's visit to Wutong was not only to thank Wutong, but also to invite Wutong to dinner. Following Chigusa to the restaurant, Genzo was already sitting at the table, and next to him was Guriki, who also sprained his waist yesterday. Wutong got up early too. Good. Young people should be more energetic, Genzo said. Gaoli Guriki also waved and said hello. Good morning, Mr. Genzo. Wutong also responded. The far-fetched called to Guriki. After all, the one word slash last night left a deep impression on it. It felt that, if Wutong learned it, it would be very powerful in the future. Chigusa ate very quickly, and after finishing the meal, she ran out with Cobra. Grandpa, I'm going to train. Kobo, your granddaughter is very energetic, and seems to be very hard-working. Wutong said. Humph, she only does some useless training. Genzo snorted after hearing what Wutong said. Being too strict is not a good thing, Mr. Genzo. Wutong teased. You should be a Pokémon trainer, right? You'll know after watching her training, Genzo said. After the two finished their meal, they brought their Pokémon to the front yard. At this time, many apprentices had gathered in the front yard and were training under the leadership of Chigusa. One toe, one toe, one toe. Chigusa beat the rhythm to kick the legs. Very good. Everyone should remember to maintain the beautiful posture of kicking and punching. Also, don't forget to follow the rhythm, Chigusa explained. Kobalang, show me, Chigusa said to Kobalang beside him after explaining. Kobalang immediately started teaching movements. Following the beat of Chigusa, Kobalang kicked rhythmically, then a fatal blow. Chigusa continued. Kobalang immediately entered the most familiar gyroscope mode and began to spin in place. What do you think? Genzo asked. Very creative. Wutong thought for a while and said. You dare to go alone in that forest late at night? Wutong, you should be a good trainer, right? In this case, do you want to have a battle with my granddaughter? Genzo asked when he saw Wutong's look. This isn't good. Wutong said a little embarrassed. Don't mind, it's better to let her know that fighting skills are not for performance. How could the old and experienced Genzo not see what Wutong meant? In this case, let's have a fight. Wutong heard what Genzo said. After all, he is a good guy who is willing to help others with a pure heart, and he is also a little interested in Genzo's fighting skills. Chigusa, come here. Hearing Wutong's answer, Genzo smiled and called Chigusa. What's wrong, Grandpa? Chigusa asked the apprentices to train themselves, and walked with Kobalang. Come. Wutong is a very talented Pokémon trainer. I think he is very suitable for our Genzo Ryu, so I'm going to let him fight with you. If you lose, Wutong will become the heir of the Genzo Ryu dojo. Genzo said seriously. Grandpa, are you so opposed to me inheriting this dojo? After hearing Genzo's words, Chigusa said excitedly. Ha 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 ha, you can't inherit the Genzo Ryu with your material. After hearing Chigusa's words, Genzo laughed as if he heard a big joke. Why? Chigusa asked puzzled. Because yours is not a fighting skill at all, it's just a fighting dance. It's not our style of actual combat. Genzo said mercilessly. It's completely nonsense. My fighting skills are also very useful in actual combat. It's just that you are prejudiced, Grandpa. Wutong, you have also seen my fighting skills. You should understand it. Chigusa said dissatisfiedly. HMPH, your fighting skills should be too much for Wutong, a real trainer, to watch. Wutong, what do you think of her fighting dance? Genzo said. HMM. Should I tell you? Wutong was stunned. He didn't expect the water burn to him. That's right. X2 Genzo and Chigusa said at the same time. Actually, I think this fighting skill is pretty good. Look, Grandpa. The trainer you agree with also thinks my fighting skills are very good. Chigusa said to Genzo impatiently before Wutong finished speaking. Genzo waited for Wutong's next words without any panic. It's good to watch it as a performance. As for the battle, it has no effect. No, it can't be said that it has no effect. It's still okay to make the opponent laugh. Wutong continued. HMPH. After hearing Wutong's words, Genzo hummed with satisfaction. Sure enough, Wutong had the same idea as him. What did you say? After hearing Wutong's words, Chigusa's voice suddenly rose by an octave. Oh no, I accidentally got possessed by Shinji's venomous tongue. How can I talk to a girl like this? It's really ungentlemanly. Wutong regretted it secretly. Sorry, what I meant is that you might be more suitable to be a Pokémon coordination trainer than a Pokémon trainer. No, coordination trainers also need to fight, so it should be a Pokémon performer. Wutong said sincerely. You guy. Although he didn't know what coordination trainers and Pokémon performers were, the meaning of Wutong's words was very clear. That is, Chigusa was not suitable to be a trainer. These two professions did not exist at that time. They were popularized in the Kanto and Johto regions later. No one should ask why they didn't know. Ha 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 ha, you are really a straightforward boy. Chigusa, if you are not convinced, prove it with your strength. Genzo said. I understand. I will definitely make you take back what you said just now. Chigusa said angrily. Copper. Perhaps feeling the anger of his trainer, Copperlang shouted. That's fine with me. I'll leave it to you, Farfetch'd. Wutong said to Farfetch'd beside him. Farfetch'd nodded. Although the opponent was not strong, it would not refuse the opportunity to fight. Then let's start now. Let me be the referee, Genzo said. Upon learning that Chigusa was going to fight with Wutong, the trainees in training immediately gave up the venue and were excited to watch the show. Cobra. Let's go. Chigusa said as she stood on one side of the venue. Kobo. Cobra shouted spiritedly. Farfetch'd, go ahead and make a quick decision. Wutong said as she stood on the other side of the venue. Farfetch'd responded as he glanced at Cobra on the opposite side while carrying a scallion. Then, the Pokémon battle between Wutong and Chigusa begins now. Genzo announced. Cobra. Show him your beautiful whirlwind kick. Chigusa took the lead in launching the attack and commanded. Kobo. Cobberlang rushed towards Onion Duck immediately after hearing the command. Onion Duck, dodge freely. Wutong decided to let it go. Onion Duck took the initiative to meet it after hearing Wutong's command. For Onion Duck, attack is the best defense. Cobberlang kicked Onion Duck, and Onion Duck dodged Cobberlang's first kick with one side of its body. Then, as if it had expected it, Onion Duck leaned back and dodged Cobberlang's second kick. Cobberlang was not discouraged at all and continued to attack Onion Duck according to the rhythm, but Onion Duck dodged it all before it knew it. This is why Wutong thinks Chigusa is more suitable. The reason why he is suitable to be a Pokémon performer is that rhythmic attacks are not bad, but the mechanical use of Chigusa is simply ineffective. Although it looks good, once the opponent masters the rhythm, it is like watching a clown. The real use of rhythmic attacks should be to switch the rhythmic attacks continuously to make the opponent unable to react and forced to defend. Like AE, he wants to go in this direction, but his Pokémon does not master many rhythms, does not switch smoothly, and likes to fight with music. After Wutong's Pokémon adapted for a while, he easily defeated him. How is this possible? Cobra uses high-speed rotation. Chigusa shouted in disbelief. Kobo. Cobra stopped kicking and directly stood upside down and started high-speed rotation with the horn on his head as the axis. Fish Onion Duck, see-through. Wutong decided to use some skills symbolically, and Chigusa in front of him can only be said to be a target with the fixed action mode. Onion Duck's eyes flashed, and the onion in his hand swept across the bottom of Cobberlang. Kobo. Cobberlang instantly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Dance wildly, Wutong commanded. Onion Duck's onion was entangled in black mist, and its two wings held the onion tightly and beat Cobberlang madly. Cobberlang lost his ability to fight under the continuous beating of Onion Duck. Onion Duck lost his ability to fight, and the winner is Wutong. Genzo directly announced the result of the game. How could this happen? Lost so easily, Chigusa said in disbelief. Now you understand what your fighting dance is like, right? Genzo said to Chigusa. Your idea is good, but your use is too rigid. A rhythm is too easy to be seen through, and it is fatal to be seen through in battle. Wutong said. Too rigid? Then, what should I do? Chigusa looked up at Wutong and asked. Let's talk about this later. I have no intention of becoming the successor of Genzo Ryu, but I'm somewhat interested in the secrets of Genzo Ryu. My Farfetch'd seem to be satisfied either. Mr. Genzo, why don't you have a fight with me? Wutong invited Genzo to a fight. Oh, it just so happens that I want to stretch my old bones. When I meet an excellent opponent, an old man like me also gets excited. You too, right, Guriki? Genzo asked Guriki beside him. Golly. Guriki responded by waving his arms twice. Then, let's start. Chigusa, please be the referee. Wutong said. What? You haven't answered my question yet. Chigusa said with a look of surprise. Then I'll leave it to you, Chigusa. Guriki. Barehanded chop. Genzo commanded. Golly. Guriki rushed directly to Farfetch'd Kentuck. Flat onion duck, sword dance. Wutong commanded. The onion in the hand of Onion Duck waved in a rhythmic way. Gali rushed to the side of Onion Duck, and the hand knife was caught by Onion Duck with the onion. Onion Duck, sand sweeping. Wutong said. After the sword dance, Onion Duck's onion swept across the ground, and brought up a gust of sand. Onion Duck's onion did not stop, and stabbed Gali immediately after the sand. Gali, see through. Genzo commanded. Gaoli. Gali opened his eyes wide, and then he squatted down, to avoid Onion Duck's sand sweeping and subsequent stabbing. Genzo style secret technique, upper slash. Genzo continued to command. Onion Duck, we also use see-through. Wutong commanded. Onion Duck's eyes flashed, and the onion in his hand stabbed Gali's chest to stop its attack. However, the skill of using attack instead of defense finally made Onion Duck suffer. Gali's action was faster than expected. Although Onion Duck's onion successfully stabbed Gali's chest, Gali's hand knife also hit the onion. A white light flashed, and Onion Duck felt the vibration of its wings, and couldn't help but loosen its wings. The inverted white light went down vertically along the onion, and a perfect onion split directly, splitting vertically in half from the middle. Onion Duck was petrified when he saw the onion in front of him turned into two. Chapter 212. The whole audience fell silent for a moment as they watched the green onion split in half. Haoli stood there a little embarrassed, and Genzo didn't know what to say. After all, it was a competition, but he had split someone else's green onion. This super long green onion is not so easy to get at first glance. Vertical bar, vertical bar. Wutong was a little panicked at this time. You know, this super long green onion is a symbol of friendship given to him by Kadao. If Kadao knew about it, he would really face a real person Park. Although Wutong now has superpowers and barely has a certain ability to protect himself, according to Xiaozhi's punch that broke Mewtwo's energy shield, fighting skills can break superpowers. Although Kadao is not Xiaozhi, Wutong is not Mewtwo. The difference in mental strength between Wutong and Mewtwo is definitely much greater than the difference in physical fitness between Kadao and Xiaozhi. If it were a real-life park, Wutong felt that it would be difficult for him to survive intact. Under great pressure, Wutong's brain began to spin at high speed, and suddenly remembered Xiaozhi's onion soldier. Yes, there is still a chance. Wutong said to himself. You should know that the condition for the evolution of Farfetch'd is to hit the vital point more than 3 times in a battle. In the anime, although the onion of Xiaozhi's Farfetch'd was cut off, it was restored after evolution. Now as long as the dirty duck can also evolve, these 2 onions can still be saved. Thinking of this, Wutong's eyes flashed blue, and he directly activated his superpowers. At this time, Farfetch'd knelt on the ground in the posture of ORZ, looking at the onion in front of him with an unbelievable look. Flatty Duck should be able to kneel down, right? Just assume it can. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in Farfetch'd's mind. Pick up your weapons. The battle is not over yet. Who is it? Farfetch'd was startled, and couldn't help shouting. I'm the god of green onions. Your green onions are not completely dead yet. Now answer me, do you want to save your green onions? Of course I do. Farfetch'd shouted without hesitation. Very good. Now as the god of green onions, I will give you an oracle. Pick up the green onions and hit the Guriki on the opposite side hard. Hit wherever it is weak. Trainer, won't your order cause a contradiction? As soon as the voice in his mind stopped, Farfetch'd turned his head and looked at Wutong in confusion and shouted. Fuck, why didn't you tell me earlier? Forget it, just hit him hard. Hit him hard on the vitals. Wutong said desperately. Although he didn't know why Wutong suddenly became so irritable, as a professional ingredient with excellent quality, he must cooperate with the chef. Onion Duck perked up, holding half of the onion with one wing. Isn't it the double sword style? It has played it countless times. Well, let's continue the battle. Guriki, the secret of the Genzo style. One word slash. Seeing that Onion Duck had regained his fighting spirit, Genzo continued to command Guriki to start the attack. Gaoli. Guriki also got back into the state, and his hand knife emitted light and slashed at Onion Duck. See-through, then saw dance to gather energy. Wutong was highly focused, with light flashing in his eyes, carefully observing the situation on the field. Onion Duck crossed two onions in front of him. With the lesson just now, Onion Duck did not use onions to block Guriki's hand knife this time. He leaned back to avoid Gali's knife, and then two green onions hit the ground, and the Onion Duck began to spin. Gaoli. Gali was forced to retreat. Double wings. Wutong continued to command with his mental power. In order to save his life, Wutong tried his best. What's the point of overdrawing mental power? It's better than park with Kadao. The Onion Duck, which completed the sword dance, took a deep breath, and his eyes became sharp. Then the two green onions rotated into a reverse grip. The white light spread from the wings of the Onion Duck to the two green onions. The Onion Duck rushed to Gali in an instant, and the two green onions alternately crossed Gali's body, and Gali was knocked to the ground in an instant. Gali's expression became painful, and it was obvious that both hit the vital points. What's going on? After Wutong stopped commanding, this Onion Duck became even more powerful. Gali, cheer up, kick it down. Genzo commanded in comprehension. Gaoli. Haoli kicked hard. Jump up and attack the vital points. Wutong commanded. It must be said that using mental power to command the battle is more efficient than using the shouting was much louder. If the command was normally given by shouting, Farfetch'd would hardly have time to react. Farfetch'd jumped up to avoid Gura's kick, and then two scallions chopped Gura's body in a cross shape. Under the dual effects of gathering energy and attacking the vital points, this attack hit the vital points again. After being hit 3 times in a row, Gura's old bones finally couldn't stand it, and his eyes turned into circles, and lost his ability to fight. Guri lost his ability to fight, and the winner is Wutong. Chigusa announced the result of the game after seeing the end of the battle. At the moment the battle ended, Farfetch'd raised his head to the sky and let out a long cry, and then the scallions all over his body, including the wings, emitted light. Success. Wutong said excitedly, and when he saw that the two halves of the scallions were also wrapped in white light, Wutong knew that he didn't need to be beaten. What is this? The light of evolution? Genzo said in surprise. Can Farfetch'd evolve again? Chigusa also shouted in disbelief. As the white light faded, a brand new dirty duck appeared in the field. The evolved Onion Duck. No, it should be the Onion Soldier, no longer the dirty duck. After the successful evolution, the dirty style of the duck that looked like it had just run out of the mud pit is gone. The Onion Soldier is now a dark black feather without a trace of mixed colors. The duck's beak and legs are not yellow, but an iron gray color. The pupil color of the eyes is also different from that of ordinary Onion Soldier, which is a turquoise color. The duck's face does not give people the feeling of a righteous knight with a righteous face like the ordinary Onion Soldier. Instead, it has a hint of evil, like a dark swordsman who has fallen into evil. Finally, and most importantly, the onion that was split in half. The normal Onion Soldier has a thick and long onion white like a lance on one side, and a one-handed shield of onion leaves on the other side. And the Onion Soldier of Wutong perfectly reflects its character of using offense as defense and its flashing power that can manifest any skills in the form of attack. The two halves of the scallion completely turned into two pieces, abandoning the scallion shield and turning into two slender scallion blades. It is roughly similar to the scallion of the Onion Ranger, but it is thinner and more like a one-handed weapon with a white handle and the hanging onion skin as a handguard. However, the onion core as the blade is not emerald green, but a deep dark green. The overall temperament of the Onion Ranger is like a dark swordsman who only wants to overwhelm the opponent with violent attacks. So handsome. The students watching the battle nearby XN said enviously when they saw the Onion Ranger successfully evolved. Yes, the ugly duckling has become a black swan. Wutong said while taking out the Pokémon encyclopedia to scan the Onion Ranger. Because he knew that there were many strangers nearby, Xiaoxia did not show up. Onion Ranger, a yellow-billed duck Pokémon. Only the onion duck that has experienced countless battles can evolve into this. It will use its hard onion leaves to resist attacks, and then use its sharp stems to counterattack. Its onions are both weapons and food. When the onions wither, it will leave the battlefield. Features: courage mastered skills, sand shoveling, pecking, continuous slashing, wild dance and swinging, see-through, lightning flash, sneak attack, guidance, sword dance, bird attack, substitute, snoring, sleep talk, gathering energy, wings, iron wall, head-on attack. Because Professor Oak helped Wutong upgrade the illustrations before, Wutong scanned out the information of Onion Ranger without any hindrance. Alas, it seems that I'm really old. Genzo sighed and said dejectedly. I took advantage of it. The secret of Genzo's style is really strong. Wutong replied. After all, if there is no superpower to help, the result of the battle is really hard to say. Seeing Wutong's modest look, Genzo smiled generously, asked Xiaoxia to continue teaching, and then motioned Wutong to follow him. Wutong followed him expectantly, because it was not difficult to see from Genzo's look that he intended to teach Wutong the secrets of Genzo's style. Chapter 213. The two of them were very close, but the two sides were still very close. Xiaoxia felt a little embarrassed to stay where she was. She had just fought with Wutong, and her perfect fighting skills were not only easily cracked, but also pointed out many deficiencies. Now Xiaoxia is asked to continue teaching these apprentices. Even if Xiaoxia is thick-skinned enough to continue teaching, these apprentices must be willing to learn. Xiaoxia had no choice but to start taking these apprentices for physical exercise. As for her perfect fighting skills, she would definitely not give up. She must ask Wutong how to improve them later. Following Genzo back to the dojo's house, Genzo took Wutong all the way to the room that served as the ancestral hall without stopping. In the ancestral hall, there were no photos or anything like that, only katana and longbow were enshrined. Wutong looked at the sword and longbow being worshipped, and felt a little curious. It seemed that the secret of Genzo Ryu was not only swordsmanship, but also bows and arrows. The history of our Genzo Ryu is very old. It originated from a pair of brothers. The elder brother was good at bows and arrows, and the younger brother was good at swordsmanship. However, the bow and arrow skills were difficult to use in cultivating Pokémon, so in the end, swordsmanship became the main focus. Genzo told Wutong about the origin of Genzo Ryu. Listening to Genzo's story, Wutong looked at the sword and longbow in front of him again. Genzo, brother, sword, and bow. I always feel like I have heard of them somewhere. It feels like another copyright crisis. Mr. Genzo, since the secret of swordsmanship is the main focus, why is your main force Goryuk? Scyther should be more suitable for swordsmanship, right? Wutong temporarily gave up thinking about the copyright issue and asked Genzo. Hahaha. After all, I was young once. At that time, I felt that I could become stronger even without relying on the inheritance of Genzo Ryu, but later I found out that I was not a genius. So I just wanted to pass on Genzo Ryu well and not let it end in my hands. Genzo said cheerfully. Wutong was speechless for a moment. This was indeed a very realistic reason. After all, everyone has dreams, but how many people have the ability to realize their dreams? Even if they have the ability, how many can successfully realize their dreams? So I was really angry when Xiaoxia was doing those fancy things. After all, I wanted her to inherit the Genzo Ryu dojo. Genzo said helplessly. Xiaoxia's fighting skills are really hard to describe. Wutong scratched his cheek and said awkwardly. So I'm actually very grateful that you can wake up Xiaoxia. A real battle cannot be won by relying on that kind of fancy dance. Genzo continued. It doesn't matter. After all, I'm also interested in Genzo Ryu, and her confident look makes it hard not to want to educate her. Wutong said. Genzo was stunned when he heard Wutong's words. Is it really okay to say that in front of someone's grandfather? You are very honest, but if it were you, you should be able to carry forward the Genzo style, right? Genzo said, taking out 2 CDs and handing them to Wutong. Aren't they scrolls? Wutong took the 2 CDs and said curiously. Scrolls? What era are those things from? My father has been using floppy disks and CDs since the beginning. Genzo said. HU. Miramasa, who was training with Mantis in a dojo, suddenly sneezed. Shock. Mantis looked at Miramasa with concern. I'm fine, Masamune. Maybe you got a cold. As long as you warm up your body, you'll be fine. In that case, add another set of training. Miramasa said to Mantis. Shock. Mantis nodded and continued to train. Is that so? I will cherish it. Wutong said seriously. So do you want to inherit our Genzo style? Although Xiaoxia is a little reckless, she is still good looking, and she should be about 2 or 3 years older than you. A girl who is 3 years older than you is a treasure. Consider it? Genzo suddenly said. Huh? Wutong was puzzled. The topic was changed too quickly, right? And is there a saying in the Digimon world that a girl is 3 years older than you? Sorry, Mr. Genzo, I don't have the idea of inheriting the dojo. I still have a lot of things I want to do and don't want to be trapped in one place. Wutong refused. Really? That's a pity. If you change your mind, you can contact me at any time. After all, Xiaoxia's personality will not allow her to find a boyfriend quickly, Genzo said. Wutong could only smile awkwardly on the side. After obtaining the secret of Genzo style after that, Wutong decided to move on. After all, he, an excellent trainer with a pure heart, was going to take a look at the bell tower. After explaining the so-called rhythm attack mode to Xiaoxia in detail, Wutong successfully got rid of Xiaoxia and left the dojo of the Genzo Ryu. On the way to Yuju City, Wutong used the Pokémon Encyclopedia to read the CD that recorded the secrets of the Genzo Ryu. It must be said that the Pokémon Encyclopedia has many functions. After roughly browsing the swordsmanship information of the Genzo Ryu secret, Wutong's expression became complicated. This is not the Genji secret. This is clearly the seaweed head secret. Wutong couldn't help but say. The reason why Wutong was so surprised was that the swordsmanship recorded in the secret was from single sword to 3 swords, although the specific moves were different. Speaking of which, it seems that the Yubbing can turn the stand into a sword. I understand, Wutong said with a tap on his palm. Wutong is favored by the lost god, and Yubbing can use the 3-sword style in the future. So Wutong plus Yubbing equals Roronoa Zoro. A new equation has emerged. Chapter 214. The battle was over, and the battle was over. In a lush forest, Wutong continued to move forward with the goal of Yuanzu City. Transformation, Onion Soldier, continuous slash. Wutong looked at the battlefield in front of him with blue light flashing in his eyes. A yellow duck carrying green onions kept slashing at a humanoid sunflower. Under the continuous slashing, the humanoid sunflower lost its combat ability. The yellow duck that ended the battle squirmed and turned into a blue slime, which was Wutong's ditto. Wutong still continued the mode of training while moving forward. Except for Xiaobai on his shoulder and the Dream Demon in the shadow, all other Pokémon were outside bullying wild Pokémon. After all, Wutong was walking on the main route between cities, so the wild Pokémon were not very strong, and could only meet Wutong's Pokémon daily training requirements, which was far from being a stressful practice. In order to exercise his own superpowers and Ditto's abilities, Wutong has been using superpowers to command Ditto to fight. When letting Ditto transform into Onion Soldier, Wutong also discovered a shortcoming of Ditto's transformation. That is, it was impossible to fully transform Pokémon in special states. Just like Wutong's Onion Soldier is not a normal sword and shield, but a double blade flow, Ditto can only transform into a normal flash version of Onion Soldier, even if he watches Onion Soldier transform. Before, when Ditto transformed into Beedrill, it was not silver red striped. Wutong thought that Ditto just couldn't change the flash color. Now it seems that it can't transform some special changes brought about by the power of flash. But this is normal, otherwise Ditto is really a pure bug. Maybe in the future, when Ditto develops the power of flash to the extreme, it can also transform the power of flash when transforming. Just as Wutong was thinking about the next training direction of Ditto, Onion Ranger came over. Wutong looked at Onion Ranger. At this time, Onion Ranger looked very handsome with onion blade and dual wield, but there was a problem, that it was a bit inconvenient to carry. A normal Onion Ranger could still resist onions normally with a sword and a shield, but it looked awkward for an Onion Ranger with 2 onions. to resist two onions at the same time, just like a duck that wanted to commit suicide and wanted to cut off its head with a pair of big scissors. It seems that I have to find a way to get you a new equipment. Forget it, I'll think about it later. It's noon. Onion Ranger, come and help me prepare lunch, Wutong said after thinking for a while. Onion Ranger nodded and called out. After evolution, it can cut vegetables more efficiently, and it can also make the ingredients have a hint of onion fragrance, so there is no need to stir fry the onions. Wutong found a suitable open space and directly opened the posture, took out the extended dining table, and started to prepare lunch quickly. Wutong's Pokémon were also very sensible. They began to limit their range of movement to nearby areas to ensure that Wutong would not be disturbed when cooking. Soon, Wutong finished the meal and everyone entered the dry eating mode. Crow leader. Don't be picky. Be drill. Don't always string food together to eat. Heracross, go slower. No one will snatch it from you. Little fire, little frog, little turtle. Little white can't eat those things yet. Wutong had to keep an eye on these guys while eating. Sometimes Wutong felt that being a trainer and a part-time breeder was like an old man who was divorced and raising a bunch of children. He had to be both a father and a mother. Fortunately, these children were more obedient. After lunch, Wutong continued the journey with the children. As a glutton, Heracross still took out a handful of snacks and put them in his mouth, even though he had just finished his meal. But this time, the retribution for being too greedy found Heracross. Hera. After eating some snacks, Heracross suddenly hugged his stomach and started rolling on the ground. Heracross? What's wrong? Wutong noticed the abnormality of Heracross and immediately began to check on Heracross. Could this child have indigestion? Wutong looked at Heracross, who was holding his stomach all the time and there was nothing else wrong with him, and said with some suspicion. It seems that the power of Evergreen can't deal with indigestion. Rotom, check where the nearby Pokémon Center is. Wutong had no choice. As a breeder, he could only solve the problem of not eating, and there was no way to solve the problem of eating too much. Now he could only rush to the Pokémon Center. Excuse me, are you in trouble? Oh, you actually traveled with so many Pokémon. What? A voice appeared. Sorry, my Heracross seems to have food accumulation. Wutong immediately looked in the direction of the voice and said. However, there was no one in the direction of the voice. I'm here. The voice came again. Wutong lowered his head and found a little old man wearing a bamboo hat and looking at him with his hands behind his back. Hello, Grandpa, where is the nearest Pokémon Center? My Heracross is not in good condition. Wutong asked. Let me see, does your stomach hurt because you ate too much? Does it hurt here? Or here? Here. The little old man walked to Heracross and asked while pressing its stomach. Heracross screamed in pain. Wutong's other Pokémon all surrounded him, and the black mass looked very oppressive. You all come back first. Wutong was afraid of scaring the old man, so he took back all the other Pokémon and left only Heracross lying on the ground. Well, is that so? I just happen to have a good medicine. The old man took out a small porcelain bottle and poured a few pills to feed Heracross. After taking the pills, Heracross felt a tumbling airflow in his stomach. Then a large stream of purple air spurted out of Heracross's mouth. It's okay now. The old man put away the pills and said. Really? Thank you so much. Are you the old man who? Wutong asked after seeing the old man's operation. The little guy is very knowledgeable. Yes, I'm the old man who. The old man who replied. Heracross, who had sprayed out mist, stood up again and rubbed his stomach back and forth with his two paws and found that it really didn't hurt. Heracross seemed very happy and took out a handful of snacks from somewhere and prepared to eat. Wait a minute. I confiscated the snacks. You don't know how to control yourself now. I'll give you the snacks after you learn to control yourself. Wutong took the snacks from Heracross and then skillfully took out all the snacks hidden by Heracross and said. After hearing what Wutong said, Heracross looked desperate and fell to the ground like a salted fish that had lost hope. I'm really sorry to bother you. You are really worthy of being the old man who. You are really amazing. Wutong said to the old man who after taking Heracross back into the Pokeball. You're welcome. Do you want to go to my nunnery to rest for a while? Old man who was obviously very satisfied with Wutong's flattery and said with a happy blush on his face. Then I'll trouble you. Wutong was not polite. He went to take a look. Maybe he could get some pills. Following old man Wutong came to a roundhouse. The house was not big. It was a small 2-story house. There were some tools piled in front of the door of the house, which looked like they were used to collect herbs. Wutong looked around curiously and then followed old man into the house. Master, you are finally back. We clearly agreed to grind medicine together. Why did you run out by yourself again? A familiar voice came from deep in the house. I just went out to do justice for a while. I use tree fruits and herbs to make medicine for Pokémon here. Old man replied and introduced Wutong beside him. Guests? Wutong, why are you here? The person in the deep of the house came out, holding a pestle and mortar for pounding medicine in his hand, and said in surprise when he saw Wutong. Xiaoming, you are the one, why are you here? Wutong said in surprise when he saw the person coming out. Didn't this guy go to Hinoki Town to challenge Hinoki Gym? How did he suddenly run ahead of him? Oh, do you two know each other? Old man who asked on the side. Well, master, this is my good friend, Wutong. Ahem, he's a rich guy. Xiaoming paused in the middle of talking to old man and said quietly. Hey, I heard it all. Wutong said helplessly. Haha, don't mind, Xiaoming said indifferently. Since you are Xiaoming's friend, I will give you some pills. Old man who said very generously. How can I be so embarrassed? Wutong declined embarrassedly. It's okay, Xiaoming, entertain your friend. I'll go to the back to get the medicine. Old man who said as he walked to the back of the house. Hey, you've made a profit this time. Master's pills are very powerful, Xiaoming said to Wutong after seeing old man who leave. Of course I know that old man whose pills are powerful. You are the one. Didn't you go to the Hinoki Gym? Why did you suddenly appear here? Aren't you going to challenge the gym in Manjin City? Wutong asked. Manjin City, the first place I went to when we separated was Manjin City. I have challenged the gyms in Yuansu City, Manjin City, Azure City and Hinoki Town. I have completed half of them. You are almost there, right? Xiaoming said. Of course, the next place I'm going to is Yuansu City. Also, you haven't told me why you are here, and you have a master. Wutong continued to ask. Oh, I was originally planning to go to Kakayo City, but I encountered something, and the master helped me. Then the master found that I seemed to have a talent for making pills and my Sensei King was also good at finding pots, so he asked me if I wanted to become his master. Xiaoming said. Then your luck is not bad. Learning to make pills can also better cultivate Pokémon. Wutong nodded and said. Sure enough, Xiaoming's luck has improved a lot since he came to the Johto region. But I'm going to leave in the next 2 days. After all, I still have to participate in the Silver Conference. Xiaoming obviously didn't forget his main goal. That's right, I can come back to continue studying after I get 8 badges. By the way, I just happened to meet you. This is for you. Wutong said, taking out a box of special moo milk and handing it to Xiaoming. What is this? Special moo milk? You guys are not spending money again, right? Xiaoming looked at Wutong in confusion and said. What do you mean by spending money? Can you spend money on trainers? Wutong retorted. You guys, have you forgotten that when I made training equipment, you always make some weird things at the beginning? Xiaoming said with a look of doubt. Well, that was all accidental. I just happened to meet you. This time I also need your help to do some things. Wutong said. Okay, but I definitely can't give you too complicated things right away. Xiaoming said. Wutong, right? Here, this is the pill I made recently that can increase the power of Pokémon. Remember, don't take too much at a time. Although there are no side effects, the premise is that you don't take a large amount at one time. Taking less than 3 pills a day will not cause a burden on the body. At this time, Hu Lauren came back and gave Wutong a porcelain bottle and said, thank you. Wutong took the porcelain bottle and thanked him without hesitation. According to Lauren, the effect of increasing strength brought by this pill is one time, just like the power enhancement in combat props. But compared with power enhancement, the pills made by Lauren have no side effects, referring to the case of not taking a large amount at one time. You must know that after the effect of power enhancement, the props such as power enhancement will make Pokémon lose a lot of physical strength. Power enhancement is more like squeezing the power of Pokémon to burst out at one time, while Lauren's pills enhance the power of Pokémon by activating the unmobilized power of Pokémon. Moreover, this pill can enhance the power of Pokémon a little bit every time it is used, just like helping Pokémon better master its own power. Sure enough, the famous old men in the world of Pokémon are not good people, and they always have special skills. Wutong, who got the power pill, also started to help grind the herbs. After all, he was shortchanged. Old man who was also very generous. When grinding the herbs, he explained to Xiaoming the medicinal properties and characteristics of many herbs. He did not avoid Wutong, which meant that Wutong absorbed a lot of knowledge for free. The knowledge of these herbs opened the door to a new world for Wutong, and he felt that he had a new understanding of the formula of the energy cube. Although Aquan and Xingzi are the world's top Pokémon breeders, they are not as good as Old Man who in terms of herbs. Wutong, as their grandson, had to admit this. They helped until the evening, and the three of them finally finished grinding the herbs. The next step is to prepare the prescription and ferment it with Hu. Even if Old Man Hu is generous, Wutong is not too embarrassed to watch it. After all, this kind of thing is equivalent to the lifeblood of others. Even if others don't care, Wutong still comes outside out of politeness. Xiaoming followed him outside. It was not that Leo was hiding something, but that Leo had already given all his recipes to Xiaoming, so Xiaoming did not have to watch from the side every time he prepared the prescriptions. Wutong also took this opportunity to discuss with Xiaoming the demands for training equipment, as well as the onion sheaths prepared for the onion soldiers. Chapter 215. The two of them were busy. In the open space next to the Old Man whose house, Wutong released all his Pokémon for Xiaoming to check. Boss, your Pokémon look a bit out of place when they stand together. Xiaoming, who has entered the working mode, prefers to call Wutong boss. At this time, Wutong's Pokémon stood in a row from left to right in the order they joined the team, and stood in front of Wutong and Xiaoming. Except for the dream demons who usually don't fight. The 6 on the far left are Wutong's veteran team members, and they are all pink except for the Beedrill. The 7 Pokémon on the right are of different colors, but generally speaking, the colors are much more pleasing to the eye than the pink macho group on the left. Pterosaur, I'm female. Beedrill, I'm silver. Beedrill looked around and tried to blend into the group of good-looking people on the right, but was discovered by Swampert and others halfway through the flight and pressed to the ground on the spot. You, stop making trouble. Stand still. Wutong shouted at Swampert and others who were making a fuss. Swampert and others stood still immediately after hearing Wutong's voice. Crystal Onyx, the 3 little ones, Ditto, Onion Soldier and Xiaobe on the side, looked at Swampert and others curiously. This time, we mainly make training equipment for Swampert and others. Ditto's training method does not require equipment for the time being. The 3 little ones and Xiaobe can use the ones that were eliminated before. Wutong began to tell Xiaoming his requirements. Okay, then, what are the specific requirements? Xiaoming took out a small notebook and asked while taking notes. There is also the Onion Ranger. It will not evolve anymore. It can be at the same level as Swampert and the others. We need to make some more sophisticated training equipment. This should be done as soon as possible. Before that, make a scabbard for it so that you can store the 2 scallions. Otherwise, it will be too difficult to carry. Wutong pointed at the Onion Ranger holding 2 scallions and said, on the same level as Swampert? That's really a big project, but the scabbard is okay. It will be done soon. What about the training equipment for Swampert and the others? Is it the same as before? Xiaoming seemed very professional at this time. Swampert's power is a little beyond its control now. This time, we will focus on training its control. Platypus' control of fire has been a bit bottlenecked recently. Is there any way to isolate it from the induction of fire element? For example, the kind of full cover fireproof material armor. Wutong said. For Swampert, add buffer chains between its limbs to prevent it from exerting its strength freely, which will help control it. As for Platypus, boss, that material is very expensive, and it is also very troublesome to process. Xiaoming tapped the notebook with a pen and said, it doesn't matter, this is necessary. Problems that can be solved with money are not big problems. Increase the weight of Crowhead by 1 level. This guy has been a little too proud recently, and overtrusts his flexibility. Add some hardware to hinder the movement of its wings. The pterosaur is also good like Crowhead. By the way, add a mask to the pterosaur to limit the bite force. Wutong continued. TSK, is this a rich person? It's really enviable. Xiaoming said. Heracross should continue to improve his physical ability. His training method does not require high training equipment for the time being. As for Beedrill, it has been restricted in all aspects. Although the speed problem has been solved with the help of breathing, it has completely lost its flexibility. If he does not learn to control it, he will become a speed reckless man who is worse than Crowhead. Wutong continued. Crowhead was shocked. He felt like he was scolded. Indeed, if the speed is too fast, but cannot be controlled, it will expose more flaws. What about the last one, Onion Ranger? Xiaoming agreed. For Onion Ranger, first of all, the weight-bearing device is necessary. Although it is old-fashioned, it is easy to use. Add a restriction mechanism to the wings. After all, it mainly attacks with green onions, and the speed of swinging green onions is very important. Let's do it this way for now. Wutong thought for a while and said, okay, boss, the scabbard of Onion Ranger will be completed almost tomorrow. As for the others, I will try to finish it within a month. After all, it is also troublesome to collect materials. Xiaoming put away the notebook and said, then I'll leave it to you. Oh, by the way, I got a good thing a few days ago. Take a look. Wutong said, his eyes flashing blue light, and connected to the Dream Demon. Dream. After a while, the Dream Demon flew out angrily with a pile of parts. Under the intentional operation of the Dream Demon, a part hit Wutong's head. Sorry good boy, I will pay attention next time. Wutong said to comfort the Dream Demon. What are these? They look like fragments of some kind of device. Xiaoming said as he looked at the pile of fragments in front of him. This is a device called a crystal system. Wutong said and began to explain what a crystal system device is. After listening to Wutong's explanation, Xiaoming showed a complicated look. Boss, I'm not a scientist. I can't understand this principle at all. Xiaoming said helplessly. Don't worry, I don't expect you to fix it directly. This is for your research. It has to grow after all. Wutong waved his hand and said, okay, it's indeed something worth studying, so I won't hesitate to accept it. Xiaoming said. Help Xiaoming collect the fragments of the crystal system. Xiaoming began to measure the body data of the Kang Yubbing, and at that time, began to make a scabbard for the Kang Yubbing. The next morning, Xiaoming finished making the scabbard, and the Onion Soldier had a new piece of equipment. Let the Onion Soldier try it, boss. It should fit well. Xiaoming said to Wutong, holding something that looked like a vest. Onion Soldier, come out. Wutong nodded and released the Onion Soldier. The Onion Soldier held 2 green onions, and looked at the vest in Xiaoming's hand curiously. The vest is mainly made of leather, and there are 2 metal devices on the back. If you press the green onions on it, the metal buckles will extend to lock the green onions, to prevent them from falling off. The Onion Soldier put on the vest, and buckled the 2 green onions crosswise on his back and shouted happily. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with this thing. This is only temporary. When the training device is ready, you only need to adjust it to transfer the scabbard on the back to the training device. Xiaoming said. It's Xiaoming, you did a great job. Wutong nodded and said as he looked at the Onion Soldier. Even if you flatter me, I won't give you a discount, boss. Xiaoming said. You guys, you're always so fussy at this time. Wutong said helplessly. Of course, even brothers have to settle accounts. Xiaoming said as a matter of course. Indeed, by the way, I don't know what you hatched from the Pokémon eggs from Professor Kanmu. Shinji's is EV, Xiaomeo's is Cassie. What about yours? My Xiaobe is almost ready to start training. Do you want to have a novice battle? Wutong asked curiously. Oh, let's forget about the battle. Xiaoming sighed after hearing Wutong's question. Huh? What's wrong? Doesn't the Pokémon you hatched dislike fighting? It shouldn't be. The Pokémon hatched by the trainer will have a personality similar to the trainer. How can a battle maniac like you hatch a Pokémon that doesn't like fighting? Wutong said strangely. It's not a personality problem. Oh, forget it. You'll know when you take a look. Xiaoming threw out a Pokeball helplessly. Soon an NUO, W carrot, a little Guoran appeared in front of Wutong. It's Guoran, no wonder, but its potential is actually good as a meat shield. Wutong touched his chin and looked at the energetic Guoran in front of him and said, so, before it evolves, it is really not suitable for fighting. Although it has a few skills after evolution, it is mainly based on taking damage and counter-attacking. So, Xiaoming said and sighed again. Although you can't attack, you don't have to sigh like this. Guoran will be very sad like this. Wutong said as he looked at Xiaoming sighing constantly. You think too much. I sigh for a reason. That is not what you think. Let your Xiaobei out, and you will know. After you let him out. Xiaoming said. It's really interesting. Xiaobei, come and have your first battle. Wutong released Xiaobei and said. Kana. Xiaobei called out in a baby voice and appeared on the field. Xiaobei has left the infancy and officially entered the growth period, but he has not experienced the baptism of battle, so he still looks a little childish. Of course, this is also related to Wutong's usual pampering of Xiaobei. What can be done? Xiaobei is really cute. Now Xiaobei's height has exceeded that of Xiaohuo because of Moo Moo milk, but because of his slender body, he looks very petite. Every time I see Xiaobei, I feel that he is very cute. So come on, Xiaoguoran, get ready for battle. Xiaoming said. So Nano. Xiaoguoran shouted excitedly, and didn't wait for Xiaoming to the commander rushed directly to Xiaobei. Xiaoguoran rushed to Xiaobei and jumped up, then fell on the spot under Xiaobei's puzzled eyes. Kana? Xiaobei tilted his head and looked at Xiaoguoran in confusion, then turned back and called to Wutong, looking troubled. Your Xiaoguoran has a strong personality, Xiaobei, sparks. Wutong commanded. Kana. Xiaobei spurted out a mouthful of blue sparks. Mirror reflection. Xiaoming commanded. Sinnoh. A mirror appeared in front of Xiaoguoran to block the flying flames. Then the flames were reflected back at a faster speed. Dodge, then grab. Wutong continued to command. Kana. Xiaobei jumped to the side to avoid the rebounding flames, and before Xiaobei could continue to move, he found that Xiaoguoran had jumped in front of him again. Xiaobei thought for a moment and grabbed with one claw. Double return. Xiaoming commanded. Sinnoh. A rainbow-colored light appeared on Xiaoguoran's body and caught Xiaobei's attack. Then the rainbow-colored light condensed on the top of his head and crashed into Xiaobei. Dragon Wave. Wutong commanded calmly. Kana. Xiaobei did not dodge and opened his mouth. A blue shockwave shot out and hit Xiaoguoran. Xiaoguoran's headbutt also hit Xiaobei's body, and the two Pokémon flew back at the same time. Stand up, Xiaobei. Wutong said calmly. Extra favors in battle will only hinder the growth of Pokémon. Kana. Xiaobei did not disappoint Wutong's expectations. When it was attacked for the first time, it did not choose to act coquettishly to Wutong, but stood up and looked at Xiaoguoran on the opposite side with full of fighting spirit. As a race with excellent physical strength, Xiaoguoran obviously would not fall so easily and bounced directly from the ground. Then, under the surprised eyes of Wutong and Xiaobei, he jumped in front of Xiaobei again, but this time he did not stop and jumped back. Seeing this scene, Xiaoming covered his face helplessly. At this time, Wutong also probably knew why Xiaoming kept sighing. It was all because of Xiaoguoran's personality problem. A future meat shield who has no offensive means, but still likes to provoke, is really worrying. Before he grows up, worried that this child will be beaten to death. This child is indeed not suitable for fighting, but this battle will not end like this. Xiaobei, run. Spark combo. Wutong commanded. Kana. Xiaobe immediately started running around Xiaoguoran after hearing the command, and a faint blue flame shot out of his mouth from time to time. Sure enough, Xiaoguoran, mirror reflection. Xiaoming had no choice but to bite the bullet and command. So nano. A mirror appeared next to Xiaoguoran to block a flame, but before the mirror below appeared, Xiaobe's sparks hit Xiaoguoran. Xiaoguoran's speed of generating mirrors obviously couldn't keep up with Xiaobe's attack speed, and more flames hit Xiaoguoran. Soon, under Xiaobe's constant attack, Xiaoguoran lost his ability to fight. Kana. Seeing Xiaoguoran lying on the ground with circular eyes, Xiaobe ran to Wutong, pinched his waist with his two little paws, and shouted proudly. Seeing Xiaobe's appearance, Wutong also smiled, rubbed Xiaobe's head, and picked it up. It seems that my Xiaobe is still more powerful. Wutong came to Xiaoming and teased. Yes, your Xiaobe is the most powerful. Alas, it seems that Xiaoguoran can't fight before evolution. This child's fighting style is really... Xiaoming couldn't help but sigh again, and picked up Xiaoguoran. Don't worry, isn't this good? How can a meat shield not taunt? Wutong comforted Xiaoming. You don't want to comfort me at all. Wow, there are so many burns. Is your Xiaobe cheating? Xiaoming couldn't help but say after checking Xiaoguoran's injuries. Maybe you are a bad person. Wutong responded. Looking at Xiaoguoran who had multiple burns on his body, Wutong began to wonder if Xiaobe's flash power was very burning, or had something to do with the temperature of the flame. Chapter 216. Today is the birthday of Binkuo's father, so I will update briefly, and will update more tomorrow. Starting from Xiaobe's first battle, Wutong stayed with Huhua for 4 or 5 days, mainly to let Xiaoming adjust the training device that Wutong's Pokémon was still using. During this period, Wutong also saw the flashing Huhu that Huhua raised. Wutong had no intention of conquering this Huhu. After all, according to the situation that has been reflected, the flashing power of this Huhu should be able to ferment specific medicinal liquids. In other words, the flashing power of this flashing Huhu is life-oriented, which is not very attractive to Wutong. Not to mention that Wutong himself didn't have much time to study herbs. It was that the old man who was so friendly to him, plus his friendship with Xiaoming. Wutong couldn't convince himself to subdue this flashing Huhu. After all, there was no need to lower his bottom line for a dispensable flashing Huhu. Master, thank you for your guidance during this period. After I get all 8 gym badges, I will continue to come back to learn from you. Xiaoming stood at the door and said to the old man Huhu. Well, but remember to practice diligently and remember the prescriptions. If you get them mixed up, it will be terrible. The old man Huhu said. I remember, master. Xiaoming nodded honestly. I'm sorry to bother you these days. I will visit you again later. Wutong also said politely. Oh, Huhu. I'll leave this useless apprentice of mine to you. I can give you a 20% discount if you want to buy pills in the future. The old man Huhu said very cheerfully. Thank you so much, but don't turn on the flashlight during the day, it's a waste. Wutong said. Oh. Huhu calmly turned off the flashlight behind him and walked back into the house. Then I'll leave too. I'll make the training equipment as soon as possible. Wait, I won't leave the silver conference early this time. Xiaoming said and walked towards Kikyo City. HMPH, if you want to fight me, you have to defeat Xiaomeo and Shinji first. Wutong waved his hand and responded and walked in another direction. Wutong, who was targeting Yuansu City, continued to move forward at his own pace. At about noon, Wutong came to a lake and looked at the surrounding environment. Wutong decided to rest here. Since we are by the lake, let's eat fish at noon. Wutong said and took out the fishing rod. After letting Kangaibing stay by his side to help, other Pokémon began to move freely. Xiaobe has awakened his fighting spirit since the day he fought with Xiaoguoran, and he has been actively selecting his opponents along the way. Wutong naturally couldn't let Xiaobe provoke other Pokémon, but he couldn't keep an eye on Xiaobe because he had to train Ditto, so he could only let the 3 little ones take good care of it. Fortunately, Xiaobe is a real group pet, and everyone takes good care of it, allowing it to undergo combat training normally. Taking out a small stool, Wutong sat by the lake, casually hung a bait that fish might like to eat on the hook, and swung the fishing rod to start fishing. I hope to catch some edible fish. There is no edible part of the Magikarp at all, it's all bones, Wutong said to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Wutong felt a pulling force coming from the fishing rod. Wutong swung his arms hard, simply and crudely, without any skills, relying entirely on arm strength and the toughness of the fishing line. At the moment, when Wutong pulled up the fishing rod, one of the wings of the onion soldier had already touched the green onion behind him. A white light flashed in the sky, and a Magikarp fell to the ground in a state of fainting. Ah, is it really a Magikarp? Wutong looked at the Magikarp in front of him in a troubled manner. Although he would not be empty-handed, it was also uncomfortable to have only Magikarp. The onion soldier suddenly shouted, and waved the green onion in his hand behind him. A spider silk was directly cut in half by the onion soldier. Who is it? Wutong asked sternly. Hearing Wutong's voice, Wutong's other Pokémon all gathered around Wutong. HMPH, the reaction is not bad. A voice appeared, and then a woman in a red ninja suit landed in front of Wutong. Master, long time no see. Before Wutong could reply, an excited voice appeared, and a girl in a black ninja suit with a pink scarf also landed in front of Wutong. Axing. Seeing the appearance the girl, Wutong couldn't help but say. Wutong felt like she was in trouble. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217. The old man was so angry, and he was so angry. Master, I've been looking for you for a long time. I wanted to go to cheer you up during the Quartz conference, but my dad sent me here to learn ninjutsu. I didn't expect to meet you here. Oh, by the way, congratulations on winning the championship. Crossing ran to Wutong and said a series of words. Wutong suddenly felt a headache and kept dealing with it, but fortunately Crossing didn't act as immature as before, which made Wutong feel a lot more relieved. You are the one who deceived Crossing, right? I don't know what my brother thinks, and he actually agreed to let you be Crossing's teacher. The red-clothed female ninja said. Who is this aunt? Wutong pointed at the red-clothed female ninja in front of him and asked deliberately. This is Auntie Aya. She just speaks a little harshly, but she's actually a very nice person. Crossing introduced. Smelly boy. Who is the aunt? I'm only 22 years old. And didn't Crossing tell you to call me sister? Aya said angrily. But aunt is aunt. Crossing said puzzledly. I said call me sister. Aya pulled Crossing in front of her, holding Crossing's cheek with her hand, and speaking word by word. Wutong found that Crossing's face was unexpectedly elastic. Was Hideo Legu? Crossing said incoherently with her cheek pulled. It's good to know. Then it's your turn, little bastard. After seeing Crossing surrender, Aya turned her target to Wutong and said. Auntie, you are very unreasonable. When did I lie to Crossing? Wutong asked back with his hands spread out. I told you not to call me auntie. I'm still young. Aya said angrily. But you're already 22, twice my age. What else should I call you if not auntie? Wutong was possessed by Adu at this time, and said as a matter of course. After hearing Wutong's words, Aya was speechless for a moment, and didn't know how to refute. Master, don't bully Auntie Aya, Sister Aya, she's just worried about me. Sister Aya, Master didn't lie to me. Axing wanted to call her aunt out of habit, but after seeing Aya's threatening eyes, she felt a slight pain in her cheek and quickly changed her words. Humph, since Axing said so. After hearing Axing's words, Aya said with her arms around her body. Okay, since Axing said so, I'll forgive this auntie. Wutong said. Asshole, I really have to teach you a lesson. Come and duel with me. Aya said unhappily. Losing your mind will only put you at a disadvantage in the battle. As a ninja, you must always keep your mind. Aya, it seems that your training is not yet complete. A steady voice appeared. Why is there another one? Wutong said helplessly. Headmaster teacher? X2 axing, and Aya said at the same time. Accompanied by a cloud of smoke that came from nowhere, a figure slowly walked out of the smoke. This appearance is quite handsome, but it pollutes the environment a bit. Wutong said. I'm sorry, my student has caused you trouble. An old man in a black ninja suit walked up to Wutong and said. It's okay, it's acceptable as a pre-meal seasoning. Wutong shrugged and said. Really? It's really an interesting statement. If you don't mind, come to our school, to rest for a while. The headmaster said. After the headmaster made the invitation, Aya did not intend to refute it at all. It seems that the headmaster's prestige is still very high. Then I'll trouble you. Everyone, come back. Wutong said and took back the Pokémon that had gathered. Great, Master, the Pokémon Ninjutsu Academy is very powerful, you will definitely like it. A crossing said happily. When we return to the academy to solve our problems, I will definitely let you know how powerful I am. Aya did not forget to fight with Wutong, and whispered to Wutong. Yes, I'm always here. Wutong said indifferently. Wutong is really not afraid of a guy who has been beaten by Xiaozhi continuously, and has not evolved the furball into a Morumoth for a year. Although she is Aju's sister, she does not have Aju's fighting talent at all. Following the principal, Wutong came to the Pokémon Ninjutsu Academy. The entire academy covers a large area and has a complete range of facilities. The students in the academy are mainly divided into 3 categories. Wearing 3 different colors of clothes are used for distinction. They are students from the tactical department, who specialize in Pokémon battle tactics wearing red ninja clothes. Students from the technical department, who aim to improve the skill level of Pokémon wearing yellow ninja clothes. And students from the beauty department who focus on beauty and weight loss wearing blue ninja clothes. The students are all learning the content of their respective subjects in a very systematic and standardized manner. Many students in my Pokémon Ninjutsu Academy are studying Pokémon Ninjutsu day and night. Iridius's spiderweb, Maokiyu's paralysis powder, Scyther's shadow clone, and Hazelnut Ball's scattering of thorns are all gorgeous Pokémon Ninjutsu skills. The director knelt on the tatami and explained to Wutong. So that's how it is. It sounds very interesting. Wutong, who was not used to kneeling, sat cross-legged opposite the director and said, Master, do you want to experience the academy's courses? It's very interesting. A crossing asked. I would rather have a Pokémon battle with the director than experience the course. Wutong shook his head and said, according to past experience, the old man in front of him is quite old and is the director. He must be very strong. Fighting with him might be a little inspiring. You are really a warlike boy, but you should have another opponent before fighting with me. The director said calmly. The tea is ready. As soon as the director finished speaking, the door of the room was opened, and Aya walked in with tea. Aya, you want to have a Pokémon battle with Wutong, right? Then let's do it now, just as a teaching battle for the students in the red class. The director said to Aya. I understand, director, then please follow me. Aya nodded and said calmly, without any of the irritability just now. Are women really fickle? But, I haven't had tea yet? Wutong raised a question. Hearing Wutong's words, Aya's forehead burst with blue veins. Please, follow me. Aya said to Wutong with a smile, but this smile seemed a little hideous. Oh, okay. Wutong shook his head helplessly and stood up. His legs were a little numb from sitting, so he just took it as a stretch. Master, come on. Sister Aya, come on too. Axing said. The headmaster did not stand up, as if he did not care about the outcome. He slowly picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and then silently spit the tea back. Aya, this kid is still so bad at making tea. The headmaster said to himself. Came to the battlefield on the playground, where a battle was going on. Although she was the headmaster's direct disciple, Aya did not stop the battle directly, but silently waited for the battle to end. Wutong did not mind, and stood next to Aya, and watched the battle on the field. On the battlefield, Dalubi was fighting against the dream-inducing taper, but the dream-inducing taper was obviously weaker, and was suppressed by Dalubi. Coupled with the disadvantage in attributes, the dream-inducing taper quickly lost the game. The dream-inducing taper has lost his ability to fight, and the winner is Sasuke. The referee announced immediately. This Sasuke has great potential, and he will definitely be one of the 2 strongest ninjas in the world in the future. Wutong said seriously after hearing the referee's words. Aya on the side had a strange expression, as if she was asking and didn't understand how Wutong came to this conclusion. Really, master? But why are they the 2 strongest ninjas? Who is the other one? Crossing asked curiously. The other one is the last genius I told you about at the beginning, Naruto, who has sealed the 9-tailed fox in his body. Wutong replied. Oh, really? Then isn't this Sasuke very powerful? Crossing said excitedly. Of course, I have a hunch that this guy will definitely chop from the east end of the village to the west end with a watermelon knife with a purple back spirit. He will chop for 3 days and 3 nights without blinking. Wutong said seriously. If he doesn't close his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights, won't his eyes dry up? Crossing asked like a curious baby. Wutong was silent for a moment. Why didn't this kid play by the rules? Of course not, because his own eyes will never dry up. Wutong replied. After all, he wasn't using his own eyes at that time, Wutong thought secretly in his heart. Chapter 218. The 2 of them were in a mess, but the 2 of them were in a mess. While Wutong was still trying to trick Crossing, Aya on the side finally couldn't bear it anymore. Stinky boy, don't trick Crossing anymore. I must teach you a lesson. Aya said and stood on one side of the battlefield. Forget it, just treat it as a warm-up. Wutong shrugged and said, I'll be the referee. The headmaster popped up again and said, Maokyu, go. Aya chose Maokyu without any surprise. To deal with insects, you need birds, go. Kangaibing. Wutong chose to give it to Kangaibing. Wutong's goal was simple, he was going to bully the weak, but he couldn't do it too obviously, so the first echelon was not easy to show up, and the strongest combat force of the second echelon, Onion Soldier, was very suitable. Onion Soldier appeared in front of Wutong, looking at the little furball opposite with a proud look. This looks a bit like Farfetch'd, but it doesn't seem to be Farfetch'd. The director looked at Onion Soldier and said puzzledly. The dean, who had been immersed in ninjutsu for many years, had never left the Johto area and naturally didn't know Farfetch'd nor the evolved form of Farfetch'd. Begin. The director only looked at it with a little curiosity and then retracted his gaze to continue to complete his task as a referee. Onion Soldier, flash of lightning. Wutong directly attacked and commanded. Onion Soldier drew out 2 long onions and crossed them in front of him and rushed towards the furball. Furball, get out of the way, and then use ultrasound. Aya commanded hurriedly. Maokyu jumped up when he heard the command and tried to avoid the green onion soldier, but the green onion in the green onion soldier's hand was not for show. The green onion was raised and hit Maokyu directly. The ultrasound in Maokyu's mouth ended before it even started, and he was directly knocked out. Maokyu, cheer up. Use paralysis powder. Aya shouted. Maokyu got up from the ground, his body trembled, and a burst of orange granular mist flew towards the green onion soldier. Sand, Wutong commanded. The green onion soldier's 2 green onions passed through the ground and brought up a cloud of sand and dust to block the orange powder. The intersection of sand and orange powder blocked Maokyu's vision. Ambush the vital point. Wutong seized the opportunity to command. The green onion soldier used the cover of sand and orange powder to go around behind Maokyu, and the 2 green onions were entangled with black air and chopped towards Maokyu in a cross. Maokyu, get out of the way. Aya shouted hurriedly. However, Maokyu had no time to react after hearing Aya's shout. The sudden attack of Kangaibing left a cross-shaped scar on Maokyu's back. The last attack, 2-sword style, double slash. Wutong asked Kangaibing to finish with the skill he was practicing. The white light of Kangaibing's wings spread and covered the green onions. 2 green onions came out in parallel and chopped Maokyu. In the secret of Genzo Ryu, there is a skill called to consecutive slashes in the 2-sword style, which is a technique of continuous high-speed slashing. Wutong used the 2 consecutive slashes as the basis and completed the 2-sword style, double slashes according to the approximate form of Zoro's skills in his memory and combined with the double wing skills. Although it is still in practice, the power is not bad, and it is worth continuing to practice. After 2 consecutive high-speed slashes, Maokio lost his ability to fight and lay on the ground. It seems that I won, Wutong said calmly. The winner is Wutong. The headmaster raised his right arm and shouted, Maokio, are you okay? Aya ran to Maokio and checked his injuries. Don't worry, Kang Yubing was very measured in his attack. Maokio should be fine after a rest. Wutong walked up to Aya and said, Master is really powerful. Sister Aya, I said Master didn't lie to me. Axing hit Aya's heart again. I know he is very strong. Okay, Aya said helplessly when she saw Axing with his elbow turned outward. Since the warm-up is over, Mr. Principal, come and play against me. After all, there is no point in bullying others. Wutong turned around and said to the principal, what did you say? Do you dare to fight me in a one-on-one match? Aya got angry again after hearing Wutong's words. Sister Aya, calm down. Axing quickly began to comfort Aya. Forget it, I'm afraid of hurting you, Wutong said after glancing at Aya. Principal, please allow me to fight this brat. After Wutong said that, Aya became even angrier and turned to the principal. Aya, calm down. The principal said to Aya without any intention of agreeing. Give up. Well, you really can't beat me, Wutong said honestly. Although he has been beaten, he didn't look at who beat him. A retired Air Force major, a fighting king who dared to fight the giant Onyx, a superpowered beast Mutwo, and a genius fighter in the Gyalear area, Kato, who can fight against the monster. In front of these people, Aya is really not good enough. Teacher principal. Aya looked at the principal eagerly and said, Wutong, it's hard for you to find a girlfriend like this. It seems that Aya will hardly stop fighting with you. Seeing Wutong continue to add fuel to the fire, the principal said helplessly, then let's have another fight. I will solve it as soon as possible, Wutong said indifferently. I will definitely make you look good, Aya said. Wutong shrugged indifferently. He had heard this kind of words many times. The fight between the two came and went quickly. In the surprised eyes of everyone on the field, Aya was easily pushed to the ground by Wutong. Of course, although it was a push, Wutong was still very restrained. After all, it was a sparring match, so Wutong's method was not tough. How is this possible? Aya, who was lying on the ground, muttered to herself in disbelief. So, you can fight with me now, right? Mr. Principal, Wutong said to the principal without paying attention to Aya, who was doubting her life. Interesting guy. It seems that today's battle is inevitable, but I don't like ordinary battles, the principal said to Wutong. So what does Mr. Principal mean? Wutong asked. So, let's play hide and seek, the headmaster said. At the entrance of the forest outside the Pokémon Ninja Academy, Wutong stood here with a complicated expression. At this moment, he felt that his information had been betrayed. Otherwise, why would the headmaster want to play hide and seek with him, a person with a poor sense of direction? The headmaster's hide and seek game was not difficult. Each side sent a Pokémon, one hiding and the other searching. The searching party wins if it successfully finds the hiding party and makes it lose its combat ability. On the contrary, the hiding party wins if it makes the searching party lose its searching ability or is not found within a certain period of time. During this period, any skills can be used, and skills can be used to hide or create traps. Of course, in order to make the hide and seek game proceed normally, the hide and seek game will be controlled within a certain range. But even so, Wutong felt a headache. Does the specified range delay Wutong from getting lost? It doesn't delay. Kang Yubing, it's up to you. They are all ducks. I believe you also have the potential to become a navigation god duck, Wutong said to Kang Yubing. Huh? Cook, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Kang Yubing looked at Wutong with a confused look on his face. Okay, don't worry about these details. Let's go, Wutong said, ignoring Kang Yubing's expression. Chapter 220. After a night of hard work, Wutong got up early the next day, after staying in the Pokémon Ninja Academy. Because he was not very interested in Pokémon Ninjutsu, Wutong did not plan to stay here any longer. After all, the Pokémon Ninjutsu displayed by the director was not helpful for actual combat. Even in the field of wild fighting, there are many ways to achieve the same effect. Originally, Wutong thought that as the director, even if he did not have a bloodline limit, he would at least develop a flying thunder god or something like that. As a result, the director's skill points were all on escape, but he could not even do a substitute technique, which made Wutong quite disappointed. Sure enough, ninjutsu without chakra is soulless. Therefore, Wutong went to say goodbye to A Crossing and the director, and prepared to continue to Yuansu City. Regarding Wutong's departure, A Crossing wanted to keep him, or travel with him, but was stopped by A pulling her cheek. After failing to defeat Wutong in both Pokémon battles and real-life park, Aya became more stable when facing Wutong. Of course, this was only when Wutong was not possessed by Shinji. The headmaster probably thought that Wutong could train Aya's character, and did not stop him. In this way, Wutong left the Pokémon Ninja Academy, and continued on his journey to Yuansu City. Come to think of it, I seemed to want to eat fish at first. Wutong suddenly thought of something, and said to himself while moving forward. Perhaps some high-level existence thought that Wutong was walking too slowly, so Wutong did not encounter any side quests in the following journey. 5 days later, Wutong arrived at the outskirts of Yuansu City. P.S. It's about this time. In the animation, there are 4 episodes between the plot of Pokémon Ninja Academy and the plot of Yuansu City. According to one plot per day, it takes at least 5 days. It's really a city full of ancient atmosphere. Walking into Yuansu City, Wutong looked at the houses full of old atmosphere on the street, and said to himself. While walking in Yuansu City, Wutong suddenly felt a hint of danger and subconsciously dodged. A flame sprayed in front of his original position. This position is very accurate, it will not hurt Wutong, but if you are not mentally prepared, you will definitely be scared. Wutong frowned. He was very unhappy with this sudden attack. Sorry, I'm Plask who can spit fire. Hello. A man wearing a pink clown costume, a pink pointed hat, and sunglasses on his face, who looked like a pink starfish, popped up and said, although I don't hate pink, I suddenly hate Patrick a little today. So, are you provoking me? Wutong said to the man who called himself Plask in front of him. Of course not, brother. This is your first time in Yuansu City, right? Plask continued without caring. So, what do you want? Wutong asked calmly. Since you have come to Yuansu City, you must buy Yuansu City's specialty, a treasure detector. Plask was about to spit fire again, when he felt a hand pressed on his mouth. If you spit fire casually again, don't blame me for stuffing your mouth with a fire extinguisher. Wutong's face approached Plask, and his tone was still calm. Sorry, I know. Looking at Wutong's cold eyes, Plask stuttered. So, what's the use of your treasure detector? Wutong asked. Guest, you should know that Yuansu City is a city full of history, so there are many treasures buried underground, and this treasure detector is used to find these treasures. After hearing Wutong's question, Plasker instantly returned to the merchant mode and said, what if it doesn't work? I hate being cheated by others. Wutong continued. Well, it's a coincidence that this treasure detector is now on sale. How about giving it to you for free trial? Plasker, who wanted to escape, found that Wutong had firmly grasped his wrist and could only change his words. Oh, then thank you. Wutong took the treasure detector and left without being polite. It's really unlucky. I met such a customer in the first business today. It's a big loss. Plasker shook his head and said as he looked at Wutong who was walking away. Randomly Plasker took out another treasure detector and looked for the next customer. Wutong, who got a treasure detector for free, continued to look for Yuansu Dojo. And from Wutong to Yuansu the Phoenix Guards, who had been watching him since the city, had a complicated look on their faces. Are you sure this guy is a Pokémon trainer with a pure heart? Entei said, not wanting to believe it. I don't know if he is pure or not, but this guy is quite warlike. Lei Gong thought of the time he met Wutong and said, this is a choice of Lord Phoenix. We are only responsible for testing him at the right time, and this is also recommended to Lord Phoenix by Lord Lugia. Sukyun said, well, this guy saved me anyway. I really shouldn't have made a conclusion so early. Entei shook his head and said, then how to challenge him? The fighting power shown by this little guy when he helped me was still good. It would be too simple to test him by fighting. Lei Gong asked. We'll know when the time comes. Sukyun said and turned away. This guy is still the same. Enter, he said helplessly when he saw Sukyun leaving. It can't be helped. Lord Fengwang has gone out to hang out again. He hasn't shown up for a long time. Lei Gong said as he was used to it. Enter and Lei Gong also followed Sui Jun's footsteps and left. Chapter 221. The burning tower was in the distance, but the weather was very bad. Wutong walked and walked until he came to a burnt tower. I actually came to the bell tower. Forget it, since I'm here, I'll just take a look around here first. Wutong said to himself as he looked at the burnt tower in front of him, which seemed to collapse at any time. Walking into the burnt tower, what caught his eye was a piece of burnt ruins, which gave people a feeling that it would break and collapse if the wind blew. Wutong reached out and touched the burned wall, as if he was feeling the sadness of the tower. This broken and burnt tower witnessed the end of an era. After a while, Wutong withdrew his hand, looked at the black stain in the palm of his hand, and silently took out a tissue and began to wipe his hands. I won't pretend to be literary next time. It's too much work, Wutong thought to himself. Wutong, who had broken away from the literary youth mode, began to walk deeper into the tower. As he walked deeper and deeper, the light nearby became dimmer and dimmer. When he reached the bottom of the bell tower, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The dim tower became very bright, and the light source was a blazing flame. Wutong, who was in the middle of the flame, was not panicked at all. First, he knew that the flame in front of him was just an illusion created by the ghastly tribe living in the bell tower. Second, although he was in the flame, he did not feel the heat at all, and even felt a little cool. However, the ghastly tribe living here did not show up, so Wutong simply began to observe the interior of the bell tower by the light of the fire. Soon Wutong found something strange. There were 3 unknown Pokémon shaped like puppies pressed under a broken beam, and there was still a faint flame burning on their bodies. What is this? The Phoenix King guards? Wutong walked over in surprise. Looking at the 3 puppies struggling in pain in front of him, Wutong frowned. If it was an illusion, it would be too real. Wutong simply stopped thinking about it. No matter whether it was an illusion or not, whether to save it should not be determined by whether it was an illusion or not, but by whether he was willing to save it. The flame without temperature could not hurt Wutong at all. The only problem was the beam that held down the 3 puppies. However, this problem was a piece of cake for the well-trained Wutong. He hugged the beam with his arms and threw it aside. Wutong successfully saved the 3 puppies. Before Wutong could observe carefully, the 3 successfully rescued puppies disappeared directly in front of Wutong, which made Wutong feel a pity. However, although the 3 puppies disappeared, Wutong felt his mind was clear. Is this what it means to be enlightened? Am I going to embark on the path of cultivating immortality? Wutong muttered to himself, feeling a slight coolness in his head. Dream. What are you doing again, you idiot? The dream demon suddenly jumped out from Wutong's shadow. A burst of blue light appeared in his eyes, and invisible waves swept over Wutong's head. A ghastly suddenly appeared above Wutong's head, half of its body covering the area above Wutong's eyebrows. This should be the real reason why Wutong felt a burst of coolness in his head. Damn, where did ghastly come from? Dream demon, mental wave. Wutong also realized that he was overthinking and quickly commanded, dream. Blue light appeared in the dream demon's eyes again, and the mental wave shot towards Ghastly. Ghastly, who was attacked continuously, shouted unhappily and disappeared. It seems that we have to fight. Come out, Pterosaur. See through. Wutong directly released the Pterosaur and commanded. In order to fulfill his promise, Wutong finally let the Pterosaur learn to see through, because the Yuansu gym is a ghost gym. P.S. Normally, the Pterosaur can only learn to see through by inheritance, but when I first wrote it, there was no plan to let the Pterosaur fight the ghost gym by itself, so the skill pool did not include see-through, so here it is considered to have learned it for the needs of the plot, and no one should mind. Roar. The Pterosaur appeared and shot out a burst of red light from its eyes. After scanning around, the bell tower returned to its charred and broken appearance. The flames that were still burning just now disappeared directly, replaced by a group of Ghastly and Haunter. Hehe. XN found that his original form was revealed. Ghastly and Haunter launched an attack together, and purple-black energy like lightning shot out of his eyes. Fossil Pterosaur, Dragon Dance. Then attack with wings. Wutong started to fight back directly. Roar. Fossil Pterosaur, who hadn't fought properly for a long time, the dragon was also very excited, and its body began to spin, and a mixture of blue and purple light covered the body of the pterosaur. The night shadows of Ghastly and Haunter were directly blocked by the dragon dance of the pterosaur. After blocking the attack and adding the buff, the pterosaur began to counterattack. The wings were covered with white light and began to shuffle back and forth between Ghastly and Haunter, and many Ghastly and Haunter were knocked down. Seeing that the pterosaur was so brave, Ghastly and Haunter began to summon more companions, and more Ghastly and Haunter began to appear near Wutong. This number is a bit troublesome, everyone. Come out, stop. Just when Wutong was about to send all the Pokémon to rush out directly, a voice came. The nearby Ghastly and Haunter all stopped, and the little black fat man who had been grinning with a row of white teeth walked to Wutong with a swaying sound. It was the final form of Ghastly, Jenga. Behind Jenga was a guy wearing hip-hop style clothes. Seeing the guy appear, Ghastly and Haunter floated over directly and lined up neatly to look at the guy. Ghazels are creatures that like darkness and hate light. They think their homes have been trampled by outsiders, so they use illusions. Please forgive me, the guy said to Wutong. But their attack doesn't seem to let me go. It's very fierce. Wutong said. At most, they will subdue you and your Pokémon and send you back. It may be a little painful, but it won't hurt you. The guy continued to explain. Okay, but who are you? Wutong asked deliberately. I'm Xiaozhi, the owner of the Yuju Gym, and also the guardian of the Scorched Tower. Xiaozhi replied. I'm Wutong from Tokiwa City. I'm here to challenge the Yuju Gym, but I came to visit the Scorched Tower when I passed by. Wutong also introduced himself. Really? Why don't we go to my gym? Let's go, Jenga. Xiaozhi wanted to invite Wutong to the gym after hearing what Wutong said. He called Jenga to leave, but after calling him, he found that Jenga didn't respond. Hehe. Jenga, who ignored Xiaozhi, took out a bunch of roses from somewhere, knelt on one knee with his short legs, and handed over the roses. Dream. Meng Yaomo looked at Jenga with a puzzled look. Huh? What's wrong with this little black fat guy? Wutong couldn't help but say. Chapter 222. The old man was very happy. Outside the burnt tower, Wutong and Xiaozhi had just calmed down their Pokémon and walked out of the bottom of the tower. On the way to the Yuansu Gym, Xiaozhi began to tell Wutong about the origin of the burnt tower. Wutong, you look like you know something about the burnt tower, right? Xiaozhi asked. Well, I know a little, but I only know that it is related to the Phoenix King. Wutong said, pretending to know only a little. You should have seen a bell tower in the west. In fact, that bell tower was newly built. The first bell tower was this burnt tower. Xiaozhi said. Wutong raised his eyebrows when he heard Xiaozhi's words. What Xiaozhi said seemed to be different from the history he knew. Our family has worshipped Pokémon for generations and has always guarded the bell tower in order to allow them to coexist and prosper. The bell tower is the only place where Pokémon can communicate with humans in the legend. Xiaozhi continued without seeing Wutong's expression. Then, what happened to turn the bell tower into a burnt tower? Wutong asked at the right time. You know that the bell tower is related to the Phoenix King. The Phoenix King who once visited the bell tower was regarded as a symbol of peace for humans. Only a few selected people, that is, my ancestors, can communicate with the Phoenix King. Xiaozhi continued, with a look of nostalgia on his face. But some humans can't control their greed after all. There is a group of people who want to use the power of the Phoenix King to do bad things. These people caused a disaster that caused the bell tower to ignite an unextinguishable fire. It was also after that the Phoenix King decided to cut off contact with humans and never appear in front of humans again. Xiaozhi's tone was full of regret and emotion. Really, but I have seen the Phoenix King before. Wutong said. What? This is impossible. You can't have seen the Phoenix King. The Phoenix King is unwilling to appear in front of humans. Xiaozhi quickly retorted after hearing Wutong's words. Oh, is that so? Is it possible that the Phoenix King just doesn't want to appear in front of the humans and their descendants who once disappointed it? Wutong asked back. Xiaozhi was stunned for a moment after hearing Wutong's words, and then lowered his head with a complicated expression. Maybe you are right. The Phoenix King just doesn't want to be disappointed again. Xiaozhi said a little dejectedly. Wutong didn't continue to speak after seeing Xiaozhi's look. After all, it was a family that worshipped the Phoenix King for generations, but now they can't even see the Phoenix King. How proud they were at the beginning, how disappointed they are now. However, Wutong began to think about why the history of the burnt tower in his memory was different from what Xiaozhi said. After thinking for a moment, Wutong suddenly remembered that the history of the burnt tower in his memory was based on the game, and the history of the burnt tower in the animation was different. The history that Wutong knows should be like this. 700 years before the story begins, 2 towers were built in Uju City, one on the east and one on the west. These 2 towers were built for the friendship between humans and Pokémon, and the view from the top of the tower is even more magnificent. The tower on the east side is used to wake up Pokémon, while the tower on the west side makes Pokémon sleep. The Phoenix King lives on the top of the bell tower on the east side. However, 150 years ago, a lightning bolt struck the tower on the west side, and the tower instantly turned into a sea of fire. The fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally a heavy rain extinguished the flames, but at this time, there was not much left of the tower. 3 unknown Pokémon were burned to death in the fire, and the Phoenix King descended from the sky and resurrected them. As a result, the history here in Xiaozhi has become that the tower on the west is the bell tower. Wutong doesn't know whether the history known by Xiaozhi has changed, or whether these 2 histories are in different parallel worlds. Chapter 223. The 2 of them were busy, but the 2 sides were busy. Wutong and Xiaoxi walked to the entrance of UNZHU gym with their own thoughts. Under Xiaoxi's leadership, Wutong walked into UNZHU gym. Because he already knew Wutong's purpose, and Wutong's previous words made him lose the mood to chat, he simply took Wutong to the battlefield. After saying hello to Wutong, Xiaoxi called the referee of the gym and walked to one side of the battlefield. Wutong walked to the other side of the battlefield and waited for the referee to arrive. Then let's start the gym competition now. There are 3 Pokémon used. The game ends when one of the Pokémon of the gym owner and the trainer loses all their combat capabilities. The referee came and immediately went into work mode and said, only the challenger can change Pokémon during the battle. The gym leader cannot change Pokémon. The battle begins. The referee shouted. Obviously, Xiaoxi is a gym leader who is confident in his own strength and has set more restrictions on himself. Are you ready, Wutong? Xiaoxi asked. Of course, my partner can't wait. Wutong took out the Pokeball of the fossil pterosaur and replied. Although it was still in the ball, Wutong could already feel the fighting spirit of the fossil pterosaur. Go, Ghastly. Xiaoxi heard Wutong's answer and sent out his Pokémon without hesitation. Pterosaur, leave it to you. Wutong also threw out the Pokeball and shouted. Roar. The fossil pterosaur, who had been eager to fight for a long time, appeared in the battlefield and roared excitedly. Pterosaur, Dragon Breath. Wutong directly commanded to start the first attack. Roar. The fossil pterosaur sprayed a mouthful of blue-purple energy at Ghastly. Gas, avoid it. Xiaoxi commanded. Ghastly flashed and disappeared from the spot, avoiding the Dragon Breath attack of the pterosaur. Roar. Seeing that his attack was avoided, the pterosaur blew out a blue-purple breath unhappily. Ghast, disturb it. Xiaoxi continued to command. The disappeared Ghastly suddenly appeared in front of the pterosaur, and before the pterosaur could react, Ghastly disappeared again, and appeared behind the pterosaur. Roar. The pterosaur felt that he was teased and roared angrily. Sure enough, the trainers who play ghost-type Pokémon are more or less hentai, and like to see the opponent being toyed with. Xiaoxi is a type who relies on the characteristics of ghost-type Pokémon to play with opponents. The speed is very fast, so, Pterosaur, see-through, tailwind. Wutong said. The pterosaur received the command and the eyes of the pterosaur appeared red and illuminated the Ghastly running around. Then the violent airflow wrapped around the fossil pterosaur, and the speed of the fossil pterosaur increased suddenly. Without Wutong's next command, the fossil pterosaur directly pounced on Ghastly. The sharp teeth and claws made Ghastly feel what it was like to bite from ancient times. Gas, lick with your tongue. Sangai saw that Ghastly was torn madly, and his ability to harass the enemy was also cracked. In the case of no way to exchange Pokémon, he could only choose to fight head on. Ghastly tried to retreat backwards, opened his big mouth, and stretched out his tongue to roll towards the fossil pterosaur. Dragon Dance. Wutong commanded. The fossil pterosaur faced the tongue and started to rotate its body directly on the spot. The blue-purple mist energy spread on the fossil pterosaur and soon covered the whole body of the fossil pterosaur. Ghastly's tongue was directly bounced off by the rotating fossil pterosaur. Gas, Night Shadow, stop it. Sangai saw that the fossil pterosaur wanted to add a buff and hurriedly commanded. Ghastly's eyes widened, and the black-purple lightning-like energy shot towards the fossil pterosaur. However, Ghastly's Night Shadow did not stop the fossil pterosaur's Dragon Dance. The black-purple energy hit the rotating fossil pterosaur and splashed out in all directions. Fossil pterosaur. Wing attack. Wutong commanded. After completing the Dragon Dance, the fossil pterosaur's wings appeared white light and crashed into Ghastly. Ghastly, get out of the way. Sangai commanded. Ghastly wanted to dodge, but he had no advantage in speed, and there was no way to avoid it. He was directly hit by the fossil pterosaur head-on. After hitting Ghastly, the fossil pterosaur did not stop biting Ghastly. Firefang, bite it to pieces. Wutong said. The fossil pterosaur simply held Ghastly down with its claws, and flames appeared in its mouth and bit it hard. The overly violent attack caused Ghastly to lose consciousness, and his eyes turned into circles and fell to the ground. Gastrum has lost its ability to fight, and the winner is Pteranodon. The referee announced. Thank you for your hard work, Ghastly. So next is Haunter. Sangai took back Ghastly and said. After Sangai threw the Pokeball, a Haunter appeared in the battlefield. Haunter, Pteranodon, see-through. Wutong did not hesitate and saw through the ghost first. Roar. Pteranodon's eyes shot out red light again, to sweep across the field, to prevent Ghastly from hiding. Gastrum, black eyes. Sangai did not rush to launch an attack and commanded. A black and purple light appeared in Ghastly's eyes, and reflected to Pteranodon. Pteranodon felt his body sink, and his movement seemed to be restricted to a certain extent. Oh, it seems that we need to change tactics. Pteranodon, Dragon Breath. Wutong commanded. Roar. The fossil pterosaur blew out a blue-purple energy beam. Haunter, avoid it, and then use Hypnosis. Sangai commanded. Sure enough, as a trainer of ghost-type Pokémon, how could he not learn a set of Sunshine Hypnosis? He Haunter flashed to avoid the Dragon Breath of the fossil pterosaur, and then his two hands began to swing left and right, and his eyes also appeared. This hypnosis is not practiced well enough, and it still needs to be guided by movements. Wutong had no intention of stopping it, waiting for Haunter to further develop. Roar. The fossil pterosaur's eyes could not help but be attracted by Haunter's shaking hands, and his head unconsciously followed Haunter's hands. Soon the frequency of the shaking of the fossil pterosaur's head began to decrease, and it fell to the ground and fell asleep. It seems that you don't have experience in dealing with hypnosis. You don't even resist at all. In this case, the victory belongs to me. Sangai saw that Wutong did not respond and said. Wutong shrugged without saying anything, waiting for Sangai's next performance. Give up. Haunter, Night Shadow. Sangai commanded. Haunter used Night Shadow on the sleeping person on the ground. Nothing new. Pterosaur, Sleep Talk. Wutong commanded when he saw Haunter using Night Shadow again. The pterosaur in his sleep heard Wutong's command and opened his mouth directly, and a blue-white energy column shot out. The Night Shadow and the energy column collided and exploded. Pterosaur, continue to use Sleep Talk. After the pterosaur fell asleep, it released Wutong directly. What tactics? No need. What timing? No need. Sleep Talk is over, and it depends on luck to use any skills, which is easy and enjoyable. The pterosaur heard the command and flew up directly, and light appeared on its wings and crashed into Haunter. Sleep Talk. Haunter, get out of the way. Sangai said hurriedly. Haunter immediately floated to one side to avoid the attack of the pterosaur. Talking in your sleep. Wutong turned into a repeater, that is, talking in your sleep. The wings of the pterosaur covered with white light passed by Haunter. Then he turned around to face Wutong, and sharp stone spikes appeared beside him and shot at Haunter. Haunter saw a large number of sharp stones shooting at him, and there was no place to dodge for a while, and he was directly shot through by the sharp stones. Haunter, lick with your tongue. Sangai still counterattacked without any new ideas. Haunter stretched out his tongue and licked the pterosaur. The pterosaur in its sleep had no ability to dodge at all, so Haunter licked it happily. However, Haunter's luck was not very good, and the paralysis effect was not triggered. Talking in your sleep. Wutong continued to act like a repeater. It was not that he did not want to take other actions, but the pterosaur was hit by the black gaze, and Wutong could not exchange Pokémon. So Wutong can only play the role of repeater, but it doesn't matter, because the essence of human beings is repeater anyway. The fossil pterosaur's mouth flashed with lightning, and then it bit into the void in front of it. This, biting on the spot? Wutong didn't know where to complain for a moment. Good opportunity, Haunter, Night Shadow. Sangai saw that the fossil pterosaur's attack missed, and immediately seized the opportunity to command. Haunter immediately used Night Shadow, and the black and purple lightning-like energy shot out from his eyes and hit the head of the fossil pterosaur. Roar. Feeling the pain again, the fossil pterosaur roared, and woke up from his sleep. Are you awake? Fossil pterosaur, move at high speed, and hit. Seeing the fossil pterosaur wake up, Wutong commanded. Roar. The awakened fossil pterosaur shook its wings, and crashed into Haunter with a residual image. With the double speed of tailwind and high speed, the speed of the pterosaur became extremely fast, and it had hit Haunter before Haunter could react. Haunter, hold on, another dark shadow. Sangai commanded. Haunter shouted, and his eyes emitted black and purple lightning energy again. Pterosaur, the last blow, wing attack. Wutong commanded. Roar. The wings of the pterosaur appeared white light, and rushed towards Haunter. The body tilted 45 degrees, to avoid Haunter's dark shadow, and then hit Haunter with its wings. Haunter fell directly to the ground, and lost its ability to fight. Haunter lost his ability to fight. The winner is the pterosaur. The referee announced again. Come back, Haunter. It seems that I was too proud, and didn't see your strength clearly. Sangai took back Haunter, and said to Wutong. Maybe I'm too low-key. Wutong responded with a joke. Sangai was stunned after hearing what Wutong said. He didn't know how to respond to this. He was carrying a shining ancient Pokémon, and said he was low-key. What would it look like if he wasn't low-key? You are a great opponent. Go to the battle. Jenga. Sangai threw the Pokéball, and shouted as if he didn't hear it. Hehe. As soon as Jenga appeared, he grinned and looked around for something. However, the figure that made him fall in love at first sight did not appear, which made Jenga look a little disappointed. See through the ghost first fossil pterosaur. See through. Wutong commanded. Roar. The fossil pterosaur's eyes released red light again, and the fossil pterosaur felt that he would get red eye disease after this battle. Night Demon Shadow. Sangai knew that it was meaningless to be invisible, so he simply let the fossil pterosaur see enough and directly caused a wave of damage. Hehe. Jenga stood still, and shot out black and red lightning-like energy from his eyes. The power of the energy was much stronger than that of Ghastly and Haunter. The red light from the eyes of the fossil pterosaur shone on Jenga, making Jenga's body more solid. Jenga's Night Shadow also hit the fossil pterosaur head-on. The fossil pterosaur felt pain, and its wings stopped, and fell to the ground from the air. Fossil pterosaur, Dragon Breath. Wutong saw that the movement of the fossil pterosaur was temporarily affected, and decided to harass it with long-range skills first. Roar. The fossil pterosaur raised its head and shot a blue-purple energy beam at Jenga floating in the air. Genji Shadow Ball. Sangai commanded. Hehe. Jenga pushed his two fat hands forward, and a dark purple energy ball shot out. The Dragon Breath and the Shadow Ball met in the air. The Shadow Ball flew towards the fossil pterosaur with the Dragon Breath all the way. It became smaller and smaller during the flight, until it flew half a meter in front of the fossil pterosaur and disappeared completely. This Jenga has maximumed out the special attack. Fossil pterosaur, fly up and move at high speed. Wutong knew that he would definitely be beaten if he fought with special attack. The fossil pterosaur could take off again after a rest, so it was better to fight in close combat. Roar. The fossil pterosaur flapped its wings and took off again, rushing towards Jenga at a very fast speed. Jenga. Stop it. Dark Shadow. Sangai commanded. Jenga's eyes shot out black and red lightning-like energy to chase the fossil pterosaur. The fossil pterosaur dodged left and right with a clear goal of rushing to Jenga's side. However, if you defend for a long time, you will lose. The wings of the fossil pterosaur were still touched by Jenga's dark shadow. The fossil pterosaur lost its balance in an instant and almost crashed. Ramp. Seeing that the distance was very close, Wutong decided to take a gamble. The fossil pterosaur injured the pain of its wings and used all its strength to ram Jenga. Get out of the way. Sangai knew how fragile his Jenga was and quickly commanded. Jenga floated to the side and narrowly avoided the fossil pterosaur's ram. Now, Spirit Fang. Bite it. Wutong commanded. Roar. The fossil pterosaur took advantage of its neck, and pink energy appeared on its sharp teeth and bit Jenga. Jeng. Shadow Ball. Sangai shouted with a frown. Jenga hurriedly condensed a not so big dark purple energy ball and hit the fossil pterosaur. The fossil pterosaur was injured again, but the fossil pterosaur did not let go. Its eyes were full of fierceness, black mist appeared at the mouth, and the upper and lower jaws bit it hard again. The fossil pterosaur bit Jenga and fell to the ground together. Both pterosaur and Jenga lose their ability to fight at the same time. The winner is Wutong. After a moment, the referee looked at the two Pokémon. Berikwan did not even stand up and announced immediately. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224. The two of them were very happy. In the Yuansu gym, Sangai took back the unconscious Zheng Gui and walked to Wutong. Congratulations, this is the phantom badge that symbolizes the Yuansu gym. Now I believe that you have seen the Phoenix King. Sangai took out a badge in the shape of a ghost that was a bit abstract and handed it to Wutong. Although it makes people want to complain, I still accepted it, Wutong said after taking the phantom badge. After getting the badge, Wutong left the Yuansu gym. He was not in a hurry to leave. Wutong was still very interested in the east and west towers of Yuansu City and planned to leave after exploring them all. Well, let's go to the Pokémon Center to recover the fossil pterosaur first. When they arrived at an ancient wooden house, the Pokémon Center in Yuansu City was the same style as Yuansu City, with a unified wooden house and an ancient atmosphere. It was just the appearance that was ancient. After entering the Pokémon Center, it was still full of modern atmosphere. After handing the fossil pterosaur to Miss Joy for treatment, Wutong came to the video phone to greet his grandparents. Aquan and Xingzi were still the same, and their words were full of concern for Wutong. At this time, the old couple had returned to the breeding house in Suai town. After all the kings and champions and other powerful trainers would regularly send their Pokémon to the old couple for recuperation. So the old couple was also very busy. They had gone to watch Wutong's game and visited their old friend Professor Oak and had rested for a long time. If they didn't go back, who knows what the group of naughty kids in the breeding house would do. You know, the destructive power of naughty kids will increase exponentially with their own strength. After chatting with Grandpa and Grandma for a while, it seemed that there were guests in the breeding house, so Wutong stopped disturbing Grandpa and Grandma and hung up the phone. Just after hanging up the video call, the mobile phone Rotom flew out of Wutong's clothes. There's a call. Lotto. The mobile phone Rotom flew in front of Wutong and said, "Is it Dr. Xiaoxi?" Wutong said to himself when he saw the incoming call prompt on the screen. Long time no see, Wutong. Did the gym challenge go well? After answering the call, Dr. Xiaoxi's face appeared on the screen. Long time no see, Dr. Xiaoxi. It went well. I just challenged the Yuansu gym. Wutong responded. Is that so? I called you for something. The research materials I applied for before will arrive in the next 2 days, so I hope you can send the fossil pterosaur over. Dr. Xiaoxi said very happily. Research materials? Okay, I'll send it to you after the fossil pterosaur recovers. But what kind of research materials? Wutong asked. It's a strange stone called keystone. It's said to be related to mega evolution. I want to try whether the fossil pterosaur will react with the keystone. Dr. Sora replied directly without hiding. Keystone? I understand. I will teleport the fossil pterosaur as soon as possible. Wutong said immediately after hearing Dr. Sora's words. That's a keystone. Although it's not as rare as a superstone, it's also an indispensable thing. By the way, Dr. Oak is also here with me. He also has something to ask you. Dr. Sora said, and gave up his position. Hey, Xiaotong, you haven't been targeted by any strange guys, have you? Dr. Oak's face appeared on the screen and said, of course, Dr. Oak, but even if they are targeted, I will beat them away. Wutong said indifferently. Ha 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 ha, you are worthy of being the grandson of Koizumi and Anzi. By the way, I hope you can teleport the giant swampert to my side. There are some places in the recent research on the power of Flash that need their help. Dr. Oak also stated his purpose. Is that so? Just Swampert and the others will be enough, right? Wutong asked. Yes, it won't be long. They will be returned to you before you participate in the Silver Conference. And you also need to concentrate on training new Pokémon, right? Professor Oak said. I see. I will send them over later. Wutong replied. The little guys in Team 2 really need to speed up their growth. After all, they have challenged 5 gyms now, but the 3 little ones have not evolved to the second level evolution form. Xiaobai has just started training, and there is still a long way to go. He doesn't have the habit of bringing a bunch of babies to challenge the league conference. After all, not everyone is Xiaozhi, who can enter the top 32 or top 16 with just a group of Pokémon. Wutong, who has a bit of obsessive compulsive disorder, still likes to train and evolve all his Pokémon to the final form before challenging the league conference. Oh, then I'll trouble you, Wutong. Remember not to wander around in the empty tower. Professor Oak said and hung up the phone. Professor Oak really likes to give some strange advice. Wutong couldn't help but say as he looked at the phone that had been hung up. At this time, the fossil pterosaur had also recovered, and Miss Joy also called Wutong. After taking back the fossil pterosaur, Wutong went directly to the Pokémon transmission device. The fossil pterosaur was transmitted to Professor Sauk's Research Institute, and then Swampert, Platypus, Crowhead, Heracross and Beedrill were transmitted to Professor Oak's Research Institute. Wutong stood in front of the Pokémon transmission device and thought for a while, and decided to keep Crystal Onyx with him first. After all, you need Pokémon that can be used for fighting in the pupil mode. The Swamperts in the first echelon are definitely not good enough. They all showed up at the Quartz conference. Once they are taken out, they will be easily discovered. Although Crystal Onyx was used as a means of transportation in the Orange Islands, it has basically never been used in front of other people. The first time it was used in battle was also in the pupil mode, so there is no need to worry about being discovered by others. As for the Dream Demon, it usually stays in Wutong's shadow and is a Pokémon that has basically never appeared in front of outsiders. It can also be used to deal with emergencies. After that, it is Ditto. As long as it transforms in advance, there is no problem, but it is difficult to deal with encounters. In general, when the pupil mode is turned on, Wutong finds that his combat power is seriously insufficient. The main reason why there was no problem before was that he had been fighting with the Rocket Team's miscellaneous soldiers and spies, and when he met a Carder like Lance, he basically had no power to fight back. Although it's not like he will die if his identity is exposed, Wutong doesn't really want to expose himself in women's clothing. After all, social death is also death. Wutong suddenly thought about whether he should strengthen the combat power of the pupil mode. But how can a shiny Pokémon be obtained so easily? Although Wutong's second echelon is full, only one Pokémon was obtained in the Johto region. The 3 little ones and Ditto were all brought from the Kanto region, and the Onion Soldier was also a Pokémon from other regions applied for by Professor Xiaoxi. Only Xiaobai is a registered Pokémon in the Johto region. Is the shiny rate in the Johto region lower? Wutong couldn't help but wonder. After thinking about it for a while, Wutong decided to calm down first. The boat will be straightened out when the time comes. At worst, the shiny Pokémon he gets next will be used exclusively for the pupil mode. Wutong left the Pokémon Center with this in mind and continued to stroll around Yuansu City. Just as Wutong was wandering around, an Eevee ran out from nowhere and stopped in front of Wutong, looking up and calling out to Wutong. "Eevee, little guy, are you lost?" Wutong leaned over and asked Eevee. Eevee called out to Wutong again, and then a gurgling sound came from Eevee's stomach. "Are you hungry? Wait a minute, I'll look for it." Wutong flipped through his backpack when he found that the Eevee in front of him was asking for food. He took out the energy cube specially made for Ditto from his backpack and fed it to Eevee. They were all general Pokémon, and they also had genetic instability. Eevee should like Ditto's energy cube very much. Eevee looked at the energy cube handed over by Wutong and smelled it first. It was a smell that it liked very much. Eevee swallowed it directly and showed a happy look. Without hesitation, Eevee began to eat the energy cube and Wutong's hand in big mouthfuls. Ibrahimovic, where are you?" An anxious voice came just as Wutong was feeding Ibrahimovic. Wutong looked over and saw a girl with pink and purple twin ponytails running over. Wutong picked up Ibrahimovic and turned to look at the girl. As expected, the girl was looking for the Ibrahimovic in her arms. "Is this Ibrahimovic yours?" Wutong asked the girl who ran over. "Ah, Ibrahimovic, why are you running around again?" "I'm so sorry, my Ibrahimovic didn't cause you any trouble, did it?" the girl asked Wutong apologetically after taking Ibrahimovic. "It's okay, this little guy is just hungry." Wutong waved his hand to show that it was okay. "Ah, I'm so sorry, my name is Sakura, my Ibrahimovic, I've been disobedient, and I'm sorry to bother you," Yinghua said. "My name is Wutong, it's okay, this little guy is also very cute, it's just some food, it's not a big deal." Wutong also introduced himself. "Wutong, if you don't mind, come to my tea house to drink some tea and eat some cakes." Yinghua invited. "Tea house? Then I better obey you." Wutong was indeed a little hungry, and since someone was willing to treat him, there was no reason to refuse. Following Yinghua, Wutong came to a large courtyard. "It seems that Yinghua, you are a child of a wealthy family," Wutong said beside Yinghua. "Wutong, you are exaggerating, our family just has more people," Sakura said. Following Sakura, Wutong came to a room with a tatami mat, a small floor table and a few cushions. There was a cupboard next to it, which was filled with various tea sets. Wutong was asked to wait here, and Sakura said she was going to change her clothes. "Why is there no chair?" Wutong sat cross-legged on the tatami helplessly. After a while, Sakura, wearing a kimono, came in with a tray with tea and snacks. "Sorry to have kept you waiting," Sakura said, put down the tray, and began to take tea sets from the cupboard. "Please wait a moment." Sakura took out the tea set and began to mix the paste. Wutong, who had nothing to do, could only watch Sakura operate, but Wutong found that Sakura's operation was a bit clumsy. Sakura, who didn't look very skilled, had an accident as expected, and her hand was burned. "Let me do it," Wutong said. Then he took the tools and gave Sakura a skilled tea making process in front of her surprised eyes. There was no way. Aquan sometimes liked to drink tea, and Wutong learned how to make matcha over time. "Please, it shouldn't be bad." Wutong put the teacup with the tea in front of Sakura and said, Thank you. Sakura said a little shyly. After all, she was supposed to entertain Wutong, but she was entertained instead. She couldn't be shy. Wutong didn't care and drank tea and snacks calmly. Sure enough, he still liked hot cocoa or cola more than tea. The taste of the snacks was too bland, but it was still good with tea. "Are there guests at home?" Just as Wutong and Sakura were drinking tea and eating snacks, a voice came from outside the door. Then the door of the tea room was opened, and 4 girls with different hair colors and hairstyles walked in. "Sisters, you are back," Sakura said when she saw the 4 girls coming in. "Didn't we come back at the wrong time?" the leading girl teased. "Sister May, what are you talking about? I'm just thanking Wutong for helping me find Eevee," Sakura said quickly. "So that's how it is. Let me introduce myself. My name is May, and I'm Sakura's eldest sister," May said. My name is Teo, and I'm Sakura's second sister. The girl with green hair continued. I'm the third daughter Yuxu, thank you for helping our little sister. The girl with purple hair said. I'm Xiaomi, and our Sakura has caused you trouble. The girl with red short hair said. We are known as the four beautiful sisters in Yuansu City. Teo continued. It's 5 sisters. 5 beautiful sisters. After hearing Teo's words, Sakura immediately began to refute. It's the 4 beautiful sisters and the one with an additional one. Xiaomi said. With this sense of deja vu, it's no wonder that Xiaoxia and Sakura can become friends. Hello, my name is Wutong. I'm from Tokiwa City, and I'm traveling to practice for the silver tournament. Wutong also introduced himself. Silver tournament? Wutong, so you're going to participate in the silver tournament? I want to participate in the silver tournament too. Sakura said excitedly after hearing what Wutong said. But Sakura, your study has just started. Teo said. That's right, even though I made all the mistakes during training. Xiaomi said. Please, just let me participate in the silver tournament. Wutong, you must understand my feelings. Sakura begged. After hearing what Sakura said, the 4 sisters of May looked at Wutong together. Suddenly being stared at by a group of girls, Wutong felt an inexplicable pressure. Well, traveling is also a good way to exercise. Wutong said vaguely. Sister May, look, Wutong also thinks we should go out for a trip. Sakura seemed to have found a teammate, and said to May, well, this problem must be solved after all. May said. Sister May, you agreed. Sakura said happily. Not really, since you want to go out for a trip, come with us for a magical let's fight Pokémon. If you and Wutong defeat the 4 of us, I will allow you to travel. May said. Wutong couldn't help but sigh after hearing May. Sure enough, this is the development again. There is no problem that can't be solved by a Pokémon battle. Chapter 225. The 2 of them were so busy that they had to fight. Standing in the courtyard in front of the house, Wutong looked at the 4 girls opposite helplessly. They were just here to eat, so why did they have to fight? But thinking about the brain circuits of people in the Pokémon world, Wutong felt that this development might be normal. Sister May, you don't really want Sakura to go on a trip, do you? Teo said to May with a little worry. Wouldn't it be best if Sakura could understand our painstaking efforts herself? May asked back. On the other side, Sakura looked eager to try. Wutong please, let's cheer together. We must defeat my sisters. Sakura said to Wutong. Oh, okay, I know, I will try my best. Wutong said helplessly. The rules are 1-on-1. Each of the 4 of us has 1 Pokémon, and each of you 2 has 2 Pokémons. The side that loses all its combat ability first will lose. How about that? May said the rules. Wait a minute. Sister May, I only have 1 Pokémon, Eevee. Sakura immediately raised doubts after hearing the rules May said. So are you ready to give up? May obviously didn't think of taking care of her sister. Sakura didn't know how to answer when she saw her sister's look. No problem, let's do it. Wutong said calmly. If he wanted to, it was not impossible to have 4 in a row, so it didn't matter if 1 more or 1 less teammate. Wutong, is it okay? My sisters are also very strong. Sakura asked with some worry. Don't worry, I'll leave you a chance to play. Wutong said and walked forward. Sakura looked at Wutong with a puzzled look. Let me start first. Vaporeon. Please. Teo walked out and said. Quick and decisive, Onion Ranger, come out for training. Wutong chose Onion Ranger. After all, the Pokémon of the first echelon had just been sent away, and the most powerful one on hand was Onion Ranger. Onion Ranger appeared and looked at the Vaporeon on the opposite side. Well, it was a good training ground. I've never seen a Pokémon before. Vaporeon. Hit. Teo's desire to attack was very high, and she started to attack directly. Sure. Vaporeon jumped forward and hit Onion Ranger. Head-on attack. Wutong did not hesitate to choose to attack directly. Onion Ranger stretched out his 2 wings behind him, pulled out 2 scallions, and chopped at Vaporeon who was rushing over. The 2 scallions crossed and chopped Vaporeon's head directly, which was a real head-on attack. Vaporeon was directly beaten back, and Onion Ranger had no intention of showing mercy, and chased after it with onions. Vaporeon, water gun. Teo commanded. Chow wow. Volu landed and raised his head to shoot out a stream of water. Sword dance. Wutong commanded. Gap. Onion Soldier stretched out 2 scallions, and began to spin, blocking the water gun shot by Volu. Volu, lightning. Tao found that Volu had been suppressed, and could only find another way to break the situation. Volu heard the command, and brought a burst of white light through the Onion Soldier, knocking the Onion Soldier to the side. Onion Soldier, we also use lightning, Wutong said. After the Onion Soldier stabilized his body, he also brought a burst of white light, and chased after him. The 2 white lights chased each other in the field, and the 2 white lights would collide from time to time. Volu, freeze beam. Tao shouted after Onion Soldier, and Volu collided and separated again. Chow wow. Volu opened his mouth. An ice blue energy ball condensed in front of his mouth, and then an ice blue energy beam shot out. Go ahead and see through. Wutong commanded. Gap. A gleam flashed in the eyes of the green Onion Soldier, and he leaned down slightly to avoid Vaporeon's freezing light, and rushed to Vaporeon. The right green blade was raised upward to force Vaporeon's open mouth closed. The last blow, dance, and hit wildly. Wutong commanded. Gap. The 2 green blades of the green Onion Soldier were entangled by black air, and then hit Vaporeon madly from left to right. After the beating, the green Onion Soldier silently inserted the 2 green blades back into his back, and Vaporeon also fell to the ground. His eyes turned into circles, and lost his ability to fight. Vaporeon. Teo quickly picked up Vaporeon. It seems that we won the first game, Wutong said calmly. Awesome. Sakura stood behind Wutong, and saw the green Onion Soldier quickly. Shengli couldn't help but say, next is me. Go, Mooney V. Yuxu walked out and said. Brea Mooney V appeared in front of Yuxu, looking at the Onion Soldier on the opposite side with an elegant posture. Mooney V, really good, I want one too. Onion Soldier, say hello, lightning. Wutong said. Onion Soldier did not draw out the onion blade, and rushed towards Mooney V with a white light with a flap of his wings. Mooney V, we also flash with lightning. Yuxu commanded. Bray Mooney V heard the command and ran, and the speed suddenly increased, dragging a white light, and crashing into Onion Soldier. The 2 white lights collided and retreated at the same time. Onion Soldier, fly up. Wutong commanded. The Onion Soldier's wings vibrated and flew directly. Mooney V, strange light. Yuxu shouted. Bray. Mooney V narrowed his eyes, and a colorful twisted light appeared on his body and shot at the Onion Soldier. Onion Soldier, rise to avoid it, and then use the Divine Bird Smash. Wutong said. The Onion Soldier climbed to a high altitude to avoid the strange light of Mooney V. After reaching a sufficient height, the Onion Soldier's body appeared with an orange-yellow light, and then turned upside down. Mooney V, get out of the way. Seeing the amazing momentum of the Onion Soldier, Yuxu didn't want to fight head-on and quickly ordered Mooney V to dodge. Mooney V ran to avoid the Onion Soldier's attack. However, the Onion Soldier's real killer move has never been the body. The Onion Soldier kept adjusting its position, and when it was close to the ground, it held 2 onion blades with its wings. The Onion Soldier flew past Mooney V, and the 2 onion blades slashed out one after another, leaving a cross-shaped scar on Mooney V. Bray. Mooney V cried out in pain, and fell to the ground. Onion Ranger fell back in front of Wutong, with 2 onion blades wrapped in onion flowers, looking at each other with pride. Who did this duck learn from? Wutong looked at Onion Ranger speechlessly, and said to himself. He is so powerful. Sister Teo and Sister Yuxu both lost. Xiaomi said in surprise. Yeah, I didn't expect Sakura to meet such a powerful trainer. Mei also said unexpectedly. Then who is the next one? Wutong saw that the 4 sisters on the opposite side had not sent out the next one, so he asked. The next one is me. Florian, go. Xiaomi walked out and said. Boshi the furry Florian appeared on the field. Flamian, sparks. Xiaomi commanded. Boshi. Florian sprayed a burst of sparks from his mouth and shot at Onion Ranger. Onion Ranger, sword dance. Wutong said. Onion Ranger danced back and forth with 2 onion blades to scatter the flying sparks. It really doesn't work, Florian. Swipe the sand. Xiaomi commanded. Florian turned around and faced the Onion Ranger, kicked back with his two hind legs, and a large piece of sand flew towards the Onion Ranger. Sand swipe. Wutong said that they could swipe the sand. The Onion Ranger's two onion blades swept across the ground continuously, bringing up waves of sand. The field was instantly filled with sand fog, and the vision of both sides was blocked. Wutong's eyes glowed, and he turned into the god of Green Onion again. The Green Onion Ranger, who received the oracle, rushed into the sand fog silently. The sand fog in the sky quickly dissipated, but Florian found that there was no Onion Ranger on the opposite side. Florian, behind you. Be careful. Seeing the Onion Ranger who appeared behind Florian at some point, Xiaomi shouted hurriedly. Bush. Florian turned his head and saw the dark duck. However, it was too late now. Onion Ranger slashed down with two onion blades and hit Florian. A critical hit. Dance and hit. Wutong said directly. Onion Ranger's two onion blades were wrapped in black energy and slashed at Florian frantically. Bush. Florian cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Florian. Xiaomi saw Florian lose consciousness and ran over. Too powerful, not at the same level as me. Sakura said blankly after seeing Wutong's 3-in-1. It seems that I was wrong. I didn't expect to meet such a powerful trainer. Mei came out and said helplessly. Originally wanted Sakura to give up, but it turned out to be a failure. She was directly hit by 3-in-1. Thank you for the compliment, but I have done what I should do. Come back, Onion Ranger. I admit defeat. Wutong said calmly. Admit defeat. The four sisters on the opposite side of X4 said in surprise. The rest is up to you to fight. If you are really determined to travel, then prove it to your sister. Wutong took back the green onion and came to Sakura and said, Wutong, I understand. Thank you. I will definitely work hard to make the sisters accept me. Sakura's eyes gradually became firm and said seriously, is that so? Well, Sakura, let me see your determination. Mei also understood Wutong's thoughts and said to Sakura seriously, I will definitely win. Go, Eevee. Let me see our determination. Sakura came to Mei and said firmly, Booey. Perhaps feeling Sakura's belief, Eevee responded with a cry. Go, Jolteon. Mei also released an Eevee evolution as expected. Sang. The Jolteon, who seemed to be furious, appeared on the field. The battle between the sisters began. Wutong stood behind Sakura with his arms folded in front of him, watching the battle between the sisters. Although his eyes were fixed on the battlefield, Wutong was thinking about other things. Why do I always feel like I'm being watched recently? Is it an illusion after having superpowers? Wutong thought secretly. Wutong's feeling was not wrong. At the highest point nearby, the Phoenix guards were silently watching what was happening below. This kid is not bad. I thought he was going to defeat all the Pokémon on the opposite side by himself. Lei Gong said. Although he is not bad, it seems to have little to do with the pure heart. He continued. What exactly is the pure heart is not decided by us. The trial is ready. The only thing left is to see if he can pass the trial. Sukune said. The last shot. Jolteon. Electromagnetic gun. Mei shouted. Sang. Jalibu roared and a strong electric light burst out of his body. Or thick electric current like a laser cannon shot towards Eevee. Booey. Eevee was hit directly from the front and fell back in front of Sakura with a charred body. Wutong was not surprised at this result. If Sakura really won, Wutong would be surprised. Eevee. Sakura hugged Eevee and called worriedly. What do you think, Sakura? Do you still want to hold on? Mei asked Sakura. I won't give up. Sakura said firmly. Mei sighed, not knowing what to do with her stubborn little sister. But I won't go on a trip now. I understand after seeing the battle between Wutong and the sisters. I'm still far away now. If it weren't for Wutong, I wouldn't even have the chance to fight with Mei's sister. Sakura changed the subject and continued. Hearing Sakura's words, the four sisters of Mei all showed surprised expressions. They didn't expect that their little sister would really let it go. With my current status, I can't travel by myself. Even if I travel with others, I will only be a burden, so I will practice for a while before traveling. Sakura said firmly. It seems that Sakura has grown up, but Sakura, you still have to change the habit of relying too much on others. Just now you subconsciously asked Wutong for help, right? If you want to challenge the Silver Conference, you must learn to be independent, Mei said. Sister Mei, I understand. I'm sorry, Wutong, I've been causing you trouble, even though it's our first meeting. Sakura said to Wutong apologetically. Don't mind, I like fighting very much, it's not a trouble. Wutong said. I'm so sorry, Wutong, for taking such good care of our Sakura. By the way, we will have a performance tomorrow. Please be sure to come and see it as compensation, Mei said to Wutong. Then I'd rather obey you than be disrespectful. Wutong thought for a moment and said. Then you can stay here today. We have many empty rooms at home. Teo continued. Then I'll trouble you, but I plan to go to the bell tower before dark. Wutong said. Bell tower. Then I'll take you to visit. Sakura volunteered. Then let's all go together and introduce the bell tower to Wutong, Mei suggested. Before Wutong could react, he was surrounded by the 5 sisters and taken out. Wutong was a little uncomfortable with the sudden going out shopping with 5 beautiful girls. Fortunately, the 5 sisters had a clear destination and took Wutong straight to the bell tower. But this way of traveling, Xiaoxia is actually me, Wutong suddenly thought. At this time, in the Blue Dojo in Blue City, Xiaoxia, who was still practicing in a training suit, sneezed. Strange, could it be that my girlfriends miss me? Xiaoxia rubbed his nose and said to himself. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.